This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
कैप्टन आप ही कर रहे हो? चलो चलेंगे आज शाम को, स्ट्रीम कर लेना। अरे रहन दो।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
किसी ने ऐप ओपनर का लिंक बनाया क्या इंग्लिश का?
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
जा, ठीक है। अरे यार
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
भाई कौन सा लिया लेकिन
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
जब पीरो ने नेक्रोस को बोला था पहले उसको 10 सेकंड प्रोसेस करने वाला नेक्रोस कैप्टन से बोल
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
अरे मैं बता रहा हूँ देखो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कैप्टन आपको नेक्रोस बोल रहा है कि sexuality. It's official. मैं लूँगा नेक्रोस जी
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
नेक्रोस तो कोई मीम मटेरियल लगता है भाई हो गया ये आगे सीधा
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got. This arrived finally. You do keep talking.
Wings Lifestyle, Upthrust Esports, India Rising Series 2022, streaming partner Loco, associate partner Ticket Tape. My name is Necros, and alongside me it's going to cast Inferno again. The grand finals day 3 is almost starting. On the very first day, it's almost going to start with the map of Erangel. 6 matches again, the same teams, the same lobby. The maps are also the same, the schedule is also the same, but the difference which will be made, it is going to be on the number board or maybe in the overall standings we get to see.
Absolutely. Welcome everyone. We are back again with the grand finals day number 3 of India Rising series. This is Nikros along with me. So Nikros, first question. How was your holy, man?
Well, it has been tremendous. I really on my face. But talking about the overall standings, we get to say Entity Gaming having the lead with total of 160 points with 71 finishes and placement points of 89. You can see the consistency these teams are maintaining. Talking about TSM and Entity Gaming, both the teams are having at least of 9 points buffer within themselves. But at this point, we get to see 3 chicken dinners have been taken up by Entity Gaming so far, while TSM, they have only got 1 for them, but still they are having 9-point difference. But at the same time, we also get to see this difference can be overcome at any instance by Orange Rock or Celsius if they manage to get 1 or 2 chickeners in today's game.
Absolutely. Look at that. These are the overall standings. Is Entity is doing really a great job, and I think so they can make a really great buffer in grand finals. And Team Entity is doing really a great job. But back on the back end, you can see the runner-ups: Team TS and Team Orange Rock and Team EXO, one of the most amazing constant team. So, I would like to really say that. They can make that comeback. But if you talk about moreover team, that's going to be Team Forever out there, Team LC, one of the most constant, I would like to say, underdog and rising team. So yeah, Necros, we are waiting for the second page as well, and these teams are on a really great safety cushion. I would like to say they are on a soft cushioning right now. But teams like Team Forever, Team LC officials or Angotan, they need to make a comeback because this is grand finals, man. You cannot face any kind of backlash, you cannot face any kind of disadvantage in the point tables as well. Then only you can win that prize pool out there.
Of course, you need to come back to up. You need to bounce back with the multiple chickeners. You need to bounce back with the finishes you have got so far. But at the same point, the main thing that comes along is going to be the consistency that will eventually give you a moral boost. If you talk about LZ officials, like they are the only single unknown team. It's not underdog. I would not say underdog because the game they are showcasing, it's tremendous. But 12 matches have been passed, only 1 chicken, that too in the day number 1. After that, all the matches did not went the way it should have been for LZ officials. In the starting 2 to 3 maps, they played tremendously well. But after that, coming in the main matches of day number 2 or maybe in the end of day 1, they were falling behind a lot, and that too results in the hashtag 8 position where LZ officials is standing right now. But Team Forever, they are having some bounce backs indeed. 1 chicken dinner for themselves so far. But if you talk about Inferno, the first list, we have got 9 teams, but 2 of them haven't got a single chicken dinner so far, but they're still retaining hashtag and hashtag 4 and hashtag 5 position. But in the meanwhile, the second chart, if we talk about the bottom 9 teams, you get to say Revenge Esports, Godlike, 7C, Skylights, 8-bit, tremendous big names, but not getting the performance which is very expected from their side.
Absolutely. Team Global Esports, Team God, they're just known for their comebacks, right? Absolutely. Team Skylights out there, you can see they all, the teams are known for their comeback, and I'm waiting for that comeback from their side. These are one of the most amazing, fabulous teams out there in the Indian gaming community. Team Revenge Esports in semifinals, they were actually on the backlash out there. They were on the third page, but they have done a really great comeback, and that's why they were on the second page in semifinals. But if you talk about the grand finals, if you talk about the present out there, so you can see them. They are on hashtag 10, and that's not a really great job from the side of Team Revenge Esports. They need to come back. Team God, like Team 7C Skylights, they all need to make some out of the box performance in the matches. They need some of those really great chicken dinners with a really great number of finishes out there. They need to dominate, and they need to take all the revenge they need out there. But you can see Enigma and TUDE Esports on hashtag 17 and 18. They are on the, I would like to say, in the least teams, they are on the hashtag 17 and hashtag 18. That's not a really great number for them. But we know one thing, Negros, that they are going to make a really great comeback, and we'll be having our eagle eye on them.
Of course, the comeback is indeed to come because it's going to be the day number 3. And as we have said, 7 days of battle will be contesting. This is Saturday, and tomorrow you're also going to face another day. That's going to be day number 4. Monday will be a holiday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, these 3 days will be very, very crucial because 7 days will be completing on the 24th of March. And the results, the champions of India Rising
Oh.
Series, we will be getting on that day. But talking about the overall top fraggers and the fight, the contest for the MVP title of India Rising Series continues, where Rage is leading with 28 finishes individually. But Aditya, if you talk about 27 finishes for that solo person, Aquanox will have 20, Sabitar will have 19, and Delta PG will have 18 for himself. And the contest is going on and going on, but we are really I'm really pumped up to see whether that comeback king who we are all certain of, that he comebacks in the day number 3 or the day number 4. You're not getting him seeing in the first 2 or 3 days, but in the last 2 or 3 days, he will be bouncing back in the MVP. Can we get to see that? Will it happen? Will Jonathan make a comeback in the top 5 fraggers or for the MVP title? We have to see it, and for that, I believe Team Godlike needs to get multiple amount of chicken inners so that only they can have a bounce back in the overall points table as well as in the MVP board.
Absolutely, but you know what? I would like to take one name, Necros. Rage from Team Entity. This guy, I would like to say he was active in my DMs, and we were just talking about the performance and the overall team coordination and synergy. He was so happy with that, and you can see the results out there. He is in that golden frame. He is in that golden palette. You can see having 28 freaking finishes. That's not a small number, man. In the grand finals, having hashtag one MVP rank. That's a really great big achievement in your own. But that's only day 3, man. There's a lot of day upcoming. You can see all the players out there, Aquanox, Aditya, Sevatar, Delta, they are actually ready. But there's one guy as well I would like to say, that is Jonathan. You said Johnny. He's also waiting for that comeback, and that guy is going to make that comeback happen. I'm waiting for their comeback. I'm waiting when Johnny is going to get joined over here, because in semifinals we haven't seen Johnny over there, and absolutely, I'm waiting for his comeback, man. He is the most amazing and aggressive fragger, I would like to say. And in every tournament, in most of the tournaments, from the back days, we have seen that Johnny is joining the MVP trophy, and he is actually lifting that trophy for MVP title. Let's see, he's gonna make that title happen. He is going to achieve that and conquer that tag again in India Rising Series 2022. Waiting for that. But yeah, Johnny, we are waiting for you, man. Come in the MVP list. So this was it, and we'll be heading towards the first match. That is going to be Irangal, Group A versus Group B. Are you pumped up, man, Necros?
I don't think there is any group inferno, but yes, grand finals
Oh
it
yeah.
is. Total 17 teams will be playing alongside this lobby. 17 to 18 teams will be playing inside this lobby. The players are ready, and in a just short span of time of like 1 or 2 minutes, you will be getting the flight path exactly on the screen. And well, it's going to be the match number 13 of the entire grand finals. The day 3 awaits, the day of comeback. Can it be possible? Well, there are 7 days, so we can just say the day after day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. You have got another 4 set of days, but yes, in that 4 set of days, the day number 4, that is going to be tomorrow, will be a crucial day. If any team fails to perform in day number 3 in this 6 matches, they have to come back stronger. They have to make it happen. They can't have more and more time like they were having the day number 1. They have got a good break after day number 2 as well. 1 day of gap of Holi, you get to see them coming back in the Saturday for the day number 3. You have to make up some strategies, and if you have made that one, you have to implement it right now, because the time is almost running so short that we cannot just wait for very long time to make your comeback possible. Because if you take a lot of time, the difference is going to be huge, and eventually it will be a very, very difficult situation for you to make a comeback.
Absolutely. Teams are doing their homework, teams are doing their analysis on their opponents and on their enemy, and they are actually getting ready for everything gonna be happening in that dominating dominance lobby. Waiting for the first match. Let's see what's gonna happen over there. Semifinals and grand finals are just actually amazing. In semifinals, if you talk about the past, that is also amazing. But the match has been started. Finals day number 3. This is going to be the first match of Irangal. If you talk about the flight to trajectory, starting for Nova Repno and finishing on shooting range.
We'll talk about the flight path. It's going exactly in a diagonal way, ending the shooting range as you get to see. But the main fact, it's going to be like 8-bit. Sorry, my bad. It's going to be like 8-bit Revenge Esports. How are they going to enter in the areas of Promos, because 8-bit usually takes the drop of Promos area. Revenge is there in the query split. If you talk about LZ officials will be going the Ghatak split, TSM, they might have they will be going the Georgopol area, but I would really want to see what are the other tactics for the other teams. Even if you talk about like Global Esports, they will be going in the Rozhok places, but an early clash between Orange Rock and Global Esports it might just end up the buffer, but definitely Global Esports, if they want to make a great comeback and great impact in the overall standings, they need to make at least a chicken dinner, or they have to come up with some great finishes or great matches, at least a consistent ones in all the 6 matches. They have to come in the top 5, otherwise they won't be able to sustain that much of difference in the grand finals, because they played tremendously in the semis. So we have got some much more higher expectation from that, though, like those guys. But if you talk about these circumstances where you have to just go for those vehicles, Gamla Boy actually backs off from that decision, because he saw Daljit taking the US very first. So it will be a very foolish decision just to get an early loss if you haven't got that vehicle so far. He's got a triplet for himself, and he will be taking that and entering the poaching area just to get those loots done. But at the same time, if you talk about, we get to see teams taking some different drop locations. 8-bit are having some vehicles, and they will be rotating towards the areas of Primos, but the Circle will be the mastermind to get the decisions done and dusted for the other teams.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. You can see, that decision from the side of Gumla Boy was just so amazing. But look at the zone, Nikros. This is going to change a lot of things. You can see water bodies. There's a lot of water bodies in the zone, and you can see the play area has been subtracted. The area for playing over there is actually, the ground level is actually so much less over there. But water bodies, look at that. This match is going to be something amazing. And waiting for that zone. Is this zone going to get finished on the region of I would like to say bridges areas, waiting for that? But you can see team 8-bit on Fair, and they'll be conducting their loot, and I think so they can loot that area, because that, look at that, Query, Fair and Primos, that all the area has been empty out there. You can see there's a lot of teams going on the northern region, and they all are starting their loot. Look at that, team CE is having a really great advantage of having that zonal area. Team Forever as well, being in the very center of the map in the starting, that's a really great advantage for them. But if we talk about Skylight, Team Skylights on the Pochinki region right now, Someras being the idol of the team, using that UMP and AKM. That's a really great combination, man. Using that UMP for the close range and AKM for the sprays as well. That's a really great one. But if you talk about Team EXO out there, they are actually lacking behind in the point tables. I don't know how they're going to make that comeback happen, but I know that, Sensi, the mastermind behind this team, the mastermind behind all the things happening over there. So yeah, he is going to do something over there, and I think so they'll be making that comeback really soon, and that's going to be happen over there. But if you talk about EXO Fierce, Team EXO is also in a really great spot over there. In the first zone, we cannot witness any kind of fights, but I would like to say in the second one, in the second zone cut, we can see a lot of rotation clashes, because this zone is a quite different one.
Of course, if you talk about the Circle, has exactly entered the areas of Ferry Pair and the military base, so it will be a confusing decision for the IGs as well, what to do and how to do. But if you talk about this kind of scenarios, and where you get to see Team EXO, well, if you ask some questions, what is EXO's favorite map and zone? You talk about Miramar, Slabindita is the favorite map and the zone. You get to see Lavindita Circle always favors them a lot. Which teams do you see as a great competitor in future? And EXO determines that TSM is their only competition of which they see as of now. But there are some other questions as well. But talking about this kind of scenarios, the questions have been asked. And the last, if you just talk about what do you think is the key difference between Indian teams and global teams, it is about strategy. And it is a something interesting fact that, can you share a few words to maintain a healthy competition? Sensei answers nothing. So I don't think he's ready for a healthy competition. He wants to go with some wild decisions. He wants to go up with some brutal decisions, and some pans of fists might just help and create some more and more, add more spices in this fights. So I believe that Team EXO are interested to add up some spices. But on the other hand, if you talk about the players of Team Godlike, they're having the Yasna loot completely done. They will be having their own vehicles to just go with the rotation. But the main thing, they have to travel a distance of 1,700 meter. But I believe, Inferno, only the team who will be cherishing this zone, it's going to be Chem Esports, and the gunpowder they are actually having at this point, eventually might just happen. This map can go in their favor and they can get the chicken in at a very easy way, because the circle is exactly in their pinpoint position, and until and unless any hard shift arrives, I guess it's going to be Kevin's game.
Absolutely. Like, look at that. Like, you can see Team Orange Rock Esports right now on their traditional drop. Like, no drop changes from the teams we are witnessing. All the teams are playing on their usual drops. That's a really great thing. Like, play your national gameplay in grand finals, not doing any kind of experiments, because the phase of experiments that was semifinals has been completed. You have done a lot of experiments in your strategy that has been, like, down, and the strategies are just actually working for you. Use them. Like, now grand final is just a phase to play your natural gameplay, play your traditional gameplay, and that will be your key thing. Like, that will be a key factor to get you down on the #1 and getting that chicken in or out, and being on the top and taking that and lifting that trophy out there and having that prize pool in their pockets. But you can see one thing, Team Orange Rock Esports on #3 having 119 points. That's a really great one, and I would like to say this lineup is actually making something happening in the lobby. Like, these guys are actually dominating a lot of teams, a lot of things, and teams are having fear of Team Orange Rock Esports lineup because they are on #3, and that's not a small number. Being in the grand finals, in semi-finals, they were not lacking. In the grand finals, you can see same pace, same strategy, and same balance. Team Orange Rock is doing a really great job right now.
And especially if you talk about the players of Orangutan Elite as well, like Orangutan as well, you have to also get to say, but that's going to be a harsh thing, because Juicy gets taken down almost. He's on the verge of getting decimated, as you talk about. But Juicy, anyhow, he survives to manage to get that fallback done. I don't know, 8-bit, they decided to retain with their like drop location indeed, but 8-bit, Madman, Tsunami, Juicy, three of the players are just rotating from this areas, but UMP shots will be taken eventually by AQP. He won't make any connections. He's not having helmet at this point, but two UMPs with himself. I don't know how long it will take to get those finishes done and dusted, but 8-bit are looking quite steady, because the thing that the way I believe that you only take the rotation after you have got your loots completed, after you have got your utilities done. But 7C Sarang will be getting Exo Punk taken down, and Exo initiates with some early clashes, while Sarang also gets snax out that position, and Sensei and Immortal might be the two of the players remaining at this point. He confirms Punk and snax at the very instant, and Sarang secures the two early finishes of this game, and it is going to be the first frag of the day indeed. While if you talk about Team Exo, they have arrived for the rotation and they got taken down. Two of the finishes definitely secured by 7C Sarang. When 7Cs, if they have to build up the momentum, if they want to break this fight into some critical stuffs, then they have to get up. But Exo Sensei also gets taken down by Revenant player 3 maybe. But at this point, Exo, I get that they're going devastated right now. Player 3 will be confirming Sensei as well. So last player surviving from Team Exo have to take the responsibility and have to get those fights and the placement points done for his team, while Sarang becomes takes the first pick of the game, as we mentioned earlier. But talking about 17 teams are playing in today's first match lobby, so we have to be quite sure that one team, that is going to be 2D Sports, they're not playing in the first match of the grand finals. I don't know why, but definitely they might have some difficulties in their personal issues might just happen. But definitely if you talk about the comebacks which we might expect, but at this point Orangutan Nash, they are just holding as their officials are exactly in front. They've got M249, but no, it's the Uzi. Oh, sorry, UMP coming up, but still Ash gets taken down from the back ends, while Half Knight also gets taken by WizGod. He will be healing himself up, but LZ are in a distant area.
Yeah, absolutely. WizGod is not having any kind of forces, and that will be a really great backlash, I would like to say, and that will be a really great disadvantage for them. But look at that, using some of those grenade, and he have to complete that 1v1. But look at that, going for the revolve point over there. Mox, you can get him down. WizGod is going for what he's trying to do. I think so. They need to push. But they are actually pushing right now. WizGod is one of the players, and that's a really great damage predicted from the side of Team Orangot, and Team LZs getting sharded one by one. WizGod having a really great angle over there, but look at that from the back end. Trigger is having a really great cover on this backside, and I think so Moksha and Half-Fight are the only two men survival from the side of Team LZs, and Team LZs are on the verge of getting decimated, and they are actually getting eliminated really soon. But know that 1v1 has been completed. Trigger out there being the Solomon survival, and I think so Team Orangutan and Team Last One having a 50% win-win chance. Like, that's the small 1v1. Look at that spray. Oh my god, he's actually barely surviving over there. And I think so Team Orangutan make this thing happen, going with the grenade, and I think this will be a connective one. Absolutely,
Oh,
last 1v1, Trigger versus Rex Boy, and I think so. Trigger is being unstoppable right now. Both of the teams are actually giving revival point to each of the players right now, and I think so. Team LC can win this one, but Team Orangutan, my God, you guys are having a really great confidence right now. But Team Global Esports is coming in a fight against Team GodL.
at the same time, if you talk about two of the finishes have been confirmed, Clutch God and Neo has been taken down. Jonathan and Z God will be the two players surviving from the side of
Oh.
like Esports at this point. Trigger is trying to get the revivals done. He might have got the height advantage, but the shots are being taken. And God needs the healing as fast as possible. But if you talk about the other players of Team LZ, definitely are going to try up for these nades maybe, but AKOP gets one taken down. He reloads the UMP. He might just get another one. He gets another one taken down. It can be a 1v3, but AKOP, he barely manages to be in that HP at any point, but I believe he might just get taken down. Got Hobson. He might just finish out the things off at this point, and yes, it is. Team Orangutan wipes out Team LZ officials at the very start of the game, and the first team to get eliminated from this grand finals of day 3 match number 1 will be LZ officials, securing 4 finishes for themselves. Orangutan looks very strong, but Ash gets decimated out of the first match, so that has to be a very, very important notice for Orangutan, that they cannot have any other casualties at the very instance. But Somraj, on the other hand, gets the pick of 8-bit Tsunami, and confirmed by Gamla Boy. Skylights Gaming also ensures their first finish of this game and of today's day as well. The first finish, it's indeed. But if you talk about Godlike, the other teams, those are rotating still now. Godlike have faced 2 losses. Orangutan 1, 7 Seas 1. Sarang has been picked up. I don't know by how, but still he got picked up and got finished off. While like Skylights Gaming, they're looking strong, but yes, 8-bit also loses 1 indeed. And if you talk about the highest number of losses which team have faced so far, it's going to be like LZ have got eliminated, so I'm not counting them at this point. But Godlike, they have lost 2 and they are surviving with 2, so they have to be very responsible. They have to be very patient to get the rotations, to get the strategies done properly, very, very precisely.
Look at the zonal areas right now. If you talk about Team Orangutan being in the very center of map, and I think so they'll be having a really great advantage out there. Look at the clusterable movement on the side of nowhere bridge. Like, you can see more than 6 teams rotating over there. Team R&D having a really great spot in the zone maybe, and they will be having a really great spot in the zone as well. They need to go with the rotations, but I don't know where Team R&D is going to stop. But Team Skylines right now, they have to cooperate with the zonal areas. But Team 8-bit versus Team Revenge Esports will be witnessing this one. Let's see what can happen over there. Red over there on surviving and barely breathing on 1 HP. But you can see on the back ends, a really great cover up is hiring up.
And the same board, if you talk about TSM, are looking very dominant. And as one of our analysts have already shared it in the morning, and I'm just going to tell up as you, if you haven't seen it, that when you have got some strategies of playing edges, it actually works when you have 16 teams in the lobby, but it won't happen when you've got 18 teams in the lobby. So now you've got 18 teams in the lobby, but yes, now it's down to 15. You can actually go for some edge rotations, but definitely TSM and NTT Gaming. If you talk about why are they playing so brilliantly and so consistently in the circle and in each and every match, it is because they're going for the center point at a very, very early stage in like 4 to 5 minutes of rotation, and within 4 to 5 minutes they're having the loot whatever they can, and they're just going for the rotation to hold up the places, and eventually that places are coming inside the circle. And you have got 2 options: either you have to get plenty of finishes, or you have to be very, very patient. But indeed TSM and NTT both are going for the finishes as well as the positioning as well, so they have to be very, very short. But Gamla Boy, he just looks so simple. He gets up, he gets right taken down, and right now Skylight Gaming are looking very strong. Pokar needs a revival indeed, but Gamla Boy will be also needing some healings at this point. He will be getting the healings done, he will be having those heals up, but Vexy with a bit energy drink, he might just try to go for the revival of Pokar.
Absolutely, look at that. Like, you have to go for the revival point out there, but you can see Red has been down and Team 8-bit is getting started, and they are on the verge of getting destroyed right now from the side of Team Skylights. And right now you can see Pokar is getting revival done, I think. And yeah, Team Skylights are having a really great advantage, and they are actually rising up from that condition because they were not looking that good. But right now you can see Team Skylights is actually heading up towards a really great condition in that lobby and in that situation. But from Vacants, you can see Team Celsius is over there, and Celsius Vixie being into Solomon survival, and they're playing a bit too far, too split. And I think so they need to be so much careful because there's a lot of teams, and they're actually heading towards that compound because that compound is really great in that zone. So they need to be get ready. And since it's Fixie, he need to be so much careful over there. But Team God like Johnny and Z God, one of the most amazing duos I would like to say, and they play actually really well. But I'm waiting for that how Team Godlike is going to play over there because Team 7 Seas is just so close to them, and I think so. Yeah, there will be a slam on Team Godlike. They need to be get ready with this one because they are the only human survival. That is going to be a 2v4 situation for Team Godlike right now.
Well, 2v4 indeed, but Adamino has been taken down from a long distance. 7 sees what will be their move. Have they spotted Team Godlike? I believe they have got some intel about that. Aladdin might just try to go in the front line. He might just go in that early stage, but Z-God is patiently waiting. He might just get spotted down. He gets spotted down. He gets taken down. And right now, Godlike are just going down by down. Jonathan is still in the very, very backyard. So I don't think he will be suspected or might just get spotted.
Oh,
But
no.
total of 3 finishes have been secured by Team 7C officials, the 7C Esports so far. But at this point, if we talk about, I guess, the 7C, they are looking quite strong. 3 finishes with 1 casualty, chalo, it's okay. But right now, if we talk about Orangutan, 3 of the players are remaining exactly in front. You get to see some other teams are also coming up. And if it is going to be Orange Rock, yes, I believe it's Orange Rock exactly holding the petrol pump area. They might have some good clusters, but yes, if they have to just cross the bridge, they have to get Orangutan out of the game.
Absolutely, you can see Johnny being the only Solomon survivor from the side of Team Godlike. I don't know what this guy is actually going to do over there because Solomon survival. I don't know how he's going to make the things happen. How he's going to take that chicken dinner. But I can say one thing that this guy is going to stop over there in that lobby. He'll be dominating a lot of teams out there, and I think he's in the form right now. Godlike is having 0 finishes. Johnny, be ready, man. Like, you need to open the account and you need to open the words and you need to open the world of finishes for Team Godlike right now in this match. But you can see ATT Noob is been picked out from the side of 7C Spray God. They are in the backlash. They are in a disadvantage over there, and Team Entity have to go for the revival point over there. But Entity Noob has been down from the side of Team 7C 7th hour. Like, you can see one thing, like, Rosa, they're actually getting unstoppable, man. Team Godlike, Team Global Esports, they're actually doing a really great come back, and they are actually having a really great kills and finishes. But Team 7C is on the other hand, you can see Johnny has been picked out, and the Team Godlike has been eliminated on hashtag 15, acquiring 0 finishes. That's not a good news for them.
Well, Jonathan was, I don't think they had any options at that point, but right now what Orange Rock have got some options is just to get the boat done, but Enigma is going and heading towards that direction. If we talk about the space and not making such precise connection indeed, but Mania has been taken down. He needs the revival very fast. At the same point, Adamino is just getting spotted from another direction. The shots are coming, and right now, if we talk about, he needs the healings done on a very, very regular basis. And if we talk about the circle shift, I believe it has gone in the southern part, and I believe it is going to be a very, very big cluster happening because with the circle at the same point, you get to see Space are also coming, and the boat has been decimated. Spray God gets Entity Dark Lord as well as the Entity Shadow taken down. The Knuckle gets taken down by Enigma. Spray God gets Entity Dark Lord. 7C are just playing tremendously. If we talk about 5 finishes have been registered, I guess the bridge is also almost clear at this point. Shadow will be the one player surviving, and I guess he will be also confirmed at this point. Yes, it is by confirming Shadow. Entity Gaming are also down to 2 man, I believe so. But right now, 7C have also have to just go on to the higher ridges or maybe in a beautiful spot in the circle, because the circle is exactly shifting in the southern side, so there will be advantage for the people of military base. But my Admino gets Avi taken down, and Global Esports might just try to get those finishes in their favor.
Absolutely, you can see Viru out there, Team Forever over there having 0 finishes, not that much, and they need to start counting some of those finishes out there. But look at that, Teams as if what they're doing, Samaraj, what kind of IGL is going over there, what kind of IGL sense is going over there. But you can see one thing, he is in the zone, that's a really great one. But if you talk about Team Global Esports, they are over here for making that comeback happen, and that is going to be a thing. But they are 1,400 meters away from the zone. That's not a small number, that's not a small small route. That's not a small journey for Team Global Esports. I don't know how they're going to go for the zonal areas, but I think so. The rotation will be a countless number of, I would like to say, tough and difficult for them, because there will be a lot of team making the things happen of that game scenarios. But now Team Stylized, they were actually waiting for Team Forever, and they were trying to hunt over there, and Team Forever, Max Cash has been down and finished off. Look at that, Gundam Boy is in the open scenario. Viru is not able to spot him out. What?
I don't know what is happening, but Viru, if he gets some of the angles, Gamla boy, he's just roaming out in the open. He should have get spotted, but I don't know. Viru might just not spot him down at that point, and it might just turn as a disaster for Team Forever if Gamla boy gets taken down.
Zone.
Skylights Gaming might just cherish that circle, but if you talk about the circle, it has already gone in the favor of Skylights Gaming and Team Forever. The places they're holding, it's tremendous. But right now, Viru, you need to get the knockouts done very fast, because Pukar and Somra are looking too much determined. He might just get Pukar taken down. He deals a good amount of damage, but from the backyards, Sevens here also entering the circle. Jerry gets taken on by Orange Rock's Gamla boy, and with that, Orange Rock also coming from the behind areas. While Team Forever, if you talk about three of the players remaining, Scarlet's Gaming, Pukar will be healing himself up with the first aid they have got. But right now, the main concern, it should be that whether Scarlet's Gaming can bounce back, because they have got the height disadvantage with them.
Absolutely. Team Scarlets are having a really great advantage, and this is what we were actually talking about. Why Scarlets Gamlova is not getting knocked out over there, but right now he's been knocked out, and Team Scarlets has been sandwiched right now, and they're in a sandwich condition. Kevin Esports new player out there, you can see having only one of the finishes, and they are actually waiting for some of those finishes. But what's that? I think so that's with the new update, and there's a lot of things are actually joining with us in this world of BGM, I would like to say, and there's a lot of changes over there. Look at that, Necros. This change can make the things worse and for some teams, and this change can make a lot of things different for the game scenario, and there will be a lot of changes in the game tradition as well. What do you think, Necros? Like, adding these kind of staircases along the side of bridges, that's going to be make a vast difference, man.
Well, it might just like get some vast differences indeed, because eventually, if we talk about maximum times we get to see the like bridge cams, but right now you can actually evade that. But if you talk about the Virus Molotov, it's making tremendous connection. Gamla Boy, Pukar both are in a very low HP. Somraj is the solo player, if I'm not wrong, who is surviving. So he needs to get the healings done. Pukar has been, I guess, decimated. But at that point, if you talk about from a distant area, Team Foreign, like Forever also having a great advantage. But still, if you talk about the other players, those who are having the visuals on that particular area, well, they have to try to get the knockouts done. While Oasis is looking very confident, always looking very shiny, because he's quite certain that if we get the one match done for ourselves, we will be eventually bouncing back to the top 4 or top 5, maybe in the overall standings. But that one match is very crucial for them.
Absolutely. Look at that Daljeet out there. From Team Forever, there will be only one kind of casualty. They were taking fight against Team Skylights, and that was actually a jump scare for Max Cash as well, because he was not predicting that there will be any kind of team over there. But right now, Team Kemen Esports, you can see they are actually waiting for a lot of teams, and they are making that things happen. They are taking some sprays. Trigger is actually surviving in the low HP out there, and I think so Trigger is going to get knocked out. But sporing the players in that I would like to say under the water, that's a really great thing, but like that's a really great tough situation for, on the other hand, if you talk about. But Kevin Esports have to go for the zonal area as well. I don't know how they're gonna make the things happen, and the zone is actually empty for them. But there's a lot of teams are not in the zone right now, like Team Orangutan, Digger, Trigger, and like Viscott still surviving in that water. But how much time more?
We have to see. But Kemen Esports, Delta PG, Kemen Esports, as I mentioned earlier, that this circle will eventually evade them, and like Kemen Esports can actually have that hold very precisely. But if you talk about, this game should have been there, but the central part is completely captured by Team Forever, and there should be their game. But if you talk about the players, the spreads, the sprays which are going in that direction, might just create some buffer, as 7Cs are looking quite determined to get those finish points of Kemen Esports. Comeback have to give that ADS cover to his teammates, and then only he will be able to push it out. But right now, if we talk about Spray God, gets spotted by New Player, but New Player gets taken down into retaliation by Spray God. And right now, if we talk about about 7Cs are looking very strong at this point. Three of the other players are still remaining. If you talk about Aladdin has been spotted, the sprays are going from that direction of comeback, but they cannot enter the circle until and unless the other knockouts are getting taken. But TSM, they're just falling apart.
Oh
One of
no.
the players like Shadow has been taken down. I believe Aquanox is also taken down, and Juicy is waiting with a nade. He's waiting with the nade. Will that nade make connection? Yes, it does. It does. It goes in that direction, but no, it's not making a connection. Global Esports, Knuckles gets Revenant, Encode taken down. Global Esports, they're in the top 13. Will they make it up to what position all the teams are desiring? Because 8-bit Juicy, he needs to climb up. He needs to secure the positions. He has to be certain. But Delta PG also getting multiple shots from the sides of Team 7Cs. Orange Rock are holding in the shoreline area as well. Jelly is almost in the interior compounds.
Look at that. Team Community Esports out there having only one finish out there, but he's spotting I think he over there, going with some of those DP bursts, but the connections are not so relevant. He'll be adding no knockdown, but Team Community Esports is getting ready because they are in a sandwich condition out there, so they need to be so much careful. But I think he is trying to spot some of those players out there, and I think so he have to go for the zone, but that's going to be a bit hard for them. And Orange Rock, you guys are getting ready, man. Like from the backends, you can see Team 7Cs is coming, and the Team 7Cs is pushing on Team Community Esports out there, and they need some kind of opening. Then only they can push on Team Community Esports out there. But you can see Team 7Cs are actually making the things happen, and they are actually doing a really great domination in today's day. Grand Finals day number 3. The day is going for Team 7Cs, and actually Team 7Cs are just being unstoppable, man. We are just witnessing the domination, and Team Global Esports as well. Like, you know, Necros, 2 teams, Team Global Esports and Team 7Cs. They're not stopping, man.
Not at all, not at all in this kind of position. But Destro gets one of the players, like if I'm not wrong, maybe one of the players of Orange Rock gets taken down, but Savitar gets a reduction on Destro and he finished the things off. The 8-bit gets eliminated, Somraj gets eliminated, like taken down by Celsius. Wixie in Team Celsius are also making a great comeback. Spray God gets Kemi Sports comeback taken down. Savitar is being spotted. The UMP sprays will be going from the side of Delta PG, and the top frag retains his position. Savitar is confirmed with some retaliation from Seas. Spray God will be also arriving. He needs to change the gun. But no, it's not Spray God. He survives in the low HP, but that M4 was indeed very, very much needed. Somraj is still surviving, and Somraj might just be confirmed, but Celsius, they're just waiting exactly on the pinpoint push, and that nade is giving so much damage to Wixie. Gamla Boy, one more nade, and Celsius is done for. Wixie is just trying to survive from that position. He's not aware of what position they're actually having, but Somraj, he needs to get the revival. But will it be done? Yes, he gets the touch. But no, Wixie spots him down, and with that, Gamla Boy also gets taken down. Vexi and Pukar have the 2 last hopes for Team Skylights Gaming at this point. But if we talk about Vexi, if he gets taken down, it's all done for Team Skylights Gaming. While you get to say Shadow has been taken down from the very side of maybe Pukar. Yes, it is. Pukar gets 1 knockout. Vexi confirms it around. And if you talk about Ninja Jod, he also gets spotted, but the connections were not making quite correct. But if you talk about Skylights Gaming, they've got plenty of option. Aquanox is also going from that direction, but will they make it up to the mark? Because TSM are now down to 3.
What is actually happening on this section? Like, you can see Team 7Cs, Team TSM, Team Skylights, and Team Celsius is also over there. So 3 of the teams are over there, but you can see Wixie is just pushing over there, and I think the Team 7Cs is getting Team TSM is going to get shattered really, really soon over there, and they need to go for the zonal area as well. But no, Team Skylights and both of the teams are actually playing over there, and look at that. Pukar is going with a really great grenade, and Ninja Jod has been down, but Wixie being the solo survivor over there out of the zone, and I think so. Yeah, absolutely. This has been down, and Team 7Cs, Team TSM has been eliminated, and Team Celsius, we can see they are also out of the zone, and I think so. Team Celsius is going to get finished really soon.
Well, I believe, but they're also outside the circle. 7Cs, it's their map, it's their game. They have to make the play done and dusted at this point, because the circle is exactly in the open areas, and I don't think they will be able to survive. Pukar gets taken over the play zone and will be confirmed by Celsius Max. Team Celsius, they are still on a very, very edgy areas, but if you talk about MJ, he might just get that revival, because Owace will be confirming Wixie at that position. Max gets spotted by Vexi at that or from a distant area, but MJ will be confirmed by Spray God, and Vexi will get Max down there, and Skylights Gaming wipes out Team Celsius out of this game. 7 teams, 10 players are still remaining, and 6 teams, 9 players are remaining, because Skylights Gaming also gets eliminated in the 7th spot of the game. 12 finishes have been taken up by Team 7C right now. Spray God, the 7C and 7 finishes, that myth, that that maybe the agenda it's actually going on, and it is being carried up by Spray God at this position. But Atanki is there in the down ridge. He might just get spotted, but you have to be quite certain, because Atanki, if he just pops out of nowhere, it will be a disaster for Seven Seas if they don't spot him down on very early basis. Otherwise, it is going to be really tough for them to survive in the entire lobby, because if Atanki comes up from the backstab, he will be the party spoiler for the entire Seven Seas at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Orange Rock still trying to survive. Team Entity Race, that guy is the only Solomon survival from Team Entity, and he's been stuck in. In between Team 7 Seas. I don't know how he's going to make the things happen, but Spray God is going with some of those spray from the side of X of Fears, getting ready over there, and you can see only Team Forever being in the very center of the map, or else you can say they're on the edge of the map right now. I don't know how they are going to make into the center of the map, but I'm waiting for that. But Team Exophias, they are actually out of the zone. I don't know what's gonna happen over there, but I think so. Spray God has been down from the side of Entity Race. Go man, go! You are the top fragger right now, and I think so. He'll be making the things happen over there, and Spray God is going to get finished over there, and he is going to count his finish. Yeah, absolutely, he's going to get to count his finish over there, and the Fierce is out of the zone, going with some of those first aids out there, and I think so the game is pretty finished for Team Forever. I think so, and Team Forever is going to get that chicken dinner. What do you think, Necros, on this?
Well, the circle is exactly in the favor of Aladdin at this point, but yes, of course, if you don't have the man advantage, it's really not possible for anybody to get that chicken in. But if you talk about Atanki, he's going for the heal battle. He is not having any other option. He's having the last first aid for himself that will be popped out eventually, and he will be getting confirmed. He needs to enter Aladdin. The ADS is completely set. The prefabs are exactly entering Atanki. He needs to be certain, but Fierce gets taken down by the play zone, and the sprays are coming. Aladdin is very breathing in the very low HP 25 full as for
Oh,
Atanki. He might just get this connection done. Aladdin is exactly waiting on point. The ADS, if it goes in another direction, it will be doomed. But no, it's not a great position. No, not here, Atanki. Not at this position. You cannot lie down. Atanki needs to rush, and he's getting those damages. He will be getting decimated. Seven Seas. Aladdin gets this things done, and Viru spots him down. He will be getting Seven Seas.
what?
Aladdin
Wait,
taking on
Global
Seven Seas.
Esports?
Gets eliminated, while Global Esports one single player that is going to be Admino. He is still surviving, and this can be a turnover. But Team Forever starts this day with a chicken, and well, we might just not say yet. We might just not say yet, because Admino, if you talk about that lad, is still there, and he might be a surprising situation, but no, he's not having any
Nah.
first days. He will not get inside the lobby, and it's better not to give any finish points indeed. And match has ended. While you get to see Global Esports finishes in the hashtag 2, while if you talk about 7 Cs, they will be ending in, sorry, if you talk about Team Forever, they will be ending in the hashtag 1 position with the chicken in the very first game of the day. And that start is such tremendous.
Such a beauty. Team Forever. That was a really great, clean match, I would like to say. No chaotic zones, no early fights, but then also this match was a really neat and clean match. I would like to say teams are actually taking 4-on-4 head-to-head fight and getting eliminated and getting on the words of getting eliminated to their opponents. So that's a clean start of the day of Grand Finals, day number 3. Let's see what can happen in the match number 2. That is going to be Miramar. But Team Forever, congratulations for having the first ever chicken dinner at Grand Finals, day number 1, day number 3 of match number 1. That's a really great start. Having a chicken dinner in the starting, and creating a really great buff. What else you need? So now waiting for the strats, but this match, Necros, this was a really neat match, I would like to say. Not that much of chaotic zone we have witnessed, but right now we have seen the zone. There's a lot of I would like to say water area, water bodies that actually make a lot of big difference over there for the teams.
Of course, like the water areas, the circle shift in the southern side eventually gets. I believe that they have got some very backlashes, especially for the teams from the northern side. If you talk about like TSM, you get to see Godlike. They have faced so much difficulty, so much difficulties. And if you talk about the teams like EXO, they managed to enter the circle, but I don't know. The last player Fierce was getting all the finish points he could. Jonathan, that was something surprise. We get to see that. Yes, of course, two of the players have been taken down. Zgod and Jonathan were almost trapped at that kind of situation, but it will be eventually a bit confusing what is going to happen with Team Godlike right now.
I actually don't know what is going to happen over there. But if we talk about global esports necros, they made a really great comeback in, I would like to say, having a really great finishes, having a really great points and point tables as well. Having a hashtag 2 is not a bad number. But if we talk about God, like, what is actually happening to them? Like, duo mid survival at the last, Z God is actually finished in that 1v4 situation. He was stuck over there. But then we have seen Johnny is getting finished and getting a single blow from that grenade. So I don't know what is actually happening to Team Godlike from the semi-finals. Actually, we are witnessing in India Rising Series 2022 that Team Godlike isn't performing really, really well. They were on the edge of getting eliminated, promoted in the grand finals, and they actually did it. But grand finals, nah, man, you need to be on hashtag one.
Of course, the grand finals actually comes down to the prize pool, and if you cannot be on the hashtag one, you won't get the trophy, the beautiful trophy you get to see in the winner chicken dinner. You won't get the trophy as well as that 8 lakh rupees prize pool. But the contest for the MVP, the contest for the the team with most number of finishes also awaits with the 50,000 and 1 lakh rupees INR respectively. If we talk about the top fragger will get 1 lakh, and the team with the most number of finishes will get 50,000 in their pocket. So that's the thing. That's more liking.
Yeah, so waiting for the next match that is going to be Miramar, and that map is just for the comebacks, right? There's a lot of teams having a really great hand on Miramar, and they are going to make that comeback happen. Waiting for that things as well. Let's see what's gonna happen over there, and I think so. Team Godlike is having a really great sudden advantage in the Miramar as well. But on the other hand, a Team Forever out there, you can see the OG's Team Squad that's having a really great hand on I would like to say Miramar as well. So waiting for that, let's see what's gonna happen over there. But moving towards the start really, really soon, because that strats, all the strats are going to summarize what actually happened in the last match. And all the viewers guys who are joining right now, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, because now Upthrust is very, very close for the 400k subscribers. We need only and only 48k subscribers. The journey of Upthrust from 1k to 130 150k subscribers is not so bad, and Upthrust is doing really great job. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe. But giveaways are on, guys. Predict and win. Follow the step. First step is going to be follow esports, Upthrust Esports and Wing Lifestyle, and you India Rising on Instagram. Check the giveaway post and predict the team name, and you can see the format out there how you need to predict over there, and share the post on your story. You have two options. That is going to be Wings Phantom 100, and the second is going to be Wings Phantom 105. And both of the I would like to say accessories are just so amazing. Both of the earbuds are just so amazing. So please guys, have a look on the giveaway post, and if you need to buy them directly, you can have a look on the official website of wingslifestyle.com, and you can have a look on Flipkart and Amazon. You can have a look over there. You can just buy directly from there. But yeah, I would like to say one thing, man. These both of the accessories and all the accessories from the side of Wings Lifestyle, they're just meant for gaming, and they are actually so well.
Eventually, it sounds like they are having 40 ms, less than 40 ms latency. If you talk about the water resistant, you get to see RGB lighting. But talking about and coming down to the stats, we get to see in your Rising Series, the match number 13, the stats coming out. Team Forever taking their second chicken dinner in the entire grand finals right now so far. In the 13th match, we do with 2 finishes, a Weiss with 1, TF Player 5 with 0, and Max Cash with 0. Total 3 finish points. In total, 18 points they have acquired. But I believe that 7 Cs, they might have got eliminated in the third spot, but definitely they're going to get more points than Team Forever. They might have got 24 points if I'm not wrong, 12 finishes in 12 position, 10 it might just 22 points they have secured so far.
Oh yeah, look at that video out there always, and Team Forever, the chicken dinner for them. But look at the finishes, the finish points are actually so much less. I don't know how it is going for team. How it gonna be for Team Forever over there, only having 3 finishes but having 15 position points. Yeah, I making a really great slide buffer in the grand finals day number 3 of match number 1. But if you talk about the total fraggers, and if you talk about the overall top fraggers of this match, that is going to be the thing, and we are waiting for the match wise standings. I want to see, is there any team surpassing Team Forever on the wise of having a really good I would like to say finishes, and there will be one team, or else I can say Team Global Esports is actually surpassing Team forever in the count of finishes and in the count of position point as well. Let's say we'll be having a look on match wise standings than overall standings.
Of course, like in the match-wise standings, we will be able to see which team has got how many points in this match number 13 so far, and eventually we will be getting to know that. Well, the main thing that comes on, Inferno, that if you take the chicken dinner, that's fine. But if you cannot take chicken dinner, but still you get plenty amount of points, which is far more better than the chicken dinner points. So yes, of course, the 15 placement points you're getting for that chicken, but still, if you cannot get those finish points done, like what team forever is standing at this point, they've got three finishes, just three finishes, and it's really really less for a team who is taking the hashtag one position. They were more precise about their positioning. They got the positioning, of course, they've got the placement inside the circle, they've got the zone favor, they've got the team advantages, but still, what is happening? 18 points bomber they're getting, in which 15 is for placement points. And ultimately, if you see it, that the teams those were in hashtag 2, hashtag 3, or maybe in hashtag 4 as well, they are getting so many points. Like it is even more than the total points so which team forever have got in this match. It might be greater than them as well, but eventually, if you cannot get the chicken, like the placement points and the placement, like finish points in a balanced way, it will not get a great impact in the overall standing. So it's better you just balance it out. If you can just go with the flow and get the things balanced up, so like in the end.
Okay, so if you talk about these were the standings and these were the top fraggers of this one, but waiting for more and more strats. But this was the first match, I would like to say. But waiting for the next match, Miramar. I don't know what's gonna happen over there. The strats are coming really really soon. And guys, I would like to say one thing, guys. Please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We are so close for 400. 400 is having a really great mark. We need more and more and more. I would like to say 50k subscribers, but yep, we are going to make all the things happen, and we are going to touch all the things over there. And Upthrust is going to touch all the milestones, and Upthrust will be the best out there. But this is India Rising series, and teams are actually rising. And as you said, Necros, if you're not having finish points and if you are having a chicken dinner, doesn't matter, man. Only having 15 points and only having a three finish points, that's not matter, but you need somewhat more and more finishes. And Team Global Esports and Team 7Cs did that thing. They're not having a really great number of, I would like to say, finish points, sorry, position points, but they are having a really great number of finish points, so that is going to make a slight buffer in the point tables for them. I'm waiting for that. Let's see what's going to happen over there.
Well, we have to see. We have to see. Even if you talk about global esports, I believe they have also got tremendous amount of finish points for themselves, because I saw 4 for Admino at that point. So definitely they have got some other buckling, because at the very start they've also got two. Joker have got 1 or 2 maybe. So total 6 or 8 finishes they might just carry out, and eventually, if you talk about 12 placement points which they have acquired from this match, it will be summing up to almost 20 points in, like, if in the overall standing, maybe a 20-point bomber. So definitely after this kind of matches, if Global Esports continues the previous form which they were carrying in the semifinals or in the quarterfinals, they have to they have to bring up that form again. I know this has a difficult situations, because as much as I know, Global Esports, the players are very very young, and they are having exams or something like that, and due to that they might have some issues, internal issues might happen. But yes, if they want to win this one, they have to come up with some uh, the previous bangers which they were used to do in the semis and the quarters. And if they can get that thing back again on track, then definitely we can see Global Esports on the first shot on very very early basis.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen Team Global Esports out there, and they're actually being unstoppable over there. Let's see what's gonna happen over there. Waiting for Team Global Esports out there, and waiting for the next match. Let's see what the things are actually upcoming events we are heading towards. Waiting for all the things going to happen over there. But if we talk about again the match-wise standings, we'll be having a look on them really, really soon, and they are actually going to summarize all the things happening over there in the last match. And we, as you mentioned that global esports, man, that's a newly formed team, but then also they're actually performing really, really well. The coordination, the synergy, man, they are just out of the world.
At the same point, if you talk about like the match by standings is almost coming afar, and at the same place, yes, globally sports they need to come back stronger than they are just starting it right now from right in this match. And eventually, if you talk about, well, I'm really disappointed by seeing the performance of team Godlike and Exo, the teams those who have got this in, like the teams who is known for the synonyms of consistency. Team Exo, they are falling behind. They are getting multiple like finishes in the very early stage, but still some one or two players are just getting the position points, which actually defines how Team Exo are trying the level best to come back in the league and in the grand finals again. But the domination, well, if you talk about entity gaming, I don't know, I haven't seen the game in this match so far. Like they haven't got a great performance in this match, but yeah, like eventually if you talk about even TSM, they also got devastated due to this rotation or maybe the circle. They have to climb down to this bottom part of the southern side circle. They had to go for the swimming rotation, and they did that. They managed to come ashore, but Skylights Gaming were exactly waiting on that position to get the things done for themselves. But well, the thing that comes down on our mind is, well, Team Forever's chicken, but TSM entity, they did not have a great match. Orange Rock, they were having a good position. I don't know what is their rank so far. Ataki got some plenty of position points for themselves, but if they have got a good bomber, I believe they might just climb back in the point table, maybe in the hashtag too. But it's difficult, but it's not impossible.
Absolutely. I would like to mention some what more teams that is actually going to be Team LZ. We have seen the contest between Team Orangutan and between Team Lazon officials. That was a 4v4 head-to-head fight over there. But yeah, Team Orangutan made it. Team Lazon Gaming, I would like to say, they did a overpeak. I would like to say they do some of those over aggressive stance gameplay over there, because you have seen two of the players has been knocked out from the other team, but they I would like to say overcommitted the opponent team. That's why they've been eliminated. All the 1v1 over there were just failed from the side of team last one. That's why they were just eliminated from that stance. So it's all about that. You need to be so much patient in 4v4 fights as well, and you need to be so much careful if you're taking any kind of fights over there, because the teams are not going to get stopped over there. Team Orangutan, we have seen that kind of 1v2 from the side of the players of Team Orangutan against Team Last Zone, and that's just because that you are just overcommitting and over. I would like to say being in the overconfidence. That's why Team LZ were just eliminated from that condition, or else Team LZs were having a really great slight advantage because of having manpower as well. They were actually having four of the players still surviving, but Team Orangutan having three of the players still surviving over there. But again, Team LZ just lost over there, and they are in a setback and they are in a disadvantage right now.
LZ, they were looking like, I don't know what's actually happening at this point, but still now, well, I believe LZ can come back with some great things. They have got that potential, but eventually, if you talk about this kind of things, are really crucial. And yes, it's not happening the way we start, the way LZ started the game at this point, from the very first day, like grand finals first three matches, the way LZ were playing in the top three, top five consistently in each and every match. But when they came down to this point, if you talk about well, in the fourth match or maybe in the fifth match and the day two entirely, it went all out of their favor. Eventually, what this the start they had got in the day one with the first two, 3 to 4 matches, that eventually kept them in that first list chart. Otherwise, if those three matches did not went in their favor of Team LZ, they eventually wouldn't have made it this far. So, well, we have to see it. And if this kind of thing continues for a very long time, I don't think we can see Team LZ officials in the first chart for a very long period or in the long run. But if you talk about the giveaways which are also going on, guys, you can see the steps exactly on your screen. You can follow it, you can participate in the giveaway, and eventually you can participate and win one of your favorite wings accessory, which is going to be Wings Phantom 100 or Wings Phantom 105. So you have got these two options, but rather than there are other two options available from the side of Wings Lifestyle. If you want to purchase those, you can go in the site of Amazon or Flipkart and you can get those things for yourself. And if you talk about, like, yes, you have got some different models, you might like that those models more better than this one, so you can go and buy, but in the giveaway you will just have these two options. So if you want to participate, go follow Upthrust Wings Lifestyle UV.India Rising on Instagram, comment and predict the match winners on the giveaway post with the day number, match number, and like winner chicken slash grand final slash day one match, like day three match number, team with team name, and alongside in the bracket you have to write the wings option 1 or 2, and then you can get to win one wing phantom for yourself. And the lucky winners are sitting just in the desk and just waiting for the giveaway. But the thing is, you need to have you need to participate for that if you want to win one. And if you win, don't forget to tag us, the casters, and we will definitely like to see which person have got that, which person is so much lucky to get that giveaway.
Absolutely, and guys, please make sure to, follow Upthrust and Wings Lifestyle on Instagram as well. If you're not following them and if you're not sharing, the post, giveaway post, I would like to say, on your stories, then you are just not allowed to enter the giveaway. You need to figure out all the steps. You need to follow all the steps really soon, and really carefully. Then only you will be in the giveaway. But from here we'll be having a really short break and coming up with the match number 2, that's going to be Miramar.
Talking about investing money on Instagram, and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
Will be only Team God, like I think so. Over there, there'll be no contestment waiting for that one too again. And here we go. The Necros is also over there. So Necros, what do you think about this strategy, man? Because there's a lot of teams with and Igel's happy with this one.
Well, if you talk about the circle, it will be decided. Like if the flight path is quite decent, as you mentioned, the Igels will be very, very much delighted. But if you talk about the circle, that is going to be the main factor. Though I don't expect that the circle will go in waterways. And eventually, if you talk about the southeastern side, circle has arrived. If I don't know about the other teams, but definitely Orange Rock, they will be very, very much delighted with this circle. If you talk about Exo, Revenge Esports, 8-Bit, Kemen Esports, Orange Rock, these teams will be very, very much delighted as the circle exactly comes in the areas of Los Leones and acquiring the area of Puerto Palacio. There are some. I just go for some like assumptions. If you talk about the assumptions, might just end up in the areas of Los Leones. If the circle ends up in Los Leones Inferno, there are pretty chances that Exo might get that domination if it comes down to that place, because Exo knows their drop, the Exo knows their home very, very precisely as compared to other teams. If you talk about 8-Bit, they have their own drop in the areas of Los Leones, but eventually, if you talk about Revenge Esports, also have the drop, but Exo knows this very precisely. And if you talk about Sensei, he is the most experienced guy in that particular area, so that will eventually decide which team will stay stuck in that area till the end circle, if that stays in the Los Leones, and if the last circle arrives in Los Leones, there is going to be hell lot of competition we're going to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Team EXO knows a really great angle. They are actually going Los Angeles really from back a really great time. We have seen Team EXO not changing their Miramar drop, and they are just so constant with the, I would like to say, Los Angeles. And if you talk about, you need, a lot of angles, a lot of cheeky angles in that home drop. I would like to say the hometown drop for Team EXO over there. So yeah, as you mentioned, that they'll be having a really great advantage over there, and will be dominant. Will be witnessing a hell lot of dominance and so from the side of teams. But if you talk about Hasita then Petro, we can see Team Godlike out there having that luxurious compound and having that luxury vehicle that is going to be the Golden Mirado, none other than that. And Golden Mirado, trust me, that vehicle is just so beautiful, and we all know Mirado that this is the most I would like to say fastest vehicle in Miramar. But yeah, you can see like right now they are having zero finishes, not that much, and there will be no vicinity out there, like right now they are in a sweet spot. But if we talk about the zone, there are water bodies again, like having water bodies in Miramar zone is just so amazing. But you can see the play area, the land area has been like decreased over there for the teams, and there will be a lot of
Yep.
chaotic zones over there.
Yep, of course. And if you talk about at this position, we get to see the circle has arrived in the southeastern corner. And at the same point, if you talk about, well, Orange Rock are holding the area of Puerto Parasio Inferno, if you talk about. But Orangutan, they are having the rotations done, but they have to look out for a great position because 71 players are alive and 18 teams are remaining at this position. And not a single player has harmed till now. Like only one player have got eliminated so far.
Absolutely. Orangutan Ash out there. You can see Team Orangutan did a really great job at the last prediction. Like, we have seen Orangutan, doing 4-4 head-to-head fight against Team Last Zone officials as well. But they were actually doing a really great job. But if you talk about OG Ash out there, yeah, absolutely. They're in a component. Team Orangutan having a really great spot over there. But if you talk about Top Dog being in the open scenario, and he's been spotted out, and he need to be so much careful. 7C Sarang over there. And I think so Team 7C is going to aggress over there on the Top Dog and going to get and finish up. Yeah, absolutely. Team 7C is acquiring the first over finish. That is going to be RNT Top Dog, and Team RNT are in a slight disadvantage and in the backlash over there.
Well, we have to see. Like, if you talk about 7C as well, they have got the first finish of the game so far, but right now they have to focus on the previous game. Went really, really well for 7C. But right now, if you talk about the other factors, like, yes, Sensei is taken down by Tsunami, and first pick of the game has been taken down by Sarang. On the first basis, you get to see Team Revenant also rotating from their side. What Team 7C have got the potential Inferno? They have got the first picks of the day. They have got a brilliant performance in the match number 1. This all comes down to the match number 2 indeed. But the main fact which we are seeing at this one is that 7C were not able to retain all the 4 players till the end zone. But if they can manage to do that, but well, that was a precious nade coming from the side of Juicy. Snax is barely breathing in 20 to 30 HP right now. 8-bit, they are in a very good spread, but TSM Ninja Jord in the meanwhile will be getting godlike Neo taken down. Z-God also gets taken down, and this is
Oh
happening
no.
over and over and over again for Team Godlike, and the backlash continues till the very end.
Absolutely, Team God, like what they are actually doing over there, I'm not able to understand. Now the backbone of the team, Clutch God and the frontline assaulter Johnny is actually the only domain survival, and I think the Team God, like the things are getting finished for them really soon. Team TSM is trying to aggress over there. Yeah, absolutely. Johnny's coming over there, and he's actually doing an over aggressive stance over there. He has to do that 1v1 done, but no, he's not going to do that thing. Blaze is acquiring 1v1 against Jonathan, and Clutch God being the Solomon survival, and he is the idol of the team. And I think so Team God, like, is not looking at a really great stance over there. Team God, like, has been eliminated again on hashtag 18, and we are acquiring the first team to be get eliminated. Team God, like, I don't know what's actually happening to them. Like, there's something lacking behind, and there's something bad strategy has been implemented by the side of IGL, and like, Team God, like, right now they're not in a good stance, man. They're not in a good start.
Yes, it's not a great start, but Sensei gets taken down so far from the side of Team EXO as well. 8-bit looking very, like, they're very confident. They're having the split, and I really want to say that EXO has got the most advantage in the areas of lost claims if we talk about, but still 8-bit is overpowering them just by getting those frags down there. But
Oh
eventually, if you talk
no.
about, he's just getting some shots from the side of Fierce. Fierce gets spotted down. Rad will be trying to get another nade put up in that position, but Dark Lord gets GodL Esports. Knuckle taken down. Another nade arrives. Rad is barely surviving in a very low HP. Some smokes will be going in the face of Fierce, which might just create some diversion. But Admino gets Dark Lord taken down. Entity Gaming and Team GodL Esports, they are into the fighting pits, but
Oh,
Snax
rip.
1 nade gets Riot taken down. They've got the opening what Team EXO were devastatingly looking forward. But if you talk about at this point, Blaze has been taken down by Orangutan Trigger, and right now TSM are also falling in some backstabs. They are facing some backlash at the main, but okay, Punk is barely surviving with the nade. The pre-nade arrived at that position, but if you talk about the nade will eventually give some of the damage. AKOP confirms plays, but okay, Madman is waiting. That was a bad decision for Punk to just get the reload done, but Fierce is also in a low HP. Snax has to come as a savior at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. But snax out there being the Solomon survivor, and I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Team EXO has been eliminated from the side of Team 8, but you can see Team Global Esports is coming a fight against Team Celsius out there. Joker has been picked out. 3 men standing. That is going to be Mane, Nakul, and Edmino. I don't know how they're gonna make the things happen for the side of Team Global Esports. They're in a certain disadvantage out there because Joker has been down. There you can see Mane and Nakul are the spotted. MG has been spotted going for the sprays. I think so he'll be acquiring that knockout. Absolutely. Team Global Esports acquiring a really great trade knock in the name of MJ right now.
Well, we have to see. We have to see at this point. But Celsius are also getting spotted. I don't know whether it's a 6x spray or not, but I believe it was a complete 6x spray coming from Global Esports Admino. They have not got a single casual, but EXO got eliminated this fight as well. But Joker gets taken down, might just get that revival done. MJ is also there. He will be confirming this finish point for themselves, but Joker also got finished up at that position. Some great visions are coming from the side of Admino. He wants to spot up some players indeed from this position, but losing one player from their side, it's going to be tremendous. Godlike EXO, the big dogs, the big names are just falling apart in the grand finals of India Rising Series. At this point, the new teams of Global Esports, if you talk about TSM, Entity Gaming, these teams are performing so really well. If you talk about even Orange Rock, they're also playing so tremendous. It's completely exceptional at this point.
Absolutely. If you talk about Global Esports Mania out there, you can see Celsius, 2-man survival over there, and Team Global Esports is actually 3-man survival, so they'll be having a really great slight advantage in if you talk about the manpower equation. But Team Revenge Esports team versus Team Theory Esports will be acquiring this fight. That's going to be a fair 4v4 head-to-head fight on the side of Impala out there. Yeah, absolutely. KO the Mao has been picked out from the side of Theory Esports and Team Revenge. I think so. They are aggressing. The absolutely Team Revenge is aggressing over there. But Alu Boy is taking out Daljit. But in the trade knock, always Bolt is coming from the back and getting a really great knockdown.
At the same point, if you talk about 7 Seeds are also well looking strong, but Kevin Esports is overpowering them. If you talk about Savitar and Sarang, 2 of the players are remaining at this point. Theory Esports, they are back on they're back in the matches. They have missed one due to some internet problems they have, which we have got to know. But at this point, if you talk about Akshay gets taken down, C9UI is just patiently waiting. Player 3 might just get called down. C9UI is looking very strong. He's barely serving in the pixel HP. Final boss arrives in a very close range. C9UI have to take this 1v1. It's really crucial at this point. And in the meanwhile, you talk about C9UI is in a very close moment. Final boss gets taken down. C9UI gets knocked out. Kill them out. Player 5, 2 of the players are remaining. 30 sports. They have to get that closure. The enclosure is very much needed. But player 5, can he get that knockout done? One pretty need, one decent need, can finish the end. Can finish the entire squad of Revenge Esports at this point. But Akshay, before just going down, he will be confirming each and every player finishes. But no, it's not. He's just hopping down. Kill them. I might just get this one knockout. Yes, he does. But instant in the retaliation, he gets one. Sonic Fox gets taken by player 5. But if he gets spotted down, it's all over. Final boss, the last 1v1. It comes down to this position. If QD Sports survives, they will be surviving with many of those finishes. Sonic Fox is waiting at this point, but Sonic Fox will be eventually confirmed. QD Sports will be securing their first finish in this match. But final boss is still remaining. 30 Sports kill. Lamar will be also be shattered, but 1v1, which team will take the victory? 2 finishes for QD Sports so far. Player might just get finished as well, but this final 1v1 will be the decider at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Final boss being the Solomon survival, and look at that. The damage predicted right now in this one is getting so much out there. And yeah, absolutely. Final boss has been down, and player 5 being the Solomon survival out there against Team Revenge Esports. They have to go for the zonal areas as well. Team Community Esports out of the zone. Skylights is coming in the fight, and I think so. Yes, absolutely. Skylights is getting eliminated out there and eliminating some of the players over there. But if you talk about Orangutan versus Team TSM, that's going to be a really great legendary fight over there. But Team RET is coming with a really great knockouts from those grenades, and multiple fights are actually starting in the 4th zone, man.
Well, if we talk about at this position, Orangutan are looking very confident and strong. In the meanwhile, Revenge Esports have also got eliminated. But TSM, look at this team, Orangutan. I don't think they will let TSM enter the circle at this point. But eventually, if you talk about many of the teams are remaining, Kemi Esports will be out in the open. They will be getting spotted. Orangutan, they're looking fearless. They're looking very much dominating. But Shadow gets the first pick, gets Wiz got taken down. Orange Rock, some of the players are yet behind in that backyards. They might just try to go for the third party. They have to come up with some pretty decisions. But Destro gets Global Esports Mania taken down. Ash is just pretty he's just waiting. Trigger gets Delta PG confirmed, and Skylights Gaming Pokar also gets blasted off by the players of Orange Rocket. Drigger gets Kemi Sports Nuclear also taken down. TSM and Orangutan. The fight is turning up in the way of Orangutan and Kemni Sports. But in the meanwhile, I believe Kemni Sports have also got eliminated from this game because there were only 2 survivors left. But TSM have lost 2 players, Ninja and Aquanox, 2 of the players remaining, and Nade will arrive. Ninja will deal a bit amount of damage, but he will be still in a safer part.
Oh yeah, look at that. Aquanox is going with the grenade out there, and I think sure, no, that is going to be a smoke over there. He's making some of those visual improvement cover, but no! That a grenade coming from the side of Ninja Jord picking out Ash, and Team Orangutan is getting shattered one by one. But look at that, Ninja Jord is barely surviving and barely breathing over there. Aquanox and Ninja Jord, this two have to do something over there. One of the players getting a really great knockout on this board. Absolutely. Over there, he's just aggressing on AKOP, but no. Trade coming is over there, and Team TSM has been eliminated. Gumla Boy is reviving Vixie out there, and Vixie is getting revived. And but look at that. Orange Rock, Haru has been knocked out from the side of Semsi. Saran with that mini body. OR Jiri has been spotted in the open scenario, and Team OR has been also eliminated. Multiple fights are happening over there. In the 5th zone, we can see 11 teams and 32 players. That's not a small number, and we can see a lot of chaos and chaotic environment over there.
Of course it is, but if you talk about this, 11 teams will create such a big impact. Skylights Gaming, they're still searching for a chicken and they're still searching for a comeback. When it will arrive, the audience is just waiting for those kind of things, but Knuckle gets taken down by NTT Rage. NTT Gaming, they are in the top 11 in this match so far. They need to get more and more points at this position. If it is not happening, NTT Gaming might lose the #1 spot, because if you also talk about TSM, I don't think they are also surviving in a great position, but indeed, if you talk about Enigma Rex, will be getting Rage taken down. NTT Gaming are falling apart. The top teams might just not get some better performance as they have got in the first day 1 or day 2. Day 3 is turning out with some more twisters, while the teams like Orangutan, 7 Seas, these teams are performing so well. These teams are performing and coming back so well. I am really doubting what will happen in the end of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But look at that. Team Entity is going with the revolve point over there. But if we talk about Team Entity started rotating as well, and I think so. Yeah, they'll be having a really great spot in the edge on the zone over there. But Team Larson Gaming from the Vegas, they're coming in the zonal area as well. Half fight has been spotted, and half fight is going to get eliminated. Yeah, absolutely. But look at that. Fury has been picked out from the side of Team Forever and Team 8-bit over there. Look at that madman on those situations, spotting some of those players in the downer range over there in the shack. Look at that, like, one grenade and instant 1v2 we can witness, but I think so Madman wasn't able to spot the players out there in that track.
At the same point, and Cole gets LZ Rex Boy taken down. He confirms that. I don't know whether LZ Officials is eliminated, but there's one team less. So I suspect that LZ Officials might just got eliminated. But 8-bit, they're looking so strong. 7 total finishes, and the circle is almost nearer to the places of Lost Leonis. If I'm not wrong, we have to see it around. But in the meanwhile, Orangutan AKOP gets spotted down. The Scarlet Phase are coming precisely. One of the knocks will be taken down. Wizcott gets knocked out. Tsunami has got some spear shots coming in that direction, but some more precise sprays will be very much crucial at this point. Wizcott might just not survive, but definitely another knock from Sky's game. Lexi gets taken, the Trigger gets down, AKOP gets taken down by the play zone, Half Knight gets taken away by N4. Sky's gaming. Vexi will be getting eliminated by the play zone if you talk about, but Wizcott also gets taken down. Well, the fights are going on a different level. 8-bit secures 10 of those finishes in their favor, but the circle shift is almost arriving. When you see Enigma are also holding a great part, but NTT Gaming, they're exactly in almost in the central part, but they're getting shots from multiple directions at this way.
Enigma taking out NTT Noob, and NTT Rage has been picked out. The top fragger, overall top fragger has been also finished out. This match is not good for NTT Rage. Yeah, absolutely. NTT has been getting shattered one by one, and they are on the verge of getting destroyed from the opponent teams and from the enemies as well. 7C Sarang has been picked out, and look at that. NTT Shadow, he's just barely surviving over there in that small gap and opening in that. I would like to say something over there, but yeah, he's surviving over there, but he's not in the zone. You have to go for the zonal area, and 32 meter, that is not going to be a small number for him. 2 of the teams are out of the zone, and Team Entity Shadow being the Solomon survival. Dark Lord has been picked out in the very center of the map, but revolve point for him, that is going to be a bit hard.
It is going to be a bit hard. NTT Gaming, they tried their level best to acquire that position, but if you talk about the positioning of other teams, the Enigma Gaming, that is a big name coming down. 8-bit is there above the hilly areas. Shadow, he have got 3 first teams, but will it be sufficient? If you talk about at this position, I don't think it's going to be sufficient. Eggy is trying to get some of the knockouts done. Enigma is just trying to get some compounds, or maybe this obstacles getting as a covers. The hard covers are made. 8-bit are still out of the circle. One of their players are still inside the circle, but still 8-bit, they are facing too much difficulties as the shots will be arriving from the direction of Enigma Gaming. The shots will be taken simultaneously, but will these survive? The smokes are just getting down. The buggy has been dinged, but no, it's not. 2 of the players have been taken down by Rex with a single blown off spray. Madman becomes the last solo player team forever. They're again in the top 5. This team might just turn up in their favor, but I don't think they have got so any certain of finish points in this match as well. So the finish points will be needed, but definitely if we talk about Madman, the solo survival, 11 finishes have been registered by Team 8-bit. Dalji is just waiting here. They will be arriving in this direction, and Madman, they have to be ready. He gets one down, he gets one down. Encore gets always taken down. Encore gets one. Madman gets one. Team Forever are out of the game. Top 4 teams are inside the circle. Madman, he just survived solo 5 finishes, and Encore is quite certain of that position. Well, Team Revenant, it might be their chicken as well.
What just we witnessed right now from the side of Madman. This guy is actually a madman over there, being unstoppable, and that 1v2, like, doing that spray, and doing a spray on Buggy is a bit hard as well. Like, you can take the back out, player sitting on the back seat, but like, taking some of the sprays and taking only one magazine out, and both of the players has been down. Madman, like, you are a real madman out there. But if you talk about the win prediction, as you said, Team Revenant are having a really great stride advantage, man.
Well, I don't think they have got the circle advantage, but Encore is the one person who is like looking forward to the back ends, where I believe Madman is completely waiting patiently. Like, he's in a very patiently mode right now. He's not going to willing up this position. He has managed this far. Entity Gaming also surviving with 8-bit 1. So this is such a crucial position. Enigma Gaming 3 versus 4. They have played this entire match with 3 people standing, and they're still in 3 intact person. Not a single loss till now. They might have faced some knockouts, but they're still strong and steady. Entity Shadow, he's exactly behind Eggy. One smoke gets done. Shadow is all done, but he's pulling the nade. He is pulling the nade. He is pulling the nade. Will it make the connection? No, it's not. Yes, it does. He gets taken down by Shadow. Entity Gaming, they're entering the circle. Encore gets taken down by Madman. Revenant, the solo players are like, they are just turning the games around. If we talk about 2 of the players of Enigma are still surviving, but Shadow needs to come, and Molotov arrives, and Negi gets finished off. The Entity Gaming, Shadow finishes the things off, but Enigma eventually will be finishing. Entity Gaming, Shadow, and Team Entity out of this game, shutting them down. 3 teams, 5 players are still remaining. Revenant have lost 2. It's now down to 2 versus 1 at this point.
Absolutely, like, you can see there's anything happen over there. We cannot predict right now, like, 2 versus 1 will be the thing over there. But Madman has been spotted. Madman has been also picked out. Solomon survival over there. Let's see what's gonna happen over there. And I think so this could be a quite aggressive stance over there from the side of Team RNT. Yeah, that's going to be Team Enigma versus Team RNT, having a 2v2 scenario. From Team Enigma, Avi and Rex are just still surviving over there. And if you talk about from, oh my god, look at that! That grenade was just so beauty. Paradox being the Solomon survival over there, and going with another grenade, and Rex being unstoppable over there. Some of those amazing grenades we can see over there. But look at that spray coming from the side of Paradox, and Rex has been so lit out, but there will be something, no knockout over there.
Of course it is, but Avi is almost in the closer area, and he's still healing. Avi is in a very close area. The Molotov arrives for player 3. Will he survive? Will he thrive? No, it's not. It's completely coming down to 1v2. Avi is there in the area. He might just get taken, and he gets taken out. Paradox has to come up with that 1v2. Initially, Rex is still in the downward area. Player 3 will get that revival. Avi is in a very need of that 1% revival. I guess it will be possible, but eventually, if you talk about this 1v1, it's turning as a 2v2 scenario. And Paradox, I don't think he will be waiting. He has to go up. Rex is there. He is going to get this healing done. The revival done. He gets one down. He might just get second. No, it's not. Rex is there. Paradox gets taken down. This player 3 has to come up. He has to come up with the 1v1. He gets that one, and Revenant takes the victory. They takes up that winner chicken, which was indeed very, very much crucial for them at this point. And we can get to see Revenant are back in the form. They're back in the grand finals, and they're back in the competition.
Absolutely, Team Revenant. Absolutely, they are coming with a really great, tremendous fight and tremendous, I would like to say, performance. And Team Revenant, that was indeed, and they need to do it. And now we'll be having a look on the strats of Team Revenant Esports, but Team Enigma, amazingly done, guys. But Team Revenant were just so on point, and they were actually being the dominance, and I can feel the sovereignty from the side of Team Revenant. But out there, Team Enigma, amazingly, but done. But there's a lot of teams I would like to say, getting eliminated in the starting. I would like to say Team Ghatak. No, guys, Nicholas, I cannot understand. I'm not able to predict. I'm not able to analyze what is actually happening to Team Ghatak out there. Getting eliminated in the first part. Oh no, that's not favorable for them.
Well, I guess there's some stuffs going out for themselves, but same goes for Team Exo. I don't know what happened eventually, but 8-bit really played so well. We have to get this done. 8-bit, Revenant, Enigma, NTD Gaming. These teams are performing so tremendously, so well. We can just appreciate by sitting exactly at this point. And when you just see that, when you just get this kind of gameplays exactly in front of your screen, I believe nothing can be more delightful, nothing can be more beautiful than this at this point. But when the thing comes up, the entity gaming shadow, that precise need, he was sitting inside the vehicle, he cooked that need, he got that knockout, and it was so precise that Enigma could not even dodge it. A need instant, a molotov, and it's all done. Before going into the lobby, he still managed to get one more finish point for his team, and that too in such a situation like when he was sure to get eliminated.
That's all about your guys, that's all about your IQ plays, that what you are actually playing over there in that lobby. And that was just so amazing, hiding yourself in the smoke, and then getting into that van, getting into that vehicle, and having a aerial view from the upper side, and then taking that grenade out and taking that pin out from the grenade, and just boom boom kaboom, having a really easy knocked out. So that's what we actually call IQ plays, and that's actually what we can call tricks as well, trips as well. So using in that, so absolutely, this match was just for Team Revenant being the champions over there of match number 2 of Miramar, but waiting for the another matches as well. Let's see what's gonna happen over there in the next match. That is going to be Wrangle again, and I think so. The stories is going to get changed really soon, Nikros.
We never know what is going to happen, but eventually if we talk about the things is going turning up in a different way, and as the way we get to see entity in today's day number 3, we are not seeing entity gaming performance, we are not seeing TSM getting the performance which they have done in the past 2 days. Well, entity gaming did try to make a comeback in this match. They got some points, they got some brilliant points, I would say. Oh, what a game it was. But yes, some decisions were not coming up. So well, we have to talk about the stats of this match. We will be heading on to that, and we will be seeing what actually awaits in this kind of position, because there was some, like, you see, the technical issues happens all the time. But the 4 top players of Team Revenant, 11 finish points, 26 points bomber. It's a tremendous jump by these lads.
Absolutely. You can see one thing out there. Team Revenant 11 finishes, 15 position points. That's a universal fact. We will not change it, because this is all about the from the side of BGMI goals, that if you're taking chicken dinner, you'll be having 15 points. That's a really great thing. But you can, there's nothing kind of universal rule. If you're taking a lot of finishes out there, you can see having 11 finishes. That's a really great number. And total points, if you talk about, that's going to be 26. If you talk about the Paradox out there, having 5 finishes, having 45% of finish contribution, and Core out there having 3, having 27 of finish contribution, player 3 having 3 finishes, and Top Dog was the person getting eliminated and getting words of eliminated in the starting. That's why having 0 finishes and 0 contribution from the side of Team RNT.
Yes, of course. But this person, Top Dog, if you talk about this person, this player have got tremendous gunpowder. I really want to see him come back in the top fraggers list as well. Again, after the semis, we haven't seen them in the top fraggers for a very long time. I really want to see this comeback happening. But if you talk about the IGL Paradox, actually, like, focusing on his role very precisely, he's making the decisions, he's making the things come up in a very precise way. But at this point, if you see, at this point, if you talk about this team, these things which might just change up, like Revenant, they are always a sneaky climbers, we all get to see. But this time Revenant are making some brilliant chicken as well. It's just a day 3 in the match number 2. There are still 4 matches left, and Revenant have got still plenty to showcase in the next 4 days. I also, like, including this day, the other days are also left. So I believe that there are plenty of time you can actually input. But you have to input it in a very precise way. You have to get the chickens, you have to get the points very, very done.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about the match-wise standings of match number 14, grand finals, day number 3. If you talk about RNT having 26 points, Team 8-bit having 23 points, Enigma having 16, Entity having 11, Team Forever having 8, 2D Esports you can see having 8, and simultaneously Team Orangutan having 8 points as well. Team Global Esports and Team 7 Seas. For 7 Seas and for both Team Global Esports, the match was not so amazing and was not so much good. But if you talk about Skylights out there having 4, but if you talk about two teams, that's going to be Team EXO and Team God, eliminated hashtag 17 and 18. That's not a good point, guys.
Well, we have to see, and like after that, we also get to see that global esports are also trying to come back, but they're not getting the points that was needed. Previous match, it did went well for them. This match, only 7 points, along with that 6 finishes. They're not getting the placement points, which is very crucial, and that is why I believe global esports are lagging behind. But we have some high hopes from this team as well that they might just bounce back. Seven C's previous match, a big game for them, and this match 6 points were a bit disappointing, but still the games will continue. One match goes wrong, the other might just go a brilliant, but still we have to go up, we have to come up with the flow. But what is going to happen in the next 4 matches? Well, that's a big question coming up.
But if you talk about over there, finishes and placement chart, match-wise graph, match number 14, you can have a look over there. If you talk about Team R&D having 11 finishes and 15 points, Team 8-bit are having a really great finish points, I would like to say, Necros, like having 13 finishes, that's not so bad, acquiring more and more finishes rather than the champions team, that is Team R&D having 13 finishes. That's a really great number out there. But if you talk about Team Enigma over there, you can see having 12 points and having 4 finishes points. That's a really great number. And as follows for Team TSM as well, you can see having 3 finishes in 8 placement points.
Well, with that, you can get to see the graph which is going up and down for many teams. Came in not getting a single placement points, neither Celsius nor TSM. But talking about the top fraggers of this match of team, like in this particular match of Miramar, Madman, you get to see them in that place. You get the 6 finishes from his side, 5 for Trigger, 5 for Paradox. No footstep from TSM gets 3, Sarang gets 3. So there are plenty of contenders for the MVP title, but Madman is still have with 46.2% contribution, 71.4 for Trigger, as I guess Team Orangutan were not having so many finishes in their favor. Paradox will have 45.5, a total of 5 finishes, 100% contribution towards of no footsteps towards the contribution of TSM, I believe, because no other finishes were taken up by any other player. But Sarang gets 75% contribution for 7 Cs as well. So we talk about the top fraggers of this match of Miramar. It goes exactly verbally very well, but the main thing that comes down is the overall top fraggers and the overall standings.
Absolutely, you can see Madman. This guy is having that golden frame out there, having 6 finishes, and you can see overall the stands over there. And I'm waiting for the overall top fragger, Nicholas, because you can see there will be a slight changes over there, but you can see overall standings instead having 176 points. Team Entity, oh my god, having a really great lead of 20 points.
It is a great lead. Entity Gaming, they're still maintaining that lead, and I believe TSM, the downfall they're facing at this point, and Entity Gaming, the points they're securing in each and every match, the placement points, maybe the finish points as well, they are actually making the difference a bit more. It was a 9 point difference. Now it's coming down to a 20 point buffer. Orange Rock are also way too close. One chicken and they're coming back to hashtag 2. And TSM, if one bad match again goes for them, they will be down to hashtag 3. Celsius are also coming very close. Team Forever, EXO have also bounced back. You got to see that EXO is also bouncing back in the table in hashtag 6. Orangutan, 7 Cs, Kemen is facing some bit downfalls in the backlashes. They're down to hashtag 9. 7 Cs, Orangutan, EXO, Forever. These teams are climbing up the ladder very fast. But I believe if they want to climb up to the hashtag 1 or hashtag 2 spot, they need multiple chicken dinners. Otherwise, it will be impossible.
Of course. But if you talk about like the second page as well, waiting for that, like because you can see there's a lot of team lacking behind. Team got like the things are not working for them. There's something going inside them. I don't know what's actually happening over there. There's something like it's all about the strategy. It's all about the strategy gameplay you are actually playing over there, and I think so rotations as well. It's all about the rotations and IGLing, and I think so. There's something changed in the IGLing perspective over there. Let's see what Clutch Squad is actually thinking over there. But waiting for that. But if we talk about like the standings over there, Team X who can make that comeback over there. Is all about this Team Orangut and Team 7Cs. 7Cs are actually being unstoppable in day number 3 of Grand Finals. But if you talk about like upcoming days, let's see what we will be having a look over there. But waiting for the second page and waiting for the standings for Team Godlike and for all the teams over there standing.
We have to see the second chart awaits. 14 matches have been passed down, and still the matches are counting more and more and more. And if this continues, total 42 matches will be played in the entire grand final. So you have plenty of chances to come up and get the wins done. But the main fact, it's all about which team will lift the trophy. And the main contenders, if you talk about at this position, will be NTT, TSM, and Orange Rock. They are fighting for a different position. Each of the teams have got a 20-point buffer. If you see TSM Orange Rock, 20 points buffer. If you see NTT Gaming TSM, they have got 20-point buffer. But that's the thing I was just saying, because if 130 bomber can arrive from the side of Orange Rock and TSM falls in the early stages of the match, then it is going to be a very big thing for them. But Revenant eventually climbing up the ladder to the position of hashtag 10. 8-bit is in hashtag 11 with total of 89. Same points for Revenant and 8-bit. Global Esports are trying to bounce back in hashtag 12. They have made a tremendous comeback. Godlike, Revenge Esports, LZ Official, Skylights Gaming, they are falling back down and down, even for Enigma as well at this point. And QD Sports, they haven't made any such progress in this entire grand finals table. They were in the bottom hashtag 18 from a very start, until now they're in that position, standing still.
But yeah, like I actually always start from the last. If you talk about Team 2 Esports, again, like there's something going wrong with them. But Team Godek, they're actually standing up, but they're actually coming back over there. Team Skylights on their same spot. Team Global Esports, I would like to say, like coming from hashtag 17 and hashtag 16, I think so they were. But then now they're going on hashtag 12, so that's a really great thing. But if you talk about Team 8-bit and Team Remnant, it's all having 60, 69 points, 89 points simultaneously. Team Last Zone Officials having 84, Team Global Esports having 85. So these are the standings of the teams over there. But waiting for the performance, how it goes for the next match as well.
We have to see, because the performance is going up and down for many teams, and they're just eagerly waiting for some great comebacks at this position. Revenant, 8-bit, Global, LZ, all the teams are waiting patiently for the great comeback, and still these teams are searching for a one chicken dinner. Even if you talk about the top fraggers of the entire grand final so far, the race is going on in a very, very fast way between Aditya and Rage. 3 points buffer, 3 finishes buffer. You get to say Rage is still holding that golden card after 14 matches as well, and I believe this might just not change till the end of grand finals. We have to see Aditya and Rage, which player will lift that MVP title. That's the question. Aquanox, Savitar, Delta, they're having the same number of finishes. Well, like the contribution is more or less, Delta PJ have got some better contribution than like Savitar or Aquanox in the finish contribution sector. They have got 44% of finish contribution of the entire team. But right now, if we talk about this race, will continue between Rage and Aditya at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. Rays being still in that golden frame. You can see like 30 finishes and finish contribution that's going to be 40. That's a really great number. Aditya out there having 27 finishes, having 40 finish contribution. But if you talk about like Rays and the difference between Aditya, that's of 3 finishes, and that's a really great number, Nicholas. And I think so they need to surpass on a really great part. But now Raider is joining with us. Raider, are you there, man? So welcome. So I think so he'll be joining with us really, really soon. But these are the overall standings of match number 14. Till the match number 14, you can see all of the Guys and Aquanox having 21 finishes and having 30 finish contribution. If you talk about Savitar out there having 21 and having 32 finishes. Delta out there from team Kevin Esports having 21 finishes and having a finish contribution of 44. And if you talk about one thing, five new places, five new teams, five new flags joining in top fraggers and shifting to the caster disc as well. And I think so Raider is with us over there. And yeah, absolutely Raider, what's up buddy?
Oh, I'm good. I'm really excited to see how the day number 3 is going to go, and excited to see that how Team EXO is going to put up that comeback. Well, I guess if we talk about teams like GodL Esports, I guess Inferno, you are already talking about the team that they are somehow not able to compete with the teams which are in the lobby. There is somehow some kind of disturbance which is going on in the whole lineup and the synergy, but I guess they will be back really very soon. And same goes for teams like EXO, teams like 8-Bit, Scarlet's Gaming, and the other teams which are lurking in the shadows. I believe they are going to be there really very soon. But other than that, if we talk about teams like Team TSM, Entity as well, and if we talk about teams like, let's say, Global Esports, Halsey as well, they are doing a tremendous job. I believe, yes, Global Esports is somehow lacking in terms of the strategies which are required, but still they are able to get some good close call points. But now, before that, let's talk about the Wings Phantom of the match. It's going to be match number 14. The map of Miramar was there, where from 8-Bit, it was Madman who got the 92 rating into his perspective, along with the match of finishers is going to be 6. Match contribution is going to be 46.2%. Total finishers will be 20. MVP ranking as a whole is going to be hashtag 8, which is not that great, but I guess he's still maintaining the average. There is going to be a short period of time where he might just easily bounce back and be in the top table toppers list of the top rankers.
Let's see what's gonna happen over there for Madman. And the rating, 92 rating isn't bad, right? Having 6 finishes in the match, in only match, that's a really great one. And finish contribution, we can see 46% from the side of team 8-Bit out there. But the total finishes, that is going to be 20. And match, MVP rank, as you told, that is hashtag 8. So you need to rise up because this is India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust Esports. So this was for you all guys, fun of the match. 8-Bit Madman out there, and he was actually unstoppable in this match, and he was not actually stopping. Like in the Madman, what kind of performance was that, man? Not stopping over there and doing that unstoppable performance. So that was something out of the box for us and for all the audience as well. But Miramar was something chaotic we have just witnessed in the fifth zone and in the fourth zone. But at the last, we have seen only 2 and 4 teams conquering in that last zone and then just winning over there. And that is going to be Team Enigma and Team. R&D over there having that 2v2 last fight you have witnessed over there right now. But next match, that is going to be, I think so. Randall, let's see what's going to happen over there for the teams.
I mean, that's the base map. Whenever you install the game of BGMI, you're going to play the first ever map without even initially downloading the other maps. For example, the map of Miramar, Sanok, and the perspective map of CDMs and all. You just have to play the map of Erangel, in which you actually get all the updates, all the, let's say, tutorials that BGMI provides you if you are the new beginner. So I guess every team, every player is already installed, and I guess that is why they are here in the lobby. And I guess every other player has actually performed in the map of an angle. They know every nook and corner of this map, and eventually this map is one of those maps which is actually going to be the birthplace of every other competitive player, or be it a caster, be it a esports player. We have to start from this particular map. So of course this map is going to be full of opportunities, and I guess yes, teams are actually going to cherish it. Every other team, I guess 18 teams are there, 72 players are going to put their guns into the battle. Let's see which team is actually going to cut their winner chicken in the match number 15 of the grand finale, because yes, we had 42 matches, out of which I guess we are already past 14 matches. Now the 15th one is already on the way, and after that I guess this day will be over really very shortly, because if I'm not wrong, 4 more matches are there. One good map of Sanok is also going to be there as a table turner, but before that, this angle, Man O Man is going to be a sweet spot to hit.
Absolutely. Let's see who is going to cut that ribbon of, I would like to say, the winners. And I'm actually waiting for the angle, what's going to happen over there. So we have a plenty of time to start the match. But Trader, one question to you, man. How was your Holi?
For sure. It was good. I don't like to play with colors and all, but yes, it was good in terms of the foods and all, sweets and all which we get. The Gujia, the traditional sweet of India. Other than that, gulab jamun and all the traditional sweets were really very lovely. I don't like to play with the colors, because if I would have played, my face would have been, let's say, red and orange and all whatsoever. Yeah, your hand is already visible. I guess you are already cherishing the joy of Holi. And I guess somewhere in the India, every other player, or let's say many states are actually enjoying the Holi today also. So yes, enjoy and happy Holi, guys. Have a safe one. But before that, let's talk about the match which is going to be here right now. It's going to start from the areas of Nova Ripnoi, dunking down in the vicinity of Query and the surrounding areas. Well, I guess plenty of the teams have already jumped right now. The teams are going to choose their preferred top location. For example, EXO going out for Milta, Team 7C also in the close vicinity. Other than that, GodL might be going for the Yasna Polena. But yes, this flight path is actually going to turn the tables for teams like godlike esports, or should I say teams like orangutan, which might be able to, let's say, go on the northern corner. If I talk about godlike, well, they have to get a good vehicle, and eventually then only they can cross the whole path and eventually be in the vicinity where they want to. And that might actually create a buffer, that might actually create a clash coming up really very soon. On the eastern corner, you can already see Team Celsius along with team number 10. I believe that's going to be Team Entity or some other team, which is actually pretty close to a clash.
Absolutely, like you can see what fight is actually happening over there, and yeah, no, that pistol is actually working. Oh my god, what is happening over there? Team Enigma versus Team Celsius. My god, he's just picking that player in the on the shoulders, and I think so. Yeah, absolutely, he's going to get finished that done. And Enigma Eggy out there, you can see using that pistol out there. That's a P9 too, absolutely. But look at that, Mad Max is also coming over there. All the four teams are coming over there, and I think so. Yeah, Celsius Dreams has been down with Fist and Enigma Aggie. You can see the players are getting shifted, and the we can see the first zone cut, and I think so Query being in the very center of the map, and the team going on the Query will be having a slight advantage. But if you talk about Team Godlike over there, nah, this team is not doing really a great job. I'm a bit disappointed by the performance, and the fans are also actually a bit disappointed from the performance and from the perspective of Team Godlike, because strats are not working for them. TSM Aquanax picking out C9 UI from the side of Team TUD Esports, and the fights are actually coming over there. Aquanox doing that instant 1v2, and Kiolomao has been also down, and Kiolomao has been also finished out. Aquanox, man, this guy is just a beast, man.
I mean, that's a really sad sight to watch at this point. Eventually, if I talk about teams like 30 Esports, they are in the drop-down shadows of the whole lobby. And if we talk about the whole shadow, oh man, I guess there was some kind of glitch coming up. But just like that, Team 30 Esports is out of the equation. Well, Team TSM is going to cherish the 4 amazing finishes. And look at that, their 2 members are looting in the compound area and 2 members are in the crates. Still, what happened? They did a 2v4 onto the perspective of Team T. Oh, 1v4 by the hands of Equinox. Well, I didn't decipher that. That's a 1v4 coming from his angle, and it was really very interesting. I don't know what happened at that moment, but I guess Team 30 Esports coming with that bike, trying to clash onto this area, that was a really stupid decision by them. Yes, of course, you have lost 2 good guys of your team. Now you should go for the placement points. So why did you clash onto this area? No idea at all, but still 30 Esports is going to be in the back end areas, I believe, Inferno. In the whole overall leaderboard, Team TSM is on top, and if we talk about third, well, they are at the bottom. And clashing between these 2 teams, well, you can already see which team actually acquired the most finishes and which team is actually going to cherish the 4 amazing blows without a loss of a single player. It is going to be Team TSM. That is why I believe they are on the top.
This was a supreme level of decision from the side of, I would like to say, Team TUD Esports. You know that you are actually surviving over there, having duo-man survival, but still, you are actually pushing on that person that is actually feeling the confidence over there. But Team TUD Esports eliminated on hashtag 18, first team to be get eliminated on hashtag 18 and acquiring 0 finishes. But Enigma Avi has been also picked out, and NGXMG has been also down. So you can see Celsius versus Team Enigma is going to be get questionable moment over there, and that is going to be a fair 4v4 fight.
Indeed, that is going to be the case, but let's see what is going to happen. Because if we talk about Max, with the Forest Self suit, he is pretty much empty-handed at this moment. None of the guns are there, none of the utilities are there. And if we talk about Vixie, same goes for him. He's pretty much naked at this point and trying to configure some good loots. What is going to be the case for this team is going to be the case, because at this point, I would like to say Team Celsius is on the verge of getting decimated. If they are able to survive, they might be able to throw some good punches in the upcoming zones. But I guess with the loss of Dreams and NJXMJ, I guess it's going to be a sad decision for Team Celsius. They might be going on a passive end at this point, because going for the aggression, that's not going to be the case, because manpower is something that they are lacking on. And if we talk about OR Esports, well, look at that, how they are trying to cherish the loots. It's the school and the around surrounding apartments where they are going to reside at this point. It's Aru, Jelly, Atanki, and Player 5 trying to reside. Well, there we go. Enigma Mad Max with that MK47 mutant shuts him down, the guy known as MJ from Team Celsius.
Absolutely, like that mutant, I would like to say that gun is actually like a close-in piece over there. But if you talk about Team Orange Rock, Freda, these team is always coming on the apps region, the school region, and they are the only team looting over there, and there will be no party over there, I would like to say. There's no party spoilers for Team Orange Rock Esports. And this area is actually so big. Like Team Orange Rock Esports acquiring that whole building of Team School, School and the apps region as well, having a split area of 2v2. That's a really great thing, man. Like I actually personally, I will if someday I'll be playing some of those scrims, like so I'll prefer that drop of Team Orange Rock, because I actually personally love the drop. How actually Team Orange Rock split themselves and looting down over there, and after it, like there's nothing over there. I would like to say there will be nothing shortage of any kind of existence of utilities, ammunitions, or else I would like to say healings.
Indeed, that could be the case. But other than that, if we talk about the whole situation of OR esports, I guess school, just like Inferno said, school and the apart area is very big, and I guess you can easily get a loot for 2 or 3 squads at this point. But eventually, only one squad is there, and that's OR esports trying to cherish the whole location. But if we talk about Revenge esports, well, Ferry Piri is going to be the area where they are going to reside and eventually loot it up. And then I guess, Revenge's players have already looted it up. And I guess they are on the verge of cutting up a rotation, and there might be a successful rotation coming up really very soon. You can already see we have player with that car or whatever the vehicle is there. Other than that, if I talk about Akshay 5K, well, he has got M16 along with an AKM. I guess he's going for the mid range and close range fight coming up for him. But I guess M4 section is something he should consider at this point. But let's see what is going to happen, because Team Revenge Esports, well, I guess there is something they have done, and that is why they are in the grand finale. They have proven themselves. Let's see how much more fights they can actually put up at this point. If I talk about the whole situation coming up really very soon, the first zone is already about to shrink, and I guess close to 8 to 9 minutes will be taken when the first zone will be sunken down into the area, and after that the second zone marker will be there. If I talk about final boss and player, well, they are on the buggy trying to scout and trying to get some good vehicles so that maybe Team Revenge Esports might be able to get up a rotation. Well, we already have a red zone coming up. Other than that, if I talk about global esports, that's Knuckle, Joker, Admino, and Mane over there right now on the verge of Joker. If I talk about Joker, well, he already has a vehicle and he's already trying to scatter himself around and eventually loot himself. One beautiful thing that I want to talk about Inferno, it's going to be the drop of X-Park. Well, they are not in the lobby, so that is why the drop locations of X-Park has already been chosen by global esports.
That's a really great strategy, and that's all about the analysis, I would like to say, right? If the opponent team is not coming over there, you can choose their drops and go over there and can have a really great loot over there. But if you talk about Team Global Esports out there, having a really great advantage of 4 men standing, still having 0 finishes, I'm waiting for that. How much time more they'll be having some of those finishes, because Team Global Esports need to do some of those really great, amazing out of the box performance, and they need some of those really great finishes and point tables, position points as well in the point tables. But if you talk about GodL, I'm not able to understand, right? Like, so what's happening to Team God? Like, they're losing their pace.
I mean, I guess they might be configuring some new strategies, because we have seen this team coming back once again in the lobby after, I guess, the fight actually comes up. We have actually a very close vicinity, and I guess Team Scarlet's Gaming is also really very close. There might be some shots coming up, and there we go. I guess Z-God has been taken down by the hands of Team Entity, and that's a sad sight to watch eventually. Okay, that's Scarlet's Gaming which I actually put down. Pokar is the one who actually put him down, but now Clutch God, I believe Jonathan and Neo are going to be surviving. Well, this is the OG lineup. I was thinking that the lineup will not be here right now, but yes, the OG lineup is still here. Still, they are actually choking onto the ground, so I guess that's a sad sight to watch eventually, and there is something to worry about Team GodL Esports. But at this point, I guess Clutch God, Neo, and Jonathan might be actually configuring themselves to be in a closer vicinity and take up a fight whenever it comes to their angle, not even aggressing at this point, because GodL is one of those India's most aggressive teams coming up at this point. But I guess that title is already into the hands of Team TSM, because now we can already see how in the grand finale Team TSM is absolutely shining themselves really very bright. And I guess teams like Team TSM are one of those teams which actually hide their strategies in the quarter finale, in the semi finale. And what happens in the grand finale? Somehow you see that team performing exceptionally well, and somehow that team actually gets some good blows into their perspective. And that is why I would like to say these big dogs, they have quite a deceptive fight coming up. Yes, in the semi-finale, I believe Team TSM was not even into the top 8 teams getting qualified. Yes, top 18 teams were about to get qualified, and I guess somehow Team TSM was lurking out at hashtag 10 to hashtag 12, if I'm not wrong. Other than that, what happens in the grand finale? Well, the performance is exceptionally well, and they're already reigning on top at this point. And I guess same goes for Team Entity. They're hiding their strategies for the previous battle so that eventually the lobby will not be able to learn it up. Then eventually what happens, whenever the frag comes up, they are able to compete with the stats and all aggression which is there in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Team Orangutan and Team 8-Bit are just so close over there in the vicinity. Team Orangutan, I've never seen this team is coming over here on the top of Team 8-bit. But yeah, absolutely, you can see Team 8-bit is going on the back ends, and I think so they will be hiring themselves restricting player area, and you can see the zone is going to be get started really soon, and you can see Shadow OG out there acquiring 5 freaking finishes, and Aquanox coming with a really great 1v4 against Team TUD Esports. Only one team has been eliminated, and that's going to be Team TUD Esports, and that's going to be a really great sad side for them. But on the other hand, you can see Team I would like to say TSM are just enjoying and cherishing those 5 finishes.
Indeed, indeed, that is going to be the case because those amazing finishes are going to uplift their morale, and eventually still reigning on the top is going to be the case for that team. OR Esports pretty close to Team Entity. Let's see what is going to happen. I believe Atanki is pretty much on the bare foot, and if I talk about Aru, well, he same goes for the guy right now. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how much more points can these team actually gain. And if we talk about Team Forever, well, the previous one was really very good. Now in this one particularly, I would like to say Team Revenge Esports is pretty close to take a fight, and eventually Revenge Esports might be able to actually, let's say, backstab them. And on the other angle, some more teams are actually here to actually retaliate. You can already see Kevin Esports coming back once again in the fight. Once again, this team was the one who was actually reigning on top in the terms of semi-finale. But what happens in the grand finale? Somewhere in the dunk down, they are not even able to, let's say, be close to the areas of top 6.
Yeah, Revenge final boss out there. You can see Entity Noob still surviving. Exo Snax has been down. Exo Snax has been finished out from the side of OR Jelly. My god. That actually is something not happening good for Team EXO out there, and you can see the glistening movement from the side of Team EXO out there. EXO Punk has been also down. TShift Shadow has been down. Entity Rage. This guy is just being unstoppable.
Indeed, unstoppable is going to be the case for this guy. Let's see what more he can actually possess. And if I talk about Shadow 7, well, he's going to patch himself really very soon so that eventually he might be able to retaliate once again and get some good close calls. Yes, Team TSM is on the verge of getting some good taste of the blows from Team Entity, but still Team Entity is reigning on the top and they are trying to configure some good shots. Let's see what more they can actually do. If I talk about Orangutan Gaming, pretty close to the fights, but still they have the 4-man power and 0 finishes. Teams which have lost some 1 or 2 good guys are going to be Team EXO. You can already see Team EXO losing 2 good guys of the team. Despite of having that kind of scenario, they have not even acquired 1 finish, and same goes for Team Celsius Esports also. Other than that, if we talk about Team Godlike, well, with the loss of Z-God, if I'm not wrong, Team Godlike Esports is also a bit short in the manpower. Now, if we talk about Team Entity, well, Shadow 7 is already trying to confront. I guess there might be a case where Sensei could easily land some good shots, but before that, we have a fight coming up between these 2 giants. It's going to be Kevin Esports fighting it out with Team Enigma. Let's see what is going to happen. Kevin Esports trying to configure some good shots. Well, the sprays are there. Still, some kind of tagging are not possible. Well, you can already see Team Entity popping 1 out from Team TSM. On the other angle, ORJLE puts 1 down from GodL Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. CS comeback out there. Team Kevin Esports acquiring 0 finishes, and that's not a really great number from the backends. You can see multiple teams are coming over there from the backends. They need to be so much ready. They need to be so much ready over there. Enigma, are we out there? You can see Enigma. Whole team Enigma is over there. I think so. They need to be so much ready over there. CS new player over there, and Team Kevin Esports need to be so much. I think so ready over there, and I think so. Team Enigma, like they are in a standard condition over there. 2 of the players are actually conducting over there, and I think so. They are in a better decision over there. New player has been down till the PG and comeback are the only 2 with survival over there.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. But before that, Team EXO goes into the shadow right now. That's a sad sight to watch eventually for the team also, and for me as a EXO fan. But at this moment, if I talk about Team Entity, well, we have Skyless Gaming trying to retaliate. Oh, Somraj, Pukar, both of them have been taken on. But Vexy probably a final pop 1 out. Now I guess.
Oh my god!
Entity is going to have the fight. Look at that. Vexy goes on from the blow, and just like that, Rage at 10 HP manages to survive, and eventually Team Skyless Gaming is back in the fight right now. But I guess from the minimap, I can already decipher that Team Godlike is on the verge of trying to create a havoc on the fight, and you can already see some good shots already there. Rage has actually popped a mid onto his face, and now he might be able to secure some good fights. Let's see what is going to happen, because Godlike Esports is some of those teams, which is one of those opportunistic teams which easily scavenges for the opportunity, and if they get that opportunity, they're easily going to hunt for it. But now if we talk about some good nades, well, there we go. Clutch God with a great nade is going to pop 1 out from that's for sure. The nade is going to connect, and yes, that should happen. That blow. Now we can only see Rage is on the verge, and if we talk about Noob, is also there to actually put up a revival. Let's see how this show is going to go. Some random retaliation might be the case where Team Godlike might actually click on. Other than that, if we talk about Top Cloud, well, he's going to go to the dust, and now Team GodL has acquired one good finish. Now, Noob also goes down with one beautiful nade, and the nade comes up. Jonathan is going to pop him out, and yes, that's what happened. Entity Shadow 7 is also going to go down. Team GodL is on the verge of decimating the whole squad of Team Entity, and yes, that's what happened. Team GodL got 4 amazing finishes without a loss of a single player at this particular fight. Yes, they have lost Z-God, but that was an eventually initial blow by the hands of Team Scarlets. But at this point, Team GodL is looking sharp in the lobby, and yes, they have acquired some 4 sweet blows in the lobby, and that's I guess interesting enough. This is going to boost their morale, and eventually Team GodL might be able to acquire more and more points, and I guess that's what we all are seeking for at this point.
Absolutely. If you talk about Team Orangutan out there, they are actually rotating from the shows over there. But Team GodL, finally, they are doing something great over there and using some of those utilities and getting a lot of players down. But if you talk about Team Global Esports, they are out of the zone and they'll be coming into the zonal area from the northern side, and there will be a lot of teams doing some of those great keeping scenario. So they need to be so much ready over there. And Team Enigma scouting some of those players of Team Kevin Esports, I think so. But yeah, R&D Paradox is just so close over there, and whole Team R&D is over there. But they are actually playing a bit too far. Split, man. Like, that can be a case over there to be getting eliminated and getting destroyed. But Clutch God has been down from the side of LZ Moksha. Man, that's a really great thing.
That is good for the case. If we talk about Resident Official, they are trying to provide some good damages. On the other hand, if we talk about Team Revenant, they are trying to configure from which location the rotations are going on. And look at that, they are just constantly trying to hunt for the fights. But what happens? Global Esports Joker managed to put Revenant on the other angle. GodL Neo is going to put one down. I guess Clutch God is already out of the dust. It's Jonathan and Neo who has to uplift the whole courage, uplift the whole gun game for Team GodL Esports. At this point, I would like to say yes, 4 amazing finishes is looking up good. Looking a bit good at this point, but now from the front angle, you can only see that's Team Forever trying to push onto the angle with GP28 and M416. The 4-man power is going to confront Jonathan. Yes, we know Jonathan is more than capable to do a 1v4, but at this point, Team Forever is one of those teams which you don't have to mess from. And I guess that is going to be the case where Team GodL might go down to the dust, but before that, they're just trying to configure that what more can actually be done in the fights, because you can see already Sports Zone is on the verge of getting decimated. This Sports Zone can be really, really ugly for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Team GodL versus Team Forever. That could be a case. Having 4 finishes, Team GodL was doing a really great job. And then he's been down from the side of Vixie. And I think so, Vixie is going to get finished out really, really soon. But always Bolt is going to the 1v1 against Johnny. Johnny is not looking in a great situation, but now this guy is just so clean with the 1v1 out there. But now 1v3 is doing a really great job. But yeah, that's going to be a bit hard. Neo being the Solomon survival from the side of Team GodL. A bit hard for him. Yeah, absolutely going to the sprays, but Neo have to go for the zonal areas. Better decision it will be.
In the zone and the play zone. Other than that, if we talk about the time period that you are going to cross from the zone, is something that everybody and every player has to actually, let's say, put a respect up to. But now, if we talk about Team Esports, well, they are trying to conflict a fight. And other than that, we have Team confronting Team TSM. Well, you can already see Civitar is actually going to go down, and I guess Blaze will also it's on the other angle. This could be the fight where Team TSM is going to go down, and yes, that's what happened. Team TSM down to the dust. That's beautiful enough. Team 7C actually acquired 4 amazing finishes, and with that, I was thinking Team TSM might have been able to, let's say, get some 10 to 15 blows into the perspective, and then really get that win over a chicken dinner. Because yes, initially, Dirty Esports, the way they actually animated Dirty Esports was really very frightening to watch out. But then, when they were actually head to head with a battle in a fight where an experienced team is there in front of you, like 7C, they were actually going to go down. You can already see some more shots are actually going to be there. Let's see what more they can actually provide. 8-bit on the verge of getting decimated, but from 8-bit sends Tsunami Pops one out from Team Revenge, and that's going to be final boss down to the dust. Let's see, is it possible for him to get a revival? Look at how pixels have been found by Sonic Fox, and just like that, from that angle, there is a pop-up coming up. But now with this, Team 8-bit could be on the with that beautiful drop shot, pops one out. That's going to be Tsunami going to the dust. It is a start for Team Revenge Esports. They're trying to tackle it out, and I guess the name will put them out because the name is Revenge Esports, and they are perfectly Ooh.
Okay, so he's been also down. Sonic Fox out there. Sonic Fox has been also down. Team Revenge is getting shattered, and now I think so they are not looking really, really well. 7C spray got out there. You can see they are having 5 more finishes over there, and I think so they're so much ready over there. You look at that. Team 7C is out there. They need to go for the zonal area as well, but this is somewhat one player from Team Forever. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be Vero behind that buggy going with the grenades, and yeah, absolutely. That is thrown over there. spotted the player out, but no, that 1v1 has been completed. 7th out there. He's not looking good. Team 7C is not looking really good in the situation because they have to go for the zonal area as well. There's having a really great pressure of making that revival happen over there. But look at that. I think so. Team 7C is no. They are not looking in a great situation, Raider.
Indeed, 7C, they are trying to getting some good points. That's going to be the case. But I guess Team Celsius is already down to the dust at this point. They are also looking a bit weak in the lobby. Other than that, Aladdin is going to be the last one standing. If I'm not put down in the dust, and I guess he might be able to, let's say, secure some good points. But let's see what more can actually be done in the lobby. Delta PP from the other angle is trying to pop 1 or 2 from Team Orangutan. Let's see if it's possible. AKOP on the other angle has already been taken down. From the other angle, you can already see Esports Comeback is going to be there, trying to pop one out. He has got the ridge, trying to retaliate Starang, and I guess Aladdin, other than that, I guess one more guy from Team is looking a bit bleak in the fight. Let's see what more they can try to possess with. Spray God pops one out. That's going to be the end of his God, and the other guy from Team Orangutan is just slowly holding on to his breath right now. Trigger trying to pop one out. This nade could be really very amazing. Let's see what is going to happen. Well, of course, the nade was there, but I guess somehow Aladdin and the other guys from Team 7C are still surviving in this fight right now. Let's see what more they can actually do. Well, the mollies and the smokes are actually very tiring, but somehow Trigger is actually trying to provide a lead on the left corner where nobody from 7C is actually residing. On the other corner, 8-bit with that beautiful molly pops one out from Team OR Esports. I guess each member from OR Esports was taken down by that molly.
Absolutely. OG Trigger out there, you can see having 5 finishes, but that grenade was just so out of the prediction from my end, from the enemy side. But out there, Team 7C is being unstoppable. 5th zone has been cut out to the 6th as well, and I think so we'll be having this shrink really soon, but teams have to go for the zonal area as well. But Trader, you can see water bodies out there, and Team Enigma having a really great slight advantage of that zonal area.
Indeed, that is going to be the case because they already know there might be some people lurking in the water bodies, but still they are trying to configure from the front angle that what more they can actually provide with. I guess this is the 5th zone, but I guess the pretty much constructed in a smaller area, and it might be a case where they are chasing a zone like 6-1. Now, Aladdin has been taken down, Alu Boy down to the rust. It's all about Spray God and Zara, and they have to do a tremendous job in the lobby, and eventually if that is not possible for them, they might be down to the dust at this point. Spray God and the guy that's going to be Sarang trying to pop some smoke so that eventually they can configure themselves, be in the zone. That is going to be the case. On the other corner, if we talk about Team 8-bit, I guess Raid is the one who is still surviving with that smoke. He's also trying to create a path from which he could just lay down the only team per se, which is actually occupying the whole major confliction of the zone, is actually trying to get out. From the other corner, Global Esports somehow is again going to manage the fight, and that is the beauty of Global Esports. Yes, I know Global Esports is one of those aggressive teams, but somehow still their idol finds a way to be in the zone, and that's the beauty of this fight. But on the other angle, yes, I've built up the team, popping one out from Team Revenant. On the other corner, if I talk about Paradox, slowly but steadily is going to go in the water body, and then eventually he's going to play it out for a safer period of time, and eventually the teams which are on the landmass area, they might be going down really very soon.
Absolutely, Enigma Rex, you can see one thing out there. Smokes out over there. 8-bit Race has been spotted. For the back end, you can see Global Esports need to be get ready, but Joker having a really great slide at that shack over there. But you know, he needs to toss out those grenades and utilities coming from the enemies and from the opponents out there. 7C Spray got spotted in the open. Scenario starting being survival. Team 7C is acquiring 7 finishes. That's a really great number, but they have to go for the ball point. The zone has been also started, and I think the Team 7C is going to get chatted really soon.
Indeed, that is going to be the case, but we still have 5 teams alive in the lobby, and I guess every team is more than capable to get that winner chicken. On the other corner, if we're talking about Team 7C, so they might be facing a loss of one good guy. I guess 2 members have already been taken down. Now we are left with Spray God and Sarang. Sarang on the other corner is pretty much alive. He's trying to res his mate. That's going to be Spray God. Well, they all are pretty much alive at this point, but Kim Esports is somewhat the team which is not going to let it go that easily. They are actually trying to configure some good shots. They might be able to ending the streak of 7C, and just like that, Global Esports have the fact 4 amazing blows. Well, the need was pretty much was I'm just imagining if that need goes into that small narrow opening of that window, Global Esports might have ended the spree. But now from the other corner, if we talk about Revenant, that is going to be Paradox trying to survive. Enigma is the team which has the major manpower into their perspective. A fight coming from Team Global Esports as well as Team Gaming Esports. On the other corner, if we talk about Team Revenant, the last man standing is still surviving, somehow narrowing the fight into his perspective. Let's see what more he can do. He's still chilling it out into the vehicle, and I guess he's just patching himself slowly but steadily. But now the zone is something which is not going to help him a lot.
of course, indeed. If you talk about Team Community Sports, acquiring two of the players still surviving, having four finishes, that's a really great number. But you can see one thing, Raider, like we'll be having four teams, and all the players are actually surviving duo and duo and duo and. So that's something a different, I would like to say. But yeah, from the backends, you can see R&D Paradox going with some grenades, and I think so he needs to dodge in that water as well. But Team Global Esports, and there's only one team into the zonal area, that is going to be Enigma. And I think
Yeah.
so, yeah, they are having a slight advantage over there.
Of course, when you have the zone, you have the confidence of, let's say, gatekeeping the zone, and eventually that is what we are looking after. I can only see Team Global Esports is just trying to do something amazing, so they might be just be in the zone, but eventually that is not going to be the case because Enigma is somehow one of those teams which are not going to let it go that easily. They have been reigning in the top of the zone, and they are going to let it go. They're not going to let it go that easily. From the other corner, come back, get some good shots. From the other corner, come back, actually tries to retaliate and get some good shots of his own. Global Esports Joker has not been taken down with some beautiful blows, and I guess one good headshot by the hands of Team Enigma pops him out from the lobby. And I guess the equation might be really very difficult. But yes, he might be going for the revival, but that is not going to be the case. He has to actually pop the first hit kill so that eventually he will somehow survive in the fight. On the other corner, if we talk about Revenant's Paradox, he's going to be the last man standing, trying to pop some smoke so that eventually the cover is there and he's going to survive. Global Esports on the verge of getting destructed. Let's see what is going to happen. Yes, Admino goes down, and now we are still remaining with the stream and power in the fight. If we talk about this one, it's going to be Kevin Esports and the PG. The shots are going to be there. Well, the shots are there. Comeback goes down. Same goes for Enigma. Are we? Well, the trade is absolutely lovely. That is interesting enough. But from the other corner, Revenant's Paradox seals one finish. And with this, I'm pretty confident that we are going to see a new face. That's going to be Team Enigma, which was lacking in the shadows. My prediction is going to be that Team Enigma is going to win this victory. I believe Team Revenant's chances are a bit bleak against their face. But that's all they could do. Getting that win over the chicken is going to be a bit impossible for Team Revenant. Still, I guess they are actually going to play it out really strategically. Look at that, one good nade by the hands of Paradox pops one out, and I guess that is going to be the end of story of the guy known as Team Revenant. Well, I guess Revenant Paradox is also going to go down by the zone, and just like that, Team Enigma secured that win over the chicken. That was beautiful one, and I guess with 7 amazing frags, Team Enigma has acquired that win over the chicken. 22 points, amazing enough in a single particular match of the Erangel. That's going to be match number 15. One hell of a job, one hell of a showdown by the hands of Team Enigma, and they are going to cherish it a lot. I just want their consistency to come in once again in the lobby. I just want to see teams like these, which are lurking in the shadows, coming back once again in the fight. And then I guess teams like Team TS7 and if I talk about Entity and if I talk about Global Esports, Celsius, which are reigning on the top, are going to get the kind of confidence, are going to get the kind of let's say competition, which is going to uplift their spirits a lot.
Absolutely. Now, Team Enigma is coming over there and they are actually surviving over there at the last, and they are the champions out there. And Team Enigma showcasing one of the most amazing dominance performance out there. I love it. I love it. I love this energy. I love the coordination. They actually showed it us. So going for the starts, going for the more and more teams, and I would like to say one name, right? Like the team God, like they were just so lucky over there. But two of the players were down in that 4-on-4 head-to-head fight. I would like to say Clutch God and Z got that only Johnny and New were the only humans. All that's what they were actually eliminated over. The team God, like the things are not actually working for them. Team Theory is the same thing for them. The things are actually not working for them. Let's see what's gonna happen over there.
I mean, there are n number of variables which are taking a part in this game right now. So yes, of course, the 3-man power, the 4-man power, the man shot, and the people getting eliminated in the previous one are something that which is actually going to turn the tables really very sharply. But still, these are the quite a few things which can easily turn the table. So let's see what more they can actually do. Let's see how much more they can compete with. I can already see, yes, the teams are trying their level best to get some good close calls. But if I talk about Team Enigma, one hell of a job done by these guys, and it was really very interesting the way they fight it out, the way actually they tackled the whole situation. Man, oh man, quite a furious gun game coming from their angle. But I guess with this, we are going to welcome Necros again on the caster deck. Well, buddy, you missed this one, but I guess you are going to enjoy the next one.
Well, I didn't miss it practically if you talk about, but yes, definitely I was seeing from the back ends, but what a performance. Like it was really, really needed by the team of Enigma Gaming, and indeed they managed it. Anyhow, they managed it. And if you talk about this kind of circumstances and this kind of games are really, really much crucial. That's just the day 3 if you talk about, and eventually the day 4, day 5 is going to arrive. But before that, there are plenty, like 3 more matches to go in the day number 3, where you're going to face Erangel, Miramar, as well as one Sanhok as well. 3 matches, like 3 maps as well, 3 different maps, and it might turn up anybody's game. But Enigma Gaming, they were actually lurking in hashtag 17 before this match, and this like 7 to 8 points bomber. I believe they've got around low, like more or less. If I'm really bad at maths, but well, if you talk about like 17 or 23 points, maybe 23,
20
24 points they have acquired. Okay, so Raider is good at maths and he has corrected me. So 20, 23 points maybe they have secured. And after that, they're going maybe a great comeback. And maybe they might just be in that, they will be in the second chart, of course, but they might come in like hashtag 12, 13, or maybe nearer to hashtag 10. We have to see it around when the overall standings will arrive. But eventually, if you talk about, many teams are not coming up with the performance. We have seen this from a very far time. Well, in today's day, if you talk about Team Forever, NTT Gaming are also playing really well, and I hope this kind of things will definitely come up, because the last 3 matches, I believe day number 3 has to be better for the teams those who are lurking in the bottom chart, maybe in the second chart. I'm sorry for that, but if they cannot manage to get some big bombers in today's day, it will be difficult for their comeback.
Indeed, that is going to be the case because comeback is something that these teams are lacking at this point. If I talk about Team Trad Esports, I don't know what was going on into their mind. They were trying to conflict, but I guess with the wipeout of 2 good members from Team Trad Esports, if I'm not wrong, that was C9 UI. And after that, what happens? QLMA also goes on. But what happens after that? Broken T-Rex and the other guy, that's Align UI, they were on the bike and they were trying to just push onto that location. When you already know that there is a member standing with a gun which has actually eliminated 2 members of your team, why don't you have actually some kind of perspective of actually going in the zone and eventually surviving for a longer period of time rather than going for the finishes? And that was, like, let's say, one of the dumbest mistakes that they could have done at that point. Forgive me for those words, but still I would like to say, if they would have actually gone for the zone, they might have been actually able to secure, so let's say, 2 or 3 points, 4 or 4 points. That is actually greater than 0 if my math is correct. So yes, getting those 0 points is something which is really very shattering for Trad Esports. They were clashing with the team which is on the top, and you are the one team which is at the bottom. So I guess there is a balance to be maintained. There is something that you have to maintain a space with it. There is a pressure that you have to tackle with, and I guess that is where Team Trad Esports is doing a very bad job. And eventually that clash was where Team TSM actually got that motivation. They got 4 amazing frags, and it was a 1v4 by the hands of Team TSM's Aquanox, because it was, let's say, an effortless fight coming from his angle. The frontline team didn't have any kind of gun. I know Broken T-Rex and Align UI on that bike had some kind of guns, but before they could have actually landed their bike, they were already gone from the lobby. That is the intensity, that is the kind of aggression that TSM's Aquanox is possessing in his gun. So why do you have to mess with him at this point in the initial peak of the match? I guess we have talked quite often. I guess 6 days in the semi-finale, 2 more days in the grand finale, we have talked about it, and this is the third one. We are again going to talk about it, that initial crashes are something you should never configure about. But still, I guess Trad Esports did the job, and now they are going to face the consequences in the leaderboard also.
Like, of course, you have qualified. That we can get to see the team. One of the
Indeed.
teams like LZ Official and 2D Sports, they have managed from the starting qualifiers to the grand final so far. They have came a long way far, and to be honest, I really believe that after playing so many matches in this India Rising series, I believe this has to come up as a great outcome, because at this point, if you just talk about that the way they have played, you have mentioned what mistakes they have done. Dirty Sports, the way they started the grand finals from the hashtag 18 position, they're still continuing that position till the very match of this day number 3 as well. What is going wrong? Why third esports are not making up to the first chart or not getting some better matches? What is wrong? I don't know whether they're doing any kind of homeworks, whether they're trying new strategies, whether they're trying to improvise their mistakes with each and every match or each and every day. Because if they want to make it happen, they have got plenty of options arriving. They have got a map stream, they have got the entire stream of India Rising series in both the platforms. They have got an Hindi desk, they have got the English desk, they have got plenty of amount of options. If they want to study, they can make this happen, especially the map stream, which will improvise your mistakes during the rotation,
Yeah.
which is happening. That is why Upthrust have brought you up with this kind of things, because the teams, the analysts, the coaches always require this map stream, because they work on the rotation. They want to see in which match the team have made the mistake by which they haven't got that chicken in, or maybe they haven't got the performance done. So, well, you've got plenty of options. You also talk about LZ Official Raider, the team who was lurking, who was holding a great spot in day number one and day number two in the overall points table, is just falling apart with each and every match. The first 3 to 4 match went really well, but after that, if you talk about it, all got devastated for them.
Well. I am pretty excited to see that how these things are going to turn out in the terms of leaderboard really very soon. I'm eagerly waiting for the next match to come in, and I believe that's going to be the map of Miramar. We are going to see the long ranges fights, the ridges which are going to be there, and a lot of clashes are actually going to be amazing. Let's see how much fights this team can actually possess with. I'm eagerly excited to see that these mistakes are teams like Dirty Sports, teams like EXO, teams like somewhere Celsius Esports also did in the lobby. I just want them to actually come back in the fight. And once again, these teams which are lurking in the shadows, they might be able to give a comeback. And that is something I'm excited to watch. Yes, I know Team EXO, Team Celsius, they are holding a great amount of, let's say, points, and eventually they are crossing 100-point margin. It's interesting enough. But still, what when we compare them with the teams like Team TSM, teams like Team Entity, teams like Team Enigma, which are actually acquiring some good chicken dinners, somewhere teams like Team EXO, Celsius Esports, Study Esports, and the other teams which are at the back end areas like Godlike Esports are somewhere not able to compete with that fight. What happened to Godlike Esports? I guess they were trying to cut their rotation, but Z-God, if I'm not wrong, was way too far from his teammates. He was in the buggy, he was in the vehicle. What happens? Skylar's Gaming Pokar pops him out from the buggy, and now what happens? The three-man power of the Godlike were still remaining. After that, what happens? Clutch God was again going on the aggressive end. Clutch God actually gets wiped out. After that, what happens? Team Godlike's Jonathan was the one who is trying to configure a 1v4 fight in front of Team Forever. What happens? He also goes on. After that, Neo was the last man standing. Why are you playing a scattered battle if it is not getting in a favor of you? So I guess that is why teams like Team Godlike Esports is also choking onto the ground. I believe some kind of synergy and some kind of work has to be done. But yes, these are the big dogs. Just like I was discussing this with Inferno, as these big dogs actually try to hide their strategies until the moment is right. We have seen in the semi-finale teams like Team TSM where they were at #8, #9, somewhere around that corner. But what happens in this one? Teams like Team TSM, teams like Team NTT, they're actually reigning on the top of the list. This is the kind of strategies that they're hiding and eventually evolving themselves and putting it at the right time, and that is why the buffer is there. 170 points, I guess. In this one match, I guess they are easily going to cross 180 or 170 points at this point. So yes, I can easily say that there is a massive buffer that they are maintaining, and there is a strategy which is working in the back end areas.
Of course it is, and the way you talked about Godlike, it's quite relevant. And the main
Yeah.
thing that comes down in my mind when you see the performance of them at this point, yes, some may see that why you're always discussing about Godlike and not the other teams, because the teams we have seen these teams playing a lot of time. Like that, this is a fact. We are used to see Godlike or the other teams coming on in the first list or maybe performing.
And I'm really excited to see that how the next match is going to pan out. This is going to be the map of Miramar, where again you are going to see a sweet fight path coming up. But before that, let's talk about the stats, which is where right now Team Enigma got that winner chicken dinner. And just like that, as I said, 22 amazing points for them, 7 for the finishes, 15 for the position. Rex, the man, the myth, the legend from Team Enigma, has acquired 4 blows. Finish contribution is going to be 57.1%. Avi from the other angle has got 2 finishes, and the finish contribution is going to be massive 28.6%. But if you talk about AG and Mad Max, one for AG and Mad Max is actually acquiring 0. I guess the support was there from the hands of Team Enigma, as Enigma's Mad Max to be precise, but still, I guess Team Enigma did a great number in the lobby. But somewhere around Necros, I guess getting 10 to 15 finishes could have been the case where Team Enigma could have cherished it.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. But if you talk about the more matches we are expecting at this point, we are getting that 22 total points and 7 finishes for this team. Enigma, they're known for their domination. The previous tournaments, they've also performed tremendously well. I don't know what's happening. Like, if you talk about this tournament, many of the teams we expect to be on the top are not coming. Same goes for Global Esports, Godlike, Enigma. You get to see some other teams like even or like the other teams like Skylights Gaming as well, EXO as well. These are the teams we actually get to see them on the top on a regular basis. But this time, the teams Entity Gaming, Orange Rock, they're playing tremendously well in this one, and they're getting the results very, very like possibly what they can get.
Yes, they are doing a tremendous job in the lobby. That's what I guess we all are waiting for. Team Enigma, 7 for the finishes. Somewhere the balance is being lacking, but I guess getting that victory is actually going to cherish them a lot. But before that, let's talk about the match 15 Wrangle top frag as well. It's going to be 8-bits Raid with 6 amazing blows. I remember his one molly got connected on Team Celsius, and just like that, okay, I guess that was Team OR Esports, if I'm not wrong, who actually got decimated by his molly. Raid actually popped one molly, 2 members from Team OR Esports who went into the flames, and eventually they were taken down. This is the kind of strategy this guy actually possesses. And that's brilliant enough. 6 finishes, or the finish contribution of the team is going to be 85.7%. So I guess I can already say he's the man which actually uplifted the team a lot in this particular battle. Other than that, if I talk about Team TSM, it's going to be Aquanash with 4 amazing finishes, Wizgod as well, 4 amazing finishes, Rex also going with 4 amazing blows. But if I talk about Paradox from Team Revenant, well, the man was standing at the last. He was the man, I guess, if I'm not wrong, which was sitting in the vehicle in the water body, and that is why he secured some good blows. And after that, he wiped out Team Cayman Esports, and just like that, he was the third one. He was the second one to actually get wiped out from the lobby, and just like that, the chicken dinner was there into the hands of Team Enigma. But Team Revenant put up one hell of a show in the fights. Paradox with 3 amazing blows provided the team with the 100% of team contribution.
Well, these are the fraggers we get to see from the match number 15 particularly. But what about the overall standings and overall top fraggers? Because as far as I remember, Raider, the like entity's Rage, he was tremendously performing. He's just tremendously performing in each and every match. But if you talk about the overall standings, well, your prediction is quite right. 180 points have been crossed up by Entity Gaming at this point. TSM, they still have got a buffer, like almost we get to see 19 points. That's not like that big, but still one match, one good match for TSM, one bad match for NT Gaming can turn the table around. While Orange Rock, they are also maintaining that 20 points buffer. They are still waiting for a big chicken dinner. One chicken dinner can make Orange Rock come back in the hashtag 2 sport. Celsius also are trying, but they are lagging with more and more points. Same goes for 7C forever. Like if you talk about from hashtag 4, there is a different battle going on, and for hashtag 1 to hashtag 3, there is a separate battle going on in the overall standings where the teams are crunching. They are trying their level best to acquire their spot in the top 3, as the prize pool distribution in the top 3 are tremendously more rather than the other placement points.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. But before that, if we talk about Team Revenant, well, I guess I can already see teams like Team Cayman Esports and Orangutan coming back once again. Team EXO in the previous one was at hashtag 6. But with this one bad match, they're at hashtag 10. That is the kind of intensity that you are going to see in the match. You can already see that how the fights are actually going really versatile. If we talk about Team 8-bit, right, did a great number in the lobby. He secured 6 amazing blows for a team. But still, 100 point is going to be the case where he's going to live up to. If we talk about Global Esports, hashtag 3, and I guess hashtag 3 or 4 is going to be the position where Global Esports resided in the previous one in the match of match number 15. But still, hashtag 12 is going to be the position where they're going to lift their spirits. LZ Official, 88 points. Revenge, 87 points for them. Enigma, despite of getting that first victory into the perspective, is at hashtag 15. This is the level of competition, to be precise, in this lobby. Skylights Gaming, 86 points for them. Godlike Esports, 79 points for them. But I guess no fans of Godlike Esports would like to see them at this position. Hashtag 17, man oh man, a sad side to watch. I would like to see them coming back once again in the fight. If we talk about 30 Esports, 42 points is somewhere they're lacking at this moment. And if I'm not wrong, if we talk about let's say approximately Godlike is having 80 points and 30 Esports is approximately having 40 points. Let's keep it like that. Still, you can see that close to 40 points of buffer is already there between Team Godlike Esports and 30 Esports. They have to do a tremendous job. They have to get 2 or 3 victories in the match, then they might be able to acquire hashtag 16 or 15 position. A lot of job has to be done by Third Esports, but I don't know when they are going to do it, how they are going to do it, because already this team is actually facing a lot of wrath. Already in the previous one, you said that how Team Third Esports went down into the 0-0 point system. It's actually a very sad side to watch out. If we talk about teams coming from hashtag 10 to hashtag 16, one good match, easily the position can be shifted.
Of course, like one pretty decent match for any of the team. If you talk about Skylights, Enigma, they have already bounced back a bit, but more matches are very, very much required. Talking about the overall top fraggers, you get to see that one particular guy maintaining that consistency in each and every match. 31 total finishes, 39% finish contribution by this lad. NTD Gaming, they have got a gem in their lineup. They have to utilize this gem properly. If they can, I don't think anybody can stop this person, because in each and every, there's not a single match in which Rage is not picking up a single finish point. So that has to be noted, that has to be seen, as Rage is looking very sharp, he's looking very confident, and he's looking very dangerous at this point.
I mean, the name already says that what he can actually possess. The rage that this guy has actually into his spirits is absolutely lovable. 31 finishes, 39 finish contribution for the team is going to be the case. From NTT, this guy is absolutely shining on the top at this point. If we talk about Aditya from Team OR Esports, 27 finishes. I guess that is the same number of finishes that we saw in the previous one. Aquanox 25 finishes, Delta 24 finishes, Sevitar from 7C has acquired 23 finishes, and I guess some new faces will be welcoming really very soon. And I'm pretty excited to see how these leaderboards are also going to be changed, because at this point everything is at stake. 15 lakh rupees prize pool is actually going to be on the stake. Other than that, you are actually going to get that trophy onto the stake. The bragging rights of winning this tournament is already on the stake. Other than that, every individual prizes, like let's say the individual most vital player, the most aggressive player of the lobby, is actually going to get 1 lakh rupees prize pool, if I'm not wrong. Other than that, the team with the most number of finishes is going to get 50,000 rupees. So of course, these are the few things which every team has to actually consider, and I guess that is why somewhere around Team TSM is actually looking sharp in the number of finishes that they have acquired as a team. And if we talk about the whole overall top fragger list, I guess 25 finishes decent enough. One good match for Equinox can easily lift it up. In the previous one, you saw that Equinox got 4 finishes, so you can already see that how the battle can easily be manipulated by the hands of these guys. I'm really excited to see that what is going to happen. Yes, we have seen Jonathan doing the wonders, but at this point, I would like to say Jonathan and Team GodL as well is not doing the wonders that we want to see.
Well, we have to wait. I guess it's just the day three, Raider. We have seen so much things coming up, or maybe it, like, we expect too much. I would say that we expect too much, and that might just create some more pressure on the teams and the players as well. That the casters, the audience, we expect a lot and lot of from our favorite players. That's for sure. But definitely, I guess it has to be all the fate of fortune. It has to be the game of their side. If they play well, then they are definitely going to bounce back in the top chart. But if the game is also going well, but the fate is not going in their favor, then nothing can be done. So you have to keep the balance very still. And if that happens, I believe no one can stop the team those are in the bottom. But the main thing, the main criteria, the fate has to run along with your gameplay. Then only the things will match up simultaneously. Otherwise, we have to wait. We have to continue to wait for a very, very long time. But right now, if you talk about this position, this fight, this India Rising series is just looking so sharp. This is looking so hyped up at this moment.
Indeed, the hype is real at this point, guys, because this is the day number 3 where we are going to see the match number 4 coming up really very soon. We had 42 matches, but out of which 15 matches are already gone to the dust, and we are left with how many matches, guys? I guess if I'm not wrong, it's, let's say, close to 25 matches, if I'm not wrong. That is going to be the case.
Why are you so
25,
good
28
at
matches are
maths?
there left. So let's see what is going to happen. No, I'm not good at math. I got 5 CGPA out of 10 in my 10th grade, I guess, and after that I lost the math. I literally just, let's say, went out with the science. But before that, let's talk about the phantom of the match. It's going to be match number 15. Irangal is the map where this guy 8-bits Raid got that phantom of the match title into his perspective. Rating is going to be 86%. Match finishes is 6. Match contribution is going to be 85.7%. Total number of finishes he has acquired is going to be 19 all through the grand finale, I guess. MVP ranking somewhere not that good, but I guess still maintaining that average. He can easily be in the top 10 list, because I guess if I'm not wrong, Sevitar from 7C, which is still in the top fraggers list, has 23 frags. I guess just 4 more to go. After that, he might be there in that table. So yes, we are going to see him also showing his face once again really very soon. Let's see what is going to happen. I would like to see that this guy might be able to compete once again in the top fraggers list also. Other than that, some more considerations are going to be there, like Hacker, that's Panku from Team EXO, God like Jonathan could be there, Scarlet's Gaming, Gamla Boy could be there, because these are the top few fraggers which can easily run the tables. But at this point, Equinox, Rage from Team Entity, ORE Esports, Aditya, if I'm not wrong, and other than that, Kevin Esports, Delta PG, Sevitar from 7C, they're still running on the top and they're doing it fantabulously. And that is why the gap is massive. They might not be able to, the teams which are actually trying to, let's say, compete more and more, they might not be, let's say, able to compete with them because the pressure is real. The game is real, stake is real. You can already see that we are left with 4 more days of the whole grand finale situation coming up, and in these 4 days teams have to do tremendous job. They have to acquire a lot of finishes. Yes, we had the gap of yesterday's, I guess the holy was there, and I guess we had the gap, and after that I guess day after tomorrow is also going to be the gap, because that's Monday if I'm not wrong. So again, teams are going to get few of the gaps, but still utilizing those gaps are going to be the case where these teams might be able to forfeit all the other teams which are there in the lobby.
After seeing this much of calculations, Raider says he's not good at maths. So it's all fine. But definitely after we get to see this, the second map, like it's not the second map, of course. This is going to be the match number 4 of the day, which goes live exactly from this moment. And the flight path already will be arriving
Oh,
very shortly. And as we can get to see, it starts from a different place and will be ending in a different place. But let's see from where it starts.
I mean, the flight path is something which every team wants to see, just the way they actually try to perform. But eventually, if I talk about this one, I guess particularly it's a beneficial one for teams like, let's say, EXO, teams like, let's say, GodL Esports, and some more teams like LZ Official and all, because the flight path is starting from Minas del Sur and it is ending towards the vicinity of Al Azhar in the backend areas. Well, the teams like Scarlet's Gaming, well, they have to face a lot of rotation coming up because El Pozo is the place where they want to drop, but I guess it's pretty far away. I guess close to 2000 or 2500 meter is going to be the distance they have to travel. Somewhere around, they have to get some good vehicles, and if the clash is not there, they might be able to survive. And I believe the clash is not going to be there because I can already see teams like Team Celsius is going to go for the locations of Ala Del Mar. Well, they already have a clash coming up onto that same exact location. Let's see what is going to happen at that point. Eventually, if we talk about Team 8-Bit, Team EXO, and Team Revenge, well, I guess Los Unisys compounds are going to be the case where these teams are going to live. And if we talk about WAR Esports, but the Presa is going to be the case. Impala somehow might be occupied by Kemin Esports. Let's see what is going to happen. If we talk about Team Orangutan, well, along with Orangutan, we also have team number 16. That's going to be Global Esports, if I'm not wrong, trying to go for the Al Azhar compounds. Well, the zone is already there, and it is an eastern one. You can already see it's a central eastern shift coming up in the zone. Teams which are like Scarlet's Gaming and the teams like Celsius Esports and the team which are there in the Wala del Sur area. Teams like Team Forever, they are pretty close to the zone, but still a kind of conflict is going to be there.
We have to focus it on because whenever the circle goes in a different area radar, we see multiple casualties coming up, and the same way you get to see the circle is having some different maybe different plannings, but yes, at the same point we also really want to see that, well, godlike are just heading towards the area of hacienda. The things are, you have to utilize those advantages which you are getting at this point. But I believe the circle, if my prediction is wrong, then I am bad at that. But my assumption, it could be that the circle might just end up in the area between La Bendita and Minas Gerais. It might be possible, but we have to see it around.
Well, of course, we have to see, and because eventually the prediction could be right, and that area is actually very chaotic. It's a very open one, and eventually, if you try to take a fight on that area, you might easily go down. But before that, if we talk about Team Godlike, well, again, some kind of split situation is going to go on, but I guess they are going to get some good push goals. Well, there we go. Team Celsius and Team Entity is going head to head in the area of Bala del Sur, if I'm not wrong. That's going to be the most southwestern compound that you can eventually get in the map of Miramar, and there is already a fight coming up. He pops one out. That's going to be Noob trying to flee from the situation. He's not going to get that kind of gap. Well, of course, Noob has been taken down. Dark Lord also is down to the dust, and now we are left with only 2 members. That's going to be, I guess, Team Entity's Shadow 7 and the other guy that might actually be surviving. Let's see what they can actually do. There we go. Shadow 7 on the northeastern corner is going to dug down, and if we talk about the other one, we might actually see a fight coming up. In the previous one, Team Enigma got that victory, but in this one, Neo is going to get that UMP45 and put one down from the other angle. I guess Jonathan puts one down once again. You can only see Entity Rage might be the one who is going to go down really very soon. I guess in the previous day we were talking about that why Rage is not changing the name. Well, he has changed the name. Let's see how much he can conflict with that. Shadow 7 from the back angle pops one out. I guess this could be the end of Vixie. Vixie is just trying to conflict the areas, but yes, Vixie is down to the dust. Now it's all about a 3v2 fight coming up. Let's see what more can actually happen. But from the other locations, I guess Necros, we have n number of fights coming up. Team Global Esports fighting it out. Oh, they've already wiped out the team which they were fighting with. I don't know the name. I don't remember the name. I guess that could be Team Enigma, if I'm not wrong. The one which got the victory in the previous
It
one is down
is.
to the dust
It
in this
is.
one.
Enigma Gaming, they're out of this match, right? Like, seriously? I don't know what happened. I don't know what disaster happened, but at this point, Godlike, we need the previous Godlike back. We need, like, I believe, Raider, that this change of strategies of Godlike, they are going a too bit passive as compared to the previous Godlike team, what they were used to be. It might be they want to secure those position points very precisely, but I guess it is not working. They are trying new strategies, that's for sure. The third party tournaments you can try out, but the main thing is that the declination, that downfall is getting continued. You're not getting the results, and I believe if you're not getting the results, it's time to switch it up. It's time to go back in time and get that previous godlike form, come on the top. But meanwhile, Celsius are now down to 3 against Team Entity Gaming, who is the table topper, while Dreams with that AKM, I don't think he will be able to get that knockout.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. If I talk about Team Celsius, well, they are trying to retaliate. I guess Rage is back in the game. Noob is back in the game. That is interesting enough. I was configuring somewhat a 2v3 fight coming up, but I guess with the help of Rage, Noob is also back in the game. Shadow 7 somehow is lurking with that UMP45 and Scarlet trying to configure some good shots. Let's see what more can actually happen, because the zone is already about to shrink. Rage on the other angle without any guns was trying to rotate, and that is why he has tasted the fate. He might be able to go down really very soon, but MGXMJ is also spotted. Some good micro Uzi shots are already there, but this is one of those guns which might not be able to retaliate. But it's like a tit for tat situation coming up, to be precise. Entity Shadow 7 pops one out onto the rooftop, and I guess once again Team Entity is going to face the same kind of taste from the other corner. If I'm not wrong, that's going to be Max with some kind of good smokes and nades from which you could easily put down Entity Shadow, but he's going to be the last man standing in the lobby. Let's see what they can actually do. Yes, of course, Shadow has got one initial frag into his perspective, but after that, I guess it's not going to be easy for him to retaliate and get some good more close calls.
Well, you have to see, like, I was thinking that it was impossible because the tabletop was looking well, looking very strong. But this is the key moment. I believe TSM, if they are reading the kill feed, it's better you be gearing up, because if you are not reading the kill feed, it's going to be a disaster. But TSM, they have a chance to come on the #1 spot, because 19 points buffer TSM gets in #2 and #3, and whenever they get in that kind of position, they get plenty of finish points. They don't have a water circle this time, but this precise need of MJ will be confirming out Team NTD Gaming out of this lobby. Celsius started with a bang, with have a one initial loss indeed. But looking forward to the placement in which TSM is holding at this point, Raider. I believe one good match like this match can actually they can actually turn it up in a great match if they can hold the position quite still. And according to my assumptions, the circle will definitely, there are a 50-60% from my side that the circle might just end up in the position of TSM, and if they can capitalize each and every finishes and can come in that mark of #2 or #3, they will definitely get the #1 spot.
I mean, I have been reading this team TSM, for quite a bit of a period. I have seen them in the unofficial tournaments that are there right now, be it from another orgs, be it from the Upthrust Esports. I've seen them performing, and this is the particular area where Team TSM is at its peak. And if the zone comes up in this area of the graveyard, they might be able to secure that winner chicken. They might be able to bag it up into their perspective, because these are the compounds where this team is at its peak. The performance of this team is actually at its peak. But now, if we talk about MJ from Celsius Esports, he is becoming the grenadier, because with that nade it ended the story of Team Entity, and just like that, Team Entity is also out of the equation. But I guess the one team which is looking really very strong in the lobby is going to be Team Godlike Esports, because how many finishes that they have acquired? It's going to be 4 in number, man oh man, without a loss of a single player. That's going to be the case for the team. If we talk about Revenge Esports, again some rotations are there, and now they are going to keep their vehicles in this kind of deep down ridge, from which they can easily access more and more casualties. Let's see what is going to happen. If we talk about Team Revenge, I guess if I talk about Sonic Fox, along with that M249, the generator of the lobby, he has UMP45, which is again destroying and getting some good close calls into his perspective. Let's see what more can actually happen. On the other corner, if we talk about the whole map of Miramar, somewhat this map actually always pushes you to get some good snipers or DMR. But again, a small question for you, Chris, that are the DMRs more powerful in the map of Miramar than if I talk about the bolt action guns?
The meta depends. I believe the meta depends a lot, and at this kind of, like, till if you talk about this day, the players don't stand still even while looting their initial loot outs. So it's really difficult for even a sniper, like even a god sniper with 120 FPS also won't be able to connect it very precisely. So I don't think there is a bit possibilities of players using sniper. That is why they use DMR, because at least if they can't get a headshot, they can come up with some multiple 20 to 30 tap shots in which they might like 2 to 3 where it gets connected. That's enough for one, or at least a one player to get taken down. And if you talk about snipers, if you get one headshot of Kar 90 against a level 3 helmet, you won't get a direct knockout. But if you connect one DMR head and another body shot simultaneously, you will get that knockout eventually. That is possible. That there are some few chances, but that DMR needs to be very much specialized. That DMR person needs to be very much specialized in that kind of cases to get that kind of knockouts done. Otherwise, it will be tough. And as of your question, I believe DMR are more precise, and in this day, standing in today's date, they are very much crucial in today's competitive scenarios.
I believe that is going to be the true case. But before that, if we talk about Team EXO, let's talk about the whole fight coming up. I guess Team EXO Hacker is the one who is trying to configure, and I guess Tsunami's buggy is already put down to a halt. And I guess from this location, I guess Hacker could be the one who could easily get some good frags. But from the other corner, you can already see Madman coming up with his own rotation. He might be able to, let's say, put up that great flank and eventually wop one out from Team EXO. That could be the case. But EXO, look at how beautifully Hacker has actually put down that nade and still maintaining his kind of, let's say, utility. From the other corner, you can already see player with that revenge from Revenge Esports. That's going to be that is going to be player which has actually put one down from team 8-bit. That's a sad to watch. 8-bit meanwhile is actually trying to configure some good shots, but they don't know that there is a member of ISO still reigning on top in this location. One good nade could easily end the stories, and there is we go. The nade is already there. After the nades actually gets any kind of connection, Juicy is about to go down. Well, the sprays are there. I guess 6x is on the full scope. I guess 6x, man, oh man, that spray choke was something really very tiring to watch out. And with this, he has exposed his position on the other corner. Team Revenge Esports might be coming really very soon, but Joseph is on with his own nade, puts one down from Team EXO, and that's a sad sight to watch. Panku, man, oh man, that's a sad sight to watch. Panku could have easily turned that table, but still, Panku is actually in the dust at this point. He might easily be going down in the dust. Let's see what more can actually happen. From the other corner, it's LZ official coming back really very soon. And if we talk about Team EXO, Snax, Sensei, and Fierce, they're still very compounded. They're trying to tackle the whole fights. Madman on the other corner has already been decimated. If we talk about Hacker, survival is a bit impossible, but still some needs are actually going to be there. Hacker might be finished off really very soon. From the other corner, you can already see Juicy is just trying to manipulate every other locations. Well. Snax put once down from 8-bit. From the other corner, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Fierce down to the flames. Okay, that was Hacker, if I'm not wrong. The finish is already there for the team right now, but from the other corner, Fierce is trying to conflict and trying to get some good close. Snax puts one down once again, and I guess this could be a 1v2 coming from the hands of Snax. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how much more can he actually possess the damage with. Sensei from the other corner puts one down. Let's see what more can actually happen with the drop shot. He's trying to tackle it out. Well, the 1v1 could be there, transferred, and yes, 1v1 is there from the back corner. EXO Snax is the one. Did a 1v3 onto the hands of Team 8-bit, and just like that, Team EXO is going to cherish 3 amazing blows with the loss of Team EXO Hacker. That's a sad sight to watch eventually, but now Team Revenge Esports is already there, buddy, trying to configure some good third parties.
Well, third parties might like the position in which you get to see these kind of teams. They are very crucial at this point, but at the same time, if you talk about Orange Rock, well, they're having that area. They're actually having that crater part. I believe Impala. They're holding in this kind of scenarios where the circle is almost getting in the shift of Junkyard or maybe the Minas Runners, as I predicted at the very start of the game. I don't know, well, like, will it go to that place or not? But still, those areas are still inside the circle, and the shift almost arrives. And my hopes are still high, Raider. I am still in the belief that the circle might just end up in the favor of TSM, and they might get some good finishes because they're still alive. They're looking quite steady. They have got the circle. They have got the man advantage, and what they require at this point is just the openings that the teammates or the players needs to bring out with their gun game and skills. And if that goes all the way correct for each and every points or each and every fight, I believe TSM can easily take off this chicken for themselves.
I mean, yeah, that could be the case because TSM is one of those teams in the map of Sanok. You have seen me actually predicting that team TSM might win because I prefer the close call because something is there whenever it comes to a 1v1 fight or 4v4 fight. I would like to say team TSM is one of those teams which is holding the great number of assaulters. Every other member from team TSM is more than capable to do a 1v4. I'm not bad shaming the other teams which are in the real lobby, but still I would like to say team TSM is somewhat reliable for me as a caster, for me as an individual fan. So yes, I would like to say Team TSM is more than capable to get this winner chicken into the perspective once again. But yes, the teams like Team Cayman Esports, Godlike, Team EXO, every other team which is there in the lobby is more than capable to turn the tables for them. But let's see what Team TSM is going to do, because it's all about a survival thing to coming up. BGMI is one of those survival gameplay where you have to survive, and for the survival, you might have to actually eliminate the one or two good shots, one or two good teams from the lobby. But if I talk about Team TSM, well, they only live to kill. I guess that is going to be the case for Team TSM. Let's see what is going to be the case for Team TSM. You can already see Team TSM is a bit scattered one. Blaze OP is on the corner. If I talk about Shadow, he's also there. Ninja Jord is also trying to configure some single tap shots so that eventually he can provide a pressure. And that's the beauty of this team. Even though they might not be able to put you down, they are going to put up a pressure. A sense of pressure will be there for you immensely, and you might not be able to tackle or put up a rotation. On the other corner, Jonathan puts one down from Team Revenant. I guess Paradox is going to be the one who is going to go to the dust. And Jonathan, securing 3 amazing blows, is going to cherish a rotation once again. And with this, he's going to be bit more aggressive, I guess. Once again, be back in the lobby. That is going to be the case for Jonathan. Let's see what more he can actually achieve in this match. If Team Godlike Esports get that winner chicken dinner, that could be a massive one comeback coming from their angle, and they might be able to actually, let's say, secure their position on hashtag 7 or 8 once again in the lobby.
Well, that has to come up. Like, if you talk about this kind of scenarios, Team Godlike, we get to see them like using this kind of gameplays. We are very, very casual to this kind of gameplays from the side of Team Godlike, but eventually the performances have changed, the decision making have changed. But right now, if we talk about the fights which are happening at this point, Orange Jogs Jelly is getting multiple shots at this point. Celsius Dreams will be getting Exo Snax taken down with that M16 with some precise tap shots. But again, Exo Fears gets knocked and confirmed, and Celsius is dominating the lobby in like a hell lot of way. 2 players of Exo gets taken down. Team Celsius. Wait, bro, wait. This is not just the end. The Celsius are looking quite strong at this point. Cayman Esports comes exactly in front of the area of Orange Rock. 14 teams, 49 players remaining. The circle shift arrives in the areas. Well, it's not completely the prediction went that wrong, but yes, a bit wrong maybe. But still, TSM, they have got almost the edge of the circle. LZ are holding a great compound, but if LZ gets taken down by any of the team raider, that compound, that particular place, it's such a vulnerable position that the team who acquires that, the team who holds that properly, will get immense amount of finish points for themselves.
I mean, it's a very difficult task to do at this point, but eventually, yes, the teams are trying their level best to get some good close calls. Let's see which team will be able to, let's say, retaliate and get some good close calls. If I talk about Team Skylights Gaming, Miramar is the map where they could easily open up their wings and eventually scoop this winner with a chicken dinner. I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult task, but you can already see Joker with that AKM is actually trying to bit sit in the depth in those depths of those ridges, but still he's going to go down to the dust. Pokar is going to be here right now trying to patch himself. One good finish is already there for Team Skylights Gaming, but from the other corner, it's going to be Gamla Boy who's going to backstab them, and look at that. Manya goes down to the wrist, and with that last blow, just like that, Team Global Esports is out of the equation. Team Skylights Gaming, Gamla Boy puts 2 down from the dust. And if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Pokar, who's actually have cherished one good amazing finish in your perspective. On the other corner, Somraj and Vexy is pretty much empty-handed, but I guess this is going to spark a new sense of fight, and they might be able to tackle one more finishes. On the other corner, if I'm not wrong, that could be the end of Team EXO. Sensei was popped out by the hands of Team TSM.
We have to see it around because multiple casualties has been taken down, and TSM, they have got 1 finish point till now, and in the meanwhile Owaze gets taken down. Multiple fights are happening between Cayman Esports and the Team Forever. Skylights Gaming are also rotating from a very safer side of the circle at this point. Orangutan will have a greater edge for themselves inside the circle, as they are holding a compound very precisely. Godlike having a good place in the circle, so the way have to come arrive. But if we talk about Destro, he has got some pretty needs going exactly on a pinpoint location. It might just get some good amount of damage. Daljit gets 1 knock for his team. That's going to be comeback, but this need will eventually make this connection. Vidu goes down. Team Forever still struggling. Always will be confirmed by Delta PG. Cayman Esports comeback will be getting finished off by Daljit and Team Forever before getting even eliminated. They're trying to get each and every finish point which is possible.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. Cherishing those finishes and eventually accumulating those finishes in the leaderboard is going to be the case, because after all, leaderboard is something which is going to turn the tables for every other team. Yes, you are performing in the fights interesting enough, but when it comes to the leaderboard, that is the decider where you are going to be the table topper or you are going to be the bottom feeder. That is going to be the case. But before that, Revenge Esports, Sonic Fox, with the loss of Sonic Fox, this team is looking sharp. Yes, they're holding a good kind of parts, but then also they have to rotate. Then also they have to get some good close calls. On the other corner, if I talk about Cayman Esports, well, they are looking a bit sharpy because comeback comeback is already down to the dust. They've acquired one good finish. They are on the verge of the zone. They are on the edge of the zone to be precise. And the team which is going to gatekeep them is going to be the team known as Team TSM, which has easily easily have the capability to turn them down into the dust. So let's see what is going to happen. It's a 3v3 battle, if I'm not wrong, coming up really very soon. Let's see what more can actually happen. On the other corner, Team Orangutan Trigger pops one out from Team Scarlet's Gaming. That's going to be the IGL down to the dust.
Well, it has to be something precisely, but right now, if you talk about this kind of circumstances, Kemni Sports are looking very fired up. Orangutan also have lost one. Wizgod has been taken down. The circle goes with a good shift, but where it is, because if I'm seeing right now, Orangutan will have an easy entry because I don't see any of the teams holding a great spot. But in the meanwhile, Delta PG with some precise spray might make some connection. Final boss getting taken down by the player of Revenant player, but LZ also getting some crucial knockouts at this point. It will be difficult indeed, but Orange Rock might just get some better spot. Delta PG barely surviving in a very low HP. Will have to deal amount with a lot of hectic situations, but in the meanwhile, Neo gets taken down by Revenant, and Core might just need some revival. Godlike are engaging in the fight. I don't know whether they are in the circle or not, but definitely if they are out of the circle and this knocks are happening at this point, it will be a bit disaster for them.
Yes, disaster is something that these teams are actually trying to put forth in the lobby, because you can already see 11 teams still remaining in the lobby. This is the end of the 5th zone coming up really very soon, and that is the kind of survival. You can already see Team LZ official trying to retaliate. Okay, that's Team Orangutan trying to conflict a fight. Yes, of course, AKOP has been taken down, but still I believe Team Scarlet's Gaming is looking a bit sharp in the lobby. Some good needs are there. Jigger might have got that connection, but still Jigger is remaining in the top of that list. Still he's surviving in the fight. Let's see what more he can actually possess damage with. Another nade comes in. This nade could easily be very tormenting. They have acquired 5 amazing finishes. Pokar is desperately trying to pop some good nades and eventually trying to survive, but then Ash goes down to the dust. EKOP is down to the dust. Yes, Team Scarlet's Gaming has acquired 8 amazing finishes. Interesting enough, if we talk about Team Godlike, well, they have acquired 5 at this precise moment, but 10 teams are still left, out of which 35 players are still trying to actually survive, from which 4 players are there for Team Godlike Esports. Their 4-man standing can easily provide a great level of conflict for this team. Celsius Dreams from the other angle pops one out from Team LZ. Okay, that's Moksha and Resboy. Both of them have been taken down and they are actually on down to the knees. They might not be able to survive. From the other corner, Team Revenant from those ridges are trying to provide a conflict onto Team 7C Sarang. That's interesting enough. In the previous one, you saw that Team 7G tried to retaliate, but I guess at hashtag 5 or 6, they were wiped out. But in this one, let's see what more they can actually do. Team 7C looking a bit sharp in the lobby. Let's see how many more points they can actually attain. I believe it's going to be a difficult task, but still Sarang is a bit tagged out. Team 7C on the other corner is just trying to pop some good smokes. Sarang is just trying to conflict and trying to figure out from which location he might be able to retaliate. But one more guy has been taken down, and I guess that's going to be the end of Team Revenge Esports. But the trade-off is already there by the hands of Team Revenant.
At the same spot, you also get to see 7Cs are looking like they need to get the revivals, they need to enter the circle, but Sarang gets final boss taken down. Player 3 will be getting 7Cs Sarang. 7Cs are getting devastated. TSM Blaze gets Somraj. Aquanox gets taken down by Atanki. Multiple fights is happening at this point, but please look at this player. Oh boy, Aquanox is just getting picked up. 3 of the players are remaining. Scarlet's Gaming are getting devastated in such a push, and in the better way, they get eliminated. 3 of the finishers have been acquired by TSM, and the match is going on a way too far. Beast is top 5. They have made it that far. Jonathan is getting some much more needed finish points for his team, but right now, exactly in front of him, he gets the entire squad of TSM. Shadow has been taken down. Blaze and Ninja, they're rushing towards that single player Jonathan. I don't know what will happen to this guy because the entire team is not with him. You can get this person sitting in some different place. He needs the cover fire, and I guess he has got the call. Yes, you can get the backup. He has got multiple footsteps hearing at this point. Orange Roxaru will be getting 7Cs Aladdin as well. So the needs which are coming in that direction is quite precise. But Jelly gets Aquanox confirmed at that position. I believe TSM, they're now down to a single player. Might be.
That could be the case, but before that, if we talk about OR Esports cherishing the 4-man power, same goes for Team TSM, if I'm not wrong. Okay, I guess Team TSM is actually cherishing the 4-man power, but I guess the stats are a bit off, and I guess it might be a prior one. You can already see Team TSM's 2-man standing out there in the lobby, I guess, with a glimpse of that eye. We are going to see 7C also about to get destructed. Oh, that was a beautiful peek and shot coming from his angle. Aru manages to put one down from Team 7C. I guess that could be the Spray God guy who is actually about to go down. Scimitar from the other corner, trying to retaliate, trying to get that rest for his mate, but I guess revival is something which is not possible. Zone is something which is going to tag them a lot. From the other corner, it's going to be Team TSM's 3-man standing, still trying to retaliate. We can already see Team OR Esports has acquired 6 amazing blows, but they are looking after more because the hunger for these finishes are something which is not ever going to stop. And I guess these finishes are something which is easily going to lift OR Esports a lot in terms of the leaderboard. I guess when we were talking about the whole overall standing, we were talking about this kind of thing also, that team OR Esports is more than close to actually get one victory and eventually gain the position of Hashtag 2. Team TSM is already down to the rust with 8 amazing blows. Team OR Esports is back again in the show. Team Godlike is also with 8 amazing finishes. OR Esports, same goes for them also. If we talk about Jonathan, 6 amazing blows for this individual. Man, oh man, he's going to become the phantom of the match. That's for sure. If we talk about Team Revenants and Core, he puts one down, and that's going to be Neo down to the knees. Let's see, is it possible for Neo to be back in the fight or not? That is going to be the case. Let's see what is we are going to witness. And we are still left with 4 teams and 12 players surviving in the fights. And I guess somehow with that update, somewhat of the recoils are actually looking a bit shaky. But still, if I'm not wrong, the last man standing from Team 7C is bit out of zone and is going for the heal battle.
Well, I don't know whether there is any glitch or not, but I guess maximum of the times we are getting to see 6x sprays. Maybe it might be a game glitch or something like that. But yes, we have to see it around. But if we talk about godlike players at this point, they're looking very sharp. They have got 8 finishes in their pocket, and Clutch God gets another one. Revenant are exactly below Team Godlike. Multiple needs are coming. Clutch God gets player 3 taken down. Some pretty shots will be coming from a distant hell, but Godlike, he needs to be very precise. But another need, will it make the connection? Jonathan on the other hand gets orange shocks. Aru taken down. Jonathan gets some retaliation shots, but he survives. And Godlike are playing. This is the type of game we wanted from these guys, but at the same point, Shelly gets Jonathan taken down, and Godlike's may just face some backlashes. Jonathan was a key player. He was getting the finishes from a different angle. You get to see him, like, the team, the other players are in the northern side, and Jonathan is the only solo lurker who was in the southern side and getting multiple finish for his team. But Orange Rock, they're also looking very sharp, they're looking very confident. But what will happen? What outcome can we expect from this match at this point?
I mean, Team OR Esports is pretty much on the downward ridge, and they might be able to tackle it out. But if I talk about Team Godlike, well, they are going to get the heads popping out really very soon. They might be easily access. They might be able to, let's say, access those feeds coming up really very soon, and that might be the case where Team Godlike might actually be able to secure some good blows and eventually take that win a chicken. And let's see what is going to happen. Yes, player 8 has been taken down. Man, oh man, OR Esports is facing a lot of wrath. Yes, of course, Z-God is down to the rust right now. If we talk about Jonathan, he's also down to the rust. Z-God is on the knees. Clutch God from the other corner is trying to patch himself, boost himself, so eventually he might be back in the fight. And if we talk about Team Revenant, they are also trying to configure some good blows. Let's see what more can actually happen. If we talk about Team OR Esports, the 4-man power was there for a bit of a time period, but now, as you all can see, the 3-man power is only something which you are going to cherish. Aru on the other corner has received a lot of more damage. I think he actually tried to provide 1 damage, but then from the other corner, Neo puts him down. I think he's down to the dust right now. Some more nades from the hands of Clutch God is going to be there. 3 finishes for Neo is going to be the case. 10 finishes for Team Godlike Esports, and this could be the moment where they will easily get that winner chicken dinner. Let's see, is that possible for this team? Are they going to get any kind of winner chicken dinner or not? That is going to be the major concern. Some good shots, some good UMP blows, and M463X scope is blows are going to be there. Let's see which team is actually going to get that close call into their perspective, because from the right corner, we already have Team Revenant lurking in the shadows, and I guess they are just trying to let it go. They're just trying to let this fight go. Z-God goes down by the hands of Arrow with that beautiful lead, and I guess this is going to spark a new initiation. A 2v2v2 battle is going to come up, because revival for Z-God is something which is not possible at this moment.
It is going to be a difficult decision, but I believe
Yeah.
Clutch God is trying to get the revivals done. But yes, there has to be a precise decision. But in the meanwhile, the retaliation is coming. Orange Rock are looking confident. Clutch God has to be the one man, but no, it's not. Godlike goes down. Godlike goes down. Revenant, they were looking for this opportunity. Orange Rock versus Team Revenant. Both the teams, the one who will take the winner chicken dinner will be going on the top at this point. Jelly gets another taken down. Revenant and Core will be just waiting. 2 of the players are remaining at this point. Which team will take the victory with them?
I mean, in the previous one, Team Revenant was able to, let's say, secure the hashtag 2 position. In this one, they might just get that victory. Aru goes down. This is the 1v1 coming up once again. And yes, he does it. And Core, with that amazing blow, wipes out Team OR Esports. And just like that, Team Revenant has secured that winner chicken. And that was one hell of a showdown coming from Team Revenant. Man, oh man, what a showdown. And what an epic gameplay coming from Team Revenant's end. Yes, of course, Paradox was the one to go down in the initial blow. But after that, what happens? I guess Encore and the other mates from Team Revenant established their kind of sense and eventually got that victory into their perspective. In the previous one, hashtag 2 is the position that they were actually living up to. In this one, that absolute level of winner chicken is going to be the case with some good blows, I guess.
Well, a much needed comeback is coming from the side of Revenant Esports. They were patient, but I don't know, Raider, but I really feel bad for God. Like the way they were playing the way they were actually improvising the game from their side, the number of finish points they have received so far is so well that that downfall actually shocked me up a bit. I would say not. I would not say that it's not like low, but it actually shook me up a bit much more. I expected that chicken and for their side. I just can't imagine. This is the gameplay, the 3-1 godly split we get to see from the previous team. Godlike, it is coming down to this position, and at the same way, Jonathan, he was in like the pole difference between the players. Three players in the northern side, one player in the southern side, and one solo player is getting all the lurking kill points. He was the one to be baited. Like if you talk about one solo player cannot survive all the fights, and that was the position that was too much vital. And from that position, Jonathan, he did his role very precisely, but it did not went well for Team God. Like 20 points, yes it is, but how long, how much difference will it make in the overall standings?
I mean, they might be able to escalate, let's say, 4 or 5 position. That's all they can actually get because 20 points, that's a massive buffer to actually attain. But still, I guess it's going to be a bit difficult for Team Godlike to once again rise onto that position of hashtag 6 or 7, whichever they were looking after. But still, if I talk about teams like, let's say, Team Revenant, man, oh man, what a showdown done by them. And the kind of consistency that they provided in the lobby was absolutely lovable. In the previous one, 3 finishes were there in the hands of Paradox. In this one, Paradox was the first one to actually get wiped out by the hands of Team Godlike, if I'm not wrong. But after that, what happened? The other guys, Austin Vortex and Encore, whatever the members' name were, Team Revenant, actually tried to retaliate, and it was really very brilliant that the way actually they retaliated, the way they acquired the finishes, it was very amazing. And with that, I guess they have got that winner chicken dinner. I guess somewhere around, let's say 28, 25 to 28 points is going to be the case for the team. 23 to 28 point is going to be the case for the team, and that is going to be a massive jump for Team Revenant once again. Because yes, back to back getting close to that victory is going to be the motivation booster once again. But I guess we all know the next match, which is going to be the map of Sanhok, every other team is going to get courage, and every other team is going to get a sense of pressure onto their faces. Because when you are fighting in a previous match, you are fighting in a 8v8 map, where 8 into 8 kilometers is the parameter where you have to play with. Zone is a bigger one, rotations are actually a bigger one. But when it comes to the map of Sanhok, three things are very deadly: smaller area to fight with, smaller area to conflict, smaller area to loot, and other than that, the last thing that is very, very dangerous is the team which are lurking in the shadows. They might be on the top of some kind of ridges, they might be lurking inside any compound, just sitting it idly, not even providing any movements, or they might be lurking in the grasses also. So these kind of things can actually make the map of Sanhok very, very dangerous. But before that, let's talk about the stats of Team Revenant. Well, there we go. With 6 amazing bros, they have acquired 21 amazing points into their perspective. And look at the consistency between Encore, Player 3, and Top Dog. Yes, of course, we knew Paradox was the one who actually got wiped out quite early, but still, I guess Encore, Player 3, and Top Dog did a tremendous job in the lobby.
Of course, they were holding up the patients very precisely. That was
Yeah.
something to be appreciated very much, because when you keep your mind cool, when you keep the patients completely on a great level, I believe the outcome comes like this. They were patient. They did not went up for any finish points. They were holding patiently. They know that if they wait, they will definitely get the chicken dinner, because the fight between Orange Rock and Godlike was so devout, like so it was going so all out that they were supposed to get that victory, because at that point there must be some casualties from both the ends, and they utilized that situation really very nicely. I would say a great comeback, a great game it turned out to be. And talking about Enco, Top Dog, and Player 3, tremendous performance by these lads.
Indeed, the performance was something which was very valuable. I guess you have to get that passive sense also. Yes, of course, Team Godlike was going on the aggressive end, and I guess they got the results. They got the finishes that they have acquired. I guess 20 points is somewhere Team Godlike is going to reside, but I guess one more point is going to be into the hands of Team Revenant. And of course, they actually got that victory also. Yes, of course, aggression is something you have to live up to, but only the aggression should be there only when it is demanded in the lobby, not whenever you want to actually. And that is why I guess teams like Team TSM, teams like Team Godlike actually went down into dust. They were trying to initiate the fights. Meanwhile, if I talk about teams like Team Revenant, they were lurking in the shadows. But look at that, OR Esports still technically got that hashtag one into their perspective, because they have acquired 4 more points from Team Revenant. In the terms of frags, if I'm not wrong, is going to be 13 for OR Esports and 12 for the position, and that is why they are going to live up to the charm. 25 amazing points for the team right now, and of course this is actually going to spark their position in the leaderboard. That there might be a case where they might be able to cross the hashtag 2 position. Other than that, if I talk about Team Revenant, 21 points is the case that we have talked about. GodL Esports 20 points for them. Jonathan individually got 6 amazing finishes, if I'm not wrong. He might be the phantom of the match really very soon, or someone from Team OR Esports could be the contender. Other than that, if we talk about Skyless Gaming, well, the number of finishes is absolutely lovable from their angle. Despite of having hashtag 7th position, they went out at hashtag 7. Still, they are actually holding the hashtag 4th position in the leaderboard because the frags are absolutely lovable. 2 points for the position, 11 for the frags, 7C, 3 for the aggression, and I guess 7 for the frags is going to be the 7 or 8 for the frags are position to be exact is going to be the case for them. Team TSM on the other corner, 6 for the position and 3 for the frags. Celsius on the other corner was the one of the aggressive team which actually got 8 for the frags, 1 for the position.
Of course, this has been a tremendous match, but again, some teams, those who were in the bottom chart, they have again performed a very drastically bad way. You see 2D Sports, you get Enigma Gaming, they haven't got a single point from this match so far. But at the main thing, if you just get to see that EXO, they got eliminated. Gemini Sports, they got eliminated. Team Forever, Revenge, Global, 8-Bit, Entity. So many teams got eliminated very earlier. Same goes for Orangutan. LZ officials will have 5 points from this match. We're talking about the graph, the match-wise graph we get from the match number 16. At this point, Orange Rock leading with each and every sector. Revenant will be in the second position. Godlike, I believe it's the most balanced graph I have ever seen because 10 finishes, 10 placement points, equally balanced without any compromisation. But still, you think it is? The results, it is going to come up in the same way. Orange Rock, Revenant, Godlike with its 20-point bomber, will they reach that? But what actually Team Orange Rock needed was this one, 25 points for in their favor. It might just turn up because TSM, they only got like 6 7 8 like 9 finish points for themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe, yes, it is total 9 total points they have collected in this match. So definitely with this, I believe there are some certain chances of the like Orange Rock coming on the top. But talking about the match top fraggers, Gamla with 7, Jelly with 7, Jonathan with 6, Aru with 5, and Snax with 3 finishes. And we get to see this performance from these 5 players. But it's actually good to see Jonathan coming back in the top 5 fraggers, maybe in the match wise. But I don't know when we will be able to see this guy in the top, like overall top fraggers.
I mean, we were talking about guys like Gamla Boy and Jonathan and some other guys, members from Team EXO also. You can already see how the comeback is turning out once again. Gamla Boy becomes the top fragger of match number 16 of the map of Miramar. It's interesting enough. Jelly from OR Esports, man oh man. This guy, despite of being the IGL of Team OR Esports, have acquired some amazing blows. 7 amazing finishes to be exact. And if we talk about Jonathan, 6 amazing finishes for him. The flanking position was somewhere where Team Godlike could have actually acquired some lot of finishes. But I guess on Jonathan ends, it was a small mistake coming from his angle, and that is why he was popped off. Other than that, if we talk about OR Esports, Aru, well, again, 5 finishes for himself also. Interesting enough, from EXO, snax was the one who actually wiped out Team 8-Bit, if I'm not wrong. He was the last man standing from his team. Still, if I talk about
Oh, 4
the overall
points.
standing, you can already see Team Entity Gaming with the 181 points is on top at this moment. Team TSM with 170 points is going to be the case for them, and OR Esports is lacking behind Team TSM with 4 points. And if we counter it up with Team Entity, 15 points is somewhere Team OR Esports have to gain so that eventually they can actually access the hashtag 1 position. Team Revenant with the 2 victories, I guess, is going to touch up the position of 125. Interesting enough, if I talk about Team 7C, 123 points for them. Celsius Esports on the other corner has got 123 points. Team Forever, 113 for them. Gaming Esports, 110. Orangutan, 110. I guess this leaderboard from hashtag 4 to hashtag 9 can easily be changed by some other team from the backend areas, or it could be Team Orangutan in the next match getting that victory and easily being at the position of hashtag 4. That could be the case because after that, from hashtag 3 to hashtag 4, there is a buffer of close to 31 points.
Well, at the same point, if you just talk about like difference is just coming way too close, and one more match for Orange Rock and one bad for TSM will eventually settle the score up. But Godlike eventually with this match have bounced back to the position of hashtag 12, and that's the main motto. That's the main thing we are looking forward. One good match, one big bomber will eventually boost you up in the first list. That can actually boost you up in the first list as well. But you have to get the chickens at the same point.
Indeed, indeed. Getting that winner chicken dinner can easily access you with some good morale boost and eventually make a pressure onto the lobby also, because getting that winner chicken is with some 10 or 12 finishes is something which can easily make a pressure onto the lobby. That could be the case. But yes, Godlike is doing a tremendous job. 20 points in the previous one has actually easily bumped them at hashtag 12. From hashtag 17, they are at hashtag 12. Team Enigma, despite of getting that victory in the 14th match, if I'm not wrong. In the 15th match, to be precise, they are still here at hashtag 17. That's a bad side to watch eventually. If we talk about 30 Esports, previous one match was not played by them, and I guess 30 Esports is still lurking in the shadows of hashtag 18. That's a bad side to watch eventually. Now, if we talk about overall top raggers, well, we are going to see the same faces once again. That's Rage with 31 finishes and Aditya from Mobile Esports with 27 of his own. Aquanox from Team TSM determining with 25 finishes. Delta has acquired a +1 finish because in the previous one, if I'm not wrong, Delta PG was having 24. In this one, he has acquired 25 finishes. Interesting enough. And if we talk about 7C Savitar, he has acquired 23 finishes. Interesting enough, the battle is on, the fight is on still. I guess teams like Team 7C and teams like Team Entity are somewhere trying to configure some good shots. And other than that, we also have teams like Team GodL, EXO, as well as Team Scarlet's Gaming rising once again from the Sunshine areas.
I don't like actually. I don't think there are any changes in the top five fraggers in the overall standing, like overall top fraggers list. But eventually, if you talk about yes, the teams, they are like one team is going up, another is falling apart.
Yeah.
This roller coaster is just getting continued and continued. Well, it will end on the 24th of March. But before that, guys, if you haven't participated in the giveaway, go and participate. The steps will be exactly briefed out and the post of giveaway, which is actually there in the Instagram, and I can get to see in three of those pages: UE.India Rising, Upthrust Esports, as well as on Wings Lifestyle Instagram page. Go there, comment down the steps what which is there, and I'll let you know that is going to be, you have to follow those three pages. You have to go there, you have to predict the match winner alongside the day, the match number and the team name, and also the Wings Phantom option, whether you going to take the Wings Phantom 100 or you want to take the Wings Phantom 105. It depends upon you, and eventually when you get to see and when you get to uh, win that one, you may be the one you who can win it. So yes, you have to do that prediction before the match gets ended, because that timestamp will be a very very big factor. But at the same time, we are looking forward to some much more awaited things that we are going to see at a very very short time, because the winners will be announced after the event gets over. And maybe on the final day, you never know, you have to be active on the stream as well just to get to know which are the winners. And after winning that, don't forget to tag the casters as well, because we are also putting some efforts by knowing, by actually giving our I would say important knowledge, important gyan to you guys, so that you can participate in the giveaway and can win those beautiful accessories. And if you win it, I guess we should have some of those shares as well.
Yeah, of course, that could be the case. But before that, let's talk about the Wings Phantom of this particular match. Match number 16, the map of Miramar was already there, in which Scarlet's Gaming Kamla Boy was the one who actually got 86 rating. And eventually, the match finishes going to be 7. Match contribution as particular fight was 63.6%. Total finishes altogether is 19 to be precise. MVP ranking is going to be hashtag 16. Yes, he have to do a lot of job, and eventually he might be able to, let's say, be in the leaderboard of the top fraggers. Let's see what is actually going to happen for this guy, because Gamla Boy is back again in the game, and I believe we are still left with two more matches. In these two more matches, if we actually maybe able to acquire the number of finishes that he did in the previous one, 6 or 7 finishes in every match, we might be able to, let's say, see him in the face of top fraggers list. Let's see what is going to happen, because I believe this is one of those more capable guys which can easily turn the tables. Meanwhile, talking about Jonathan, great job done by him also. 6 amazing finishes by his corner. It was interesting enough, but slowly but steadily, I guess somewhere Team Godlike with that flank was unable to conquer the fight. Despite of having the 3-man power, the highest in the lobby, they were unable to tackle the fights between Team OR and Team Revenant, and just like that, the battle was pretty much toppled down. And I guess somewhere the synergy and the pressure that they are unable to decipher is where Team Godlike is lacking. But still, 20 points is something amazing to watch out for. But now in the map of Sanhok, new possibilities are going to rise, because the zone will be smaller, the breathing space will be smaller, but the lobby will be exactly same. 18 teams are going to play it out in this lobby. 72 members are going to play it out, put their gun into the perspective, and they are going to showcase their talent. Let's see which team is actually going to win it and which team is actually going to choke it on it. But I believe the best of the best, the cream of Indian gaming community, is absolutely going to crush it. And again, I would like to ask for some predictions from Necros also, that which team might be able to configure the top 10 position, top 3 position to be precise, in the map of Sanok.
If you just talk about the circle is the main factor, I will love to answer this question when the match gets started, Raider, because if I'm telling that yes, it is going to be like some of the teams like EXO, and the circle goes exactly in the camp alpha side, and then Exo cannot reach the circle and they try to go for heal. But like,
Strategy is
it's
there
for
still.
sure. Yes, your strategy is always so much accurate. I won't question that at all in the map of Sanhok. Your strategies, your rotations are so precise that I'm not at all daring to question about that. But the main fact that comes down is that Exo Skylets will definitely go for the heal battle. There is not a single. I am not even a bit doubtful for that kind of scenarios. But one
Yeah.
thing is for sure, there are some chances of entity gaming. You talk about the chances of Revenant; those are looking very strong. There are chances of Godlike if this circle goes, but I don't know. But there are some chances like Godlike goes playing one match better, and the other one they are just going like getting eliminated on a very early basis.
I mean, if the consistency is there, there is no question of becoming the champion. You can easily become the champion if the consistency is there. Every match, if you secure 15 to 14 points in every particular match, you can easily be in the top 5. And one good match with the chicken can easily land you in the #1 spot. That could be the case. But I guess somewhere, just as Necro said, that consistency from Team Godlike is somewhere lacking. But yes, when we come to the heal battle situation, we already have seen that how the doctors of Team Exo are playing it out, be it Immortal, be it Fierce, be it Snax, be it Sensei also. They all are actually pretty good in the terms of heal battle. From Scarlet's Gaming, I guess Pukar, Somraz, both of them are pretty good in that terms. Because if we talk about Gamla Boy, these are the few players which don't actually put their gun in their backpack. They just want to fight. They just want to retaliate. Even though the zone demands to actually put up a heal battle, if the call from IGL is not there, they are already going to go push onto that location. But if we talk about guys like, let's say, Pukar, Somraj, if I talk about Exos Immortal, these are the few members which actually know that yeah, we are an aggressive team. We have to get some good points. But despite of losing some points, getting eliminated by the people which are in the zone, why don't we just sit out of the zone, gather some first aid kits, and eventually heal battle once again? So yes, passive strategic strategies are there from the angles of Team Exo. But if I talk about from Scarlet's Gaming, I guess Gamla Boy, Jonathan, somewhere these are the people which don't want to go at that corner. But before that, if I talk about the giveaway situation coming up, just like Necro said, you have two options coming up: Wings Phantom 100, Wings Phantom 105. You can easily predict and actually get that giveaway into a perspective. The steps are easy, and it's going to be like this one. You can easily go ahead and follow us on Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, UE India Rising 2022. That's the Instagram page for this particular tournament. You can just go ahead and follow these three pages. You can just comment down in the giveaway post. You can just comment down that WWCD, or should I say winner chicken dinner grand finale, day number 3, match number 5, particularly Team Exo. My option of the giveaway is going to be Wings Phantom 105. That's it. That's all you have to do. After that, you just have to share the post on your story and increase your chances of winning. And if you are the first one to predict it, I guess the giveaway will be there and the winners will be announced and your name might be there to pop off.
Of course, like you can win this beautiful accessories, and especially I would recommend from my side. I've got the Wings Phantom 100, which has got a
Mhm.
brilliant RGB case, and if you want to take it up, you can go for that option. If you want some reviews, you can contact me on my Instagram. I can be that the one person who can give you
Technical necros.
plenty of yes technical necros incoming very soon, very shortly. I'm thinking, really, I would like to like make some of the contents of
Same man.
unboxing though, but I
Yeah,
don't have that much money to buy those stuffs and do unboxing. Neither the brands are giving me any
that's a lie.
money or sending me the items. No, the brands are not sending me any like money or items to just do the unboxing. But if ever I get a chance to just give a review or something like that, because Wings Phantom 100, I'll definitely get that review done because of our beloved people. Those who are in the chat, they're coming down, watching the stream so dedicatedly, and doing so much of chit chat in the live chat. So they will require some better sound quality streamings. Like, they want to hear
Mhm.
some better stuff of the stream, so they will require some better headphones or maybe the AirPods. For them, it is a great step. And when they get to hear much more better audio quality, or maybe much more better improvised voice of the stream,
Yeah.
there might be chances that we might not get criticized for a very long time.
Indeed, that could be the case. Eventually, my dream was also to open up a tech channel, and eventually, I ended up having a gaming channel. Eventually, being a caster at this point. Yes, of course, I'm going to very soon. I'm going to open up a tech channel also. But before that, these Wings Phantom 100 or 105 or whatever the version I have at this point is absolutely lovable, because yes, these Wings Phantom can easily provide you with a hassle-less experience, where you don't have to actually uh, put up wires in your backpack, and eventually the tangling situation and all. These are the few situations which you don't want to see, and eventually that is why I guess the lightweight case and the kind of battery backup that these headphones can provide you, that these earbuds particularly can provide you, along with the low latency mode that these earbuds have, is absolutely lovable in every phone, in a be it iOS, be it Android, be it some other phone like Tyson OS and all. You can easily use it and eventually enjoy with it. And I guess BGMI is one of those games where you're going to love it. And I guess if I would have actually, if I would have actually a chance to actually gain the giveaway, I would have actually gone for option number 2, because Wings Phantom 105, the earbud type of situation, is absolutely lovable for me, and my ears are, let's say, designed for that kind of situation. But yeah, other than that, giveaway is amazing, guys. Make sure to join it. Make sure to actually do the following steps, which is there right now. For example, following the pages, and after that commenting and predicting whichever the team you want to, and after that sharing the post, or sharing the post to be exact, on your story, and increasing the chances of you winning. That is going to be the case. You can only see that this is Wings Lifestyle presents Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022 in association with Ticker Tape, and the streaming partner is going to be Loco. I hope you guys are loving it, because the semi-finale of 6 days was pretty much over, and after that what happened, this is the third day, and it is also about to go down really very soon, because just 2 more matches to go. 4 matches have already been cleared out, and we have already seen that how these teams are actually getting the finishes, and how much these teams are actually trying to pose a damage.
They are trying their level best, but still the thing is, at this point, that all determines, that all comes down to a single match, or single
Yeah.
day. It's just the day number 3. The 3 more days to go, 3 to 4 more days to go after this day gets ended, because this is going to be the match number 5 of the day. Sanok
Mhm.
it is, the map of the snakes, where Raiders prediction always goes right, and the Exo Skylights always play really well. That all comes down to this match. Which team will it be to take the chicken? The question was asked to me, but somehow, I try to be savage, but I
Yeah.
don't get to. But still, I'm trying to pull it against Raider, and I want to pass on to him just to pressurize him a bit more, to get some more publicity for myself. But I don't.
Mhm.
I'm really lagging a way too behind.
I mean, this is one of those maps where you can't actually predict, because this is one of those unpredictable map. The suspense is too high.
But you
The
still
situations
predict.
are way too high right now. But still, I'm going to predict Team TSM and EXO, as
Yes.
well as today you are talking about Skylights Gaming. So why not Skylights Gaming also into the option? Yeah, I asked you for the top 3 teams. I'm going to put my top 3 teams, my top 3 predictions. That's going to be on top. It's going to be Team TSM, then EXO, then Skylights Gaming. Let's see which of these teams are able to, let's say, cross the top 3 margin. And if my prediction is correct, make sure to actually comment down. And if not correct, make sure to criticize me also. But we are going to be back on the caster deck, and eventually try to decipher some more things about the map which is going to be there, because it's a smaller one. The breathing space is way too low, but the lobby is exactly going to be the same. 18 teams, 72 players are going to head out into the battle. But one thing I'm pretty exactly, let's say, deciphered about, it's going to be the battle between Team Orangutan and Team Tuddy Sports, if I'm not wrong. That's the battle in the map of Sanok, in the particular area of bootcamp. We saw that how these teams actually fight it out. Team Forever could be the one which is going to take that battle into their perspective, because yes, we have seen in day number 1, if I'm not wrong, where Team Forever went out into the map of Sanok, and they actually dropped down into the areas of bootcamp. They clashed and they were wiped out, if I'm not wrong. They tried their level best, but still they were taken down by the hands of Team Orangutan. So yeah, these might be the cases where you have to get some good close calls. And in the map of Sanok, the team which has the most kind of, let's say, aggressive manpower can easily survive, because when you are in the map of Sanok, we are not talking about the areas of bootcamp or paradise resort where you have a confined area of compounds, where you have, let's say, ridges and all trying to fight it out. I'm talking about the areas of wilderness that Sanok actually holds, the whole ridges, the whole grasses areas, the whole blocks that you have in the map of Sanok. There, if a player suddenly pops from your back end area, you have to put up a reflex situation at that corner. And eventually, teams like Team TSM, God like Jonathan, Skylar's Gaming, Gamla Boy, every other assaulter which is there in the lobby is more than capable to do that kind of wonders. But before that, well, again, we have the flight path coming up. It is starting from the dunk down areas, the southern corner, and it is dunking in the northeastern corner. Well, absolutely, it's a diagonal flight path. So I would like to say every other area is pretty much easily accessible. Let's see what more is actually going to be there right now, because Team EXO absolutely going to cherish the top locations of Camp Charlie. Sensei is a bit too far. I guess he's going to dump in the drop location area, where he might not be able to, let's say, secure some good points. But I guess Team Celsius is pretty close to that location. There might be a clash coming up from their angle. But if I talk about Team Godlike, well, there we go. They have dropped in the Painan area. There is nobody to contest them. Yes, Revenge Esports is pretty close, but I don't think they are going to let this clash go that easily.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Nobody's going to give this clash so easily. But in the meanwhile, the first blood tsunami gets one of the players taken down, an 8-bit. And if I'm not wrong, it might be Global Esports. Well,
Yeah.
yes, it is. Global Esports are
Oh.
getting some engagements. Orangutan EQ will be getting waste taken down. Multiple fights, multiple clashes, gets continued. Vector gets into reload, and it's all down. The fist is coming. The
Whoa.
fist is coming, but no, Joker won't be able to do that as. So I guess the bullets are all over, and I don't think he had got the chance to get the reload done. So right now,
Mhm.
Mania, the last hope, getting the shots from a
Oh.
distant held by 8-bit Juicy. I guess it's all early elimination and it's all over for Global Esports at this spot.
I mean, the pressure is immense at this point. You can already see Global Esports Mania tried to actually patch himself, but once he heard the shots, heard the footsteps coming from the backend area, he was pretty much disappointed. Again, my prediction is going to be right because we have a clash in the bootcamp area. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Team Orangutan and Team Forever fighting it out in that location. I'm just eagerly waiting for that perspective to come in. But from the other angle, if we talk about the first pick of this lobby, it's going to be the Global Esports. But the first team to go down in the dust is absolutely going to be Global Esports once again. On the other corner, if I'm not wrong, that could be Team Forever going down to the dust. Team Orangutan might be cherishing that victory. So let's see what is going to with what and actually is actually going on in that kind of perspective. But before that, if we talk about Team GodL Esports, they are looking sharp. Yes, Orangutan is down to the dust. Team Forever is going to cherish the bootcamp area and they are absolutely going to loot it up. They have secured 0 finishes, so I believe it's going to be the end of that story. But yes, LZ official with the wipeout of Cayman Esports just if I'm not wrong, is going to cherish the first ever finish to their perspective also. And in this map, Team LZ official likes to hold this barn compound, which is pretty much in the zone. On the other corner, if I talk about Team Enigma, well, they are pretty much contested by Team 7C. It's on the front end. Cow is pretty much vacant, but I guess on the northern compounds of Cow, we are going to see the team known as Team 7C, and there might be a clash coming up. But look at that beautiful info 16 coming in the backpack of Avi. It's all about the shining perspective coming up really very soon. I just want to see this gun flying it out in the kill feed.
Of course, we have to see it around. Like if we even talk about the cow area, Seven Seas, Enigma, both the teams are trying their level best to climb up. In the meanwhile, if you talk about TSM, they will be also around those corners of NTD Gaming and the Camp Alpha where they used to take the drop and split. But the circle eventually have got the part of the areas. I believe the Bravo Island. So,
Mm-hmm.
while seeing the Bravo Island, we get to see that maybe the circle can go up to the places of those muddy areas. I am not recollecting the name at this point, but yes, there might be a chances that the zone might just go in a southern side, maybe in the areas in the open areas of boot camp. It is possible by the end zones anything can happen, and in the meanwhile, you also get to see Enigma. What are they up to right now? Will they try to go up for some different ways to get those pickouts, or maybe they just want to back it off because they don't want to get any kind of engagements? But I don't think neither Enigma nor Seven Seas are willing to back off from this situation. There might be some counter plans in that kind of situation when you can get to say that you can't take the fight, but still you want to get those finish points in your favor. So it's better that Enigma might just try to go exactly behind the back of Seven Seas and want to backstab them whenever they want to just try out to come outside from that cow areas. But in the meanwhile, if you get to say Revenge Esports or Sonic Fox, the shots which were taken and it was hurt completely by GodL Neo, and definitely he want to decimate all those players who were present in that areas particularly. So we have to see it around, but too much split can eventually cause multiple casualties for Team Godlike as well.
Yeah, indeed. The splitting situation can easily be very tormenting for you. At this point, if I talk about Clutch God and Jonathan, they are in the vehicle. And if I talk about Neo and Z-God, they are pretty much close to it themselves. They are pretty much close to their mates. But now, from the left corner, I can already see Revenge Esports is there right now. If I talk about Team 7C and Team Enigma, well, as you were talking about this fight, Necros particularly, I would like to say Team Enigma lost their previous one. In the previous match, they lost their fight quite badly. And before that, they got that victory. They got that winner chicken with 22 points. But what happened in the map of Miramar? They were down to the rust with 0 points by the hands of Team Godlike Esports. So in this match particularly, this team wants to play it passively because this is the particular map where you can easily gain some 12 to 13, 12 to 10 points in terms of position by actually doing the heal battle. So why not just go for the compounds, loot some good utilities, get some good first hit backpack, and after that you might be able to secure. But before that, God like Neo has already been taken down. Man, oh man, Z-God is trying to retaliate. Let's see what more he can actually do. Z-God with that need might be able to shut up Akshay 5K, but from the other corner you can already see Akshay 5K is already trying to decipher that thing. He's already trying to pop some good needs, but still the connection is not there. Akshay 5K is actually going on the back end. Yes, he has been spotted. One good play from the back corner. Can easily put him down, but look at that signal coming up. Man, oh man, Akshay 5K is just trying to live up to his fight, and yes, he's successful in it. Necros, did you look at that jiggle? And it was absolutely lovable. Still, Godlike was unable to, let's say, land any kind of good shots onto him, and he is actually surviving. He's actually going to put that jiggle once again. He's actually trying to flee from the situation. He might not be able to because now random sprays are there. 2 or 3 members are already there with the sprays. I guess he's just trying to overcome it and eventually test his luck at the peak.
That was a godly movement, I would say, but definitely he somehow like it at one time, Raider, when we used to play, like, yes, we are casters, we know that, but we eventually play at sometimes of a leisure time as well. But this kind of movements are very, very common at that time, that when we get to see some shots from a distant area, we can't spot the enemies, and we are like, what am I supposed to do right now? And the background music noise is like, run at this moment. So that is the case which is happening with Akshay at this moment. And Sonic Fox, well, I believe he is going to make some smokes for himself, for his teammate, just to get the revivals done. But I don't think GodL wants to make this happen again. The 6-6 glitch might be they want to go with some sprays, or maybe they're just waiting for some single taps. We have to be very, very sure about that. But talking about Team EXO, they are inside the circle. Like, for a very long time. Okay, so my bad, they're not inside the circle, but definitely again, Neo with the spray will be getting Sonic Fox taken down. God, like with 4 of the players, they are surviving. They have got 2 knockouts of Team Revenge Esports, and as far as we know, this is the godlike we have seen. They at some time they were getting 1 knockout and they were rushing, but now they've got 2 knockouts and they are definitely going to finish it off.
I mean, of course, you want to scavenge those finishes into a perspective, and that is going to be the case for this team. You can already see Z-God has actually acquired 1 good finish into his perspective, but now let's see what more he can actually possess. 1 good player from Team Revenge Esports has already been taken down. The other one is already down to the knee, and Team Godlike is absolutely cherishing those finishes, absolutely cherishing the domination that they have provided in the lobby. Neo, if we talk about Neo particularly, well, he's with that EKM and Infosec Glacier 2 in his backpack. If we talk about Team EXO, well, trying to rotate, that is going to be the case. Camp Charlie is pretty much vacated by these guys, but now the second zone is actually going to move in, and in about 40 to 50 seconds the zone is actually going to shrink in. But before that, look how beautifully Team EXO is just trying to put their steps quite carefully, because they have seen teams going down in the rotations, and that could be the case. But Team EXO is just beautifully trying to figure out that there are no members trying to retaliate. There is no enemy that who can actually put him down. But now EXO Snax on the front corner is trying to rotate. Snax and if I'm talking about Sensei and Fierce, they are a bit out of zone, and yes, they are already receiving the zone damage. I don't know what they are trying to do, but I guess they might be able to, let's say, rotate and eventually gather out some good first aid kits. In the backpack of Snax, we are already seeing 10 good first aid kits. If I talk about Neo, well, 0 for you, buddy. You are not going to become the doctor eventually if your team is not going to support. But before that, I would like to say Team Godlike is not one of those teams which like to play a doctor game. They are the one who actually wants to make you a patient.
Well, that's interesting. But talking about that, yes, of course. I haven't seen Godlike getting any kind of heal battles in the map of Sanhok. As far as I know, they don't even take a heal battle and in any match. Let it be Wrangle, let it be Miramar, let it be Sanhok. They always go for those finish points, which is very crucial for them. But at this point, if you talk about some strong contenders are setting in that particular area, Revenge Esports, they have lost 2 indeed, but they were in split. If you talk about one was in the left, one was in the right, but Z-God eventually got taken down from a distant area and might not survive at this point, while two of the players are remaining, or one of the players remaining. That's going to be a question, because Sonic Fox, okay, so there are 2 players remaining at that position. Player is there, but some multiple nades will be very, very much required. In the meanwhile, Neo gets Sonic Fox taken down. The player has been spotted, and right now that is the main position. Jonathan is way too close and will be getting player taken down, and that's the beauty of Team God, like what we actually expect from them. But Final Boss will be taking Clutch, got taken down. It might be some disaster. Player or Jonathan will be confirming both the finish points for himself. He will be getting every loot possible from his end. But Kemi Sports, they're not in the very distant area. Z-God needs those revivals at any point. They're trying to get this done, but I don't think it will be possible, because Z-God is like bleeding up so fast. It might just turn up as a disaster.
I mean, Z-God have already been taken down quite a few times, so that is why I guess the bleeding pace is bit very strong. And yes, Jonathan actually is trying to actually, let's say, compete it
Oh,
out, and eventually he was trying
nah.
to res him out, but that is not going to be the case. And with this, I guess Revenge's final boss is already on the back end area, is already on the end of, let's say, falling back. But look at that, Panku pops 2 from Team Skylets Gaming. I guess that's going to be the end of Pokar, and the other guy of that could be Vexy, if I'm not wrong, from Team Skylets Gaming, going down to the dust right now. And Team Exo is back again in the sunshine. Yes, Hacker got 2 amazing finishes. That's interesting enough for them. But now, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Team TSM lurking in the shadows, pretty close to Team 7C. There could be a fight igniting really very soon. But let's see what more can actually be done in the lobby right now. I guess from my top 3 contenders, from my top 3 predictors, Team Skylets Gaming is already facing a loss of 2 good members. Let's see what more can actually happen. And let's see how more and more these battles can be turning out really very ugly for the teams. But before that, Team Enigma trying to pop some smokes, and eventually, if we talk about trying to pop some smokes, is going to be the case for LZ's Rexboy trying to flee from the situation. Yes, of course, he's trying to get a backup, but still the shots are massive. He is able to, let's say, secure himself into the compound. Yes, the backup was absolutely amazing. Mox was the one with that M416. But don't you think Necros, after the update, M416 with that 6.6 is actually a bit more shaky? I have seen God like trying to post some sprays, but still the sprays were not that accurate from their angle.
I guess some game glitches going on with the 6x
Yeah.
scope. That is why there might be some issues that they cannot convert that. That sometimes happens actually, that when you try to convert the 6x, but it is not happening at this point. But in the meanwhile, Enigma is down to a single person. I believe 3 of the players have been taken down, and Avi is the last solo survivor. He wants to get up with a drop shot, but that was a clean sweep. Enigma Gaming gets taken down by LZ officials. Well, that was a great start indeed. We talk about 4 finishes have been registered by Team LZ officials. Total with a 1 casualty, that's going to be Rex Boy. He got taken down and eventually confirmed 17 Spray God will be getting TSM Aquanox, as well as Shadow will be taken down by Saran. So TSM are also getting down and down. And in the meanwhile, TSM Blaze and Ninja Jot both will be confirmed. And I believe with that, TSM, they've also got decimated from this map of Sanok and 7 Seas with total of 4 finishes without a single casualty. Will be moving forward in the circular path because the Paradise is completely dominated. We have got 13 teams remaining. There might be some of the players still waiting outside of the circles, but the main thing that comes down that this, like, in the meanwhile, 5 teams have already got eliminated so far in the span of 13 minutes of gameplay.
Indeed, that is the case, because you can already see, I guess, Study Esports was there in the lobby or not. That is something we can actually debate on. But other than that, 4 teams have already been taken down. We have seen those teams getting down to the dust. Team TSM, the quite a recent team to actually go down in the dust, is going to be Team TSM. Yes, of course, they were trying their level best to complete it out, but this is one of those maps where they are unable to complete it out. I don't know what happened, because Team TSM is more than capable to put that aggressing into the fight. But still, Team 7C got that upper hand. Z-God, with the loss of Z-God, Team GodL is trying to configure some good more shots. Whereas, of course, Jonathan, with one good blow, is trying to configure some shots on Team Cayman Esports. It could be really very tiring for the team, but still, I guess they're just trying to configure some good location from which they might be able to retaliate. And this is going to be the end of third zone really very soon. Still, 13 teams and 41 players are something which we are left with. Let's see what more can actually happen in the fights, because some teams might be able to, let's say, collect some good first aid kits and eventually go for the heat battle. So despite of having, let's say, 5 or 6 teams, we are going to see 1 or 2 teams in the zone in the last upcoming zones, and 5 or 6 teams might be out of the zone trying to heal battle. But before that, Team Entity goes ham on to team, I guess that's going to be Team Forever. Well, Vidu goes down once again with that UMP 45 blow. Troy puts him down to the sleep, and this is going to be the rise of Team Entity once again. You can already see Team Entity was on the top of the list, and they are maintaining their form in the lobby, because now OS Bolt, they might be able to complete it out. But let's see what is going to happen. But because in the initial battle, we saw how Team Orangutan and Team Forever went on a head-to-head battle, and Team Forever was able to actually, let's say, gather some good 4 finishes. But after that, what happens? Team Forever is facing a lot of wrath. Obes Bolte is out of the zone, and if I talk about Team Forever's player 6, he's in the zone, and that is why the gatekeeping scenario could be the one possible situation where this team might have an upper hand. And from the left corner, you can already see one good team is rotation, and yes, Obes Bolte goes on. That's going to be Entity's raise, again collecting some more finishes, and I guess leaderboards of tabletopper is going to be into the hands of Team Entity's Rage once again, because the man is not going to stop down, and you can already see more and more finishes as something he's absolutely cherishing.
Well, it has to be a hard decision if he allows Entity to come this close, but he will
Oh,
eventually will be getting 1 knockout. Other players are still surviving exactly outside of the circle. Player 6 is the last player surviving at this point, but okay, he's getting plenty
oh,
of shots. One first aid needs to be pop out at a very, very early basis. Otherwise, it will be a very, very difficult situation for them while the 2 of the players are running close, way too behind. But
oh.
the Entity Shadow's need will be eventually confirming him out, and Team forever will be taking an exit from this match. While you talk about Team Godlike, they want to give some rotation inside the circle. As we talk about, the circle shift has already come in the northern side. Maybe there have to be like Team Revenant, they are inside the circle, and if I'm not wrong, Team 7 Seas are coming from the backyards of those places of like Paradise Resort. Entity Gaming might just have an easy entry for themselves as well, but slowly and steadily the things will differ, the things will change. But Revenant, will they be able to come back with the third of the day? That question stays still alive.
I mean, yes, of course, these questions have to actually get an answer for really very soon. And I guess we are close to getting that answer because the 4 zone is about to shrink in. And after that, we are going to see some more teams connecting some good shots. Team Exo on the other corner, if I'm not wrong, has acquired 3 amazing blows from Skylights Gaming. I guess one more member is just standing it out. And I guess as Revenge Esports is doing, 8-bit is doing, as well as Team Skylights is doing. I guess they might be actually finding that heal battle situation coming up really very soon. Team Exo, one of those teams. I guess in the initial zone, we saw how Snax was holding 10 first aid kits. I guess in this particular zone, again, the same situation might be there from the other corner. Clutch God pops one out, and yes, like that, Revenge's final boss is actually down to the dust right now, and just like that, Revenge Esports is also out of the equation, left with 11 teams and 36 players at this moment. Is this going to be the case? But if I talk about Team Godlike, way too scattered. Clutch God completely on the northwestern corner, and if I talk about the other guys, well, they are pretty close to themselves. But still, the scattering situation might be very detrimental for these teams. If I talk about Team 8-bit, well, Juicy in the vehicle is trying to cut up some rotations. He might be exposed by the sound cues and he might be taken down if these players have been actually choosing the wings earbuds. That could be the case. But other than that, if we talk about Team Revenant, sitting it out, just trying to configure some visual and audio cues as well.
Well, at the point, if you talk about Top Dog will be getting LZ half night taken down, but if you talk about like at this position, 7Cs are exactly coming outside of this from outside of the circle. They might have got the complete healing done at the very edges, but definitely the zone shrink. Oh, it goes in the favor of their side. Player 3, this nade, will it give some damage? No, it not. Saran gets Encode taken down, and like Team Revenant have got one backlash, but this bushes are actually helping them out. Will this be done for good? Because Encore, I don't think he is going to get that revival very often, because the split in which I believe Team Revenant is playing, it's quite decent. But from the backyards, if you talk about Delta PG gets Neo taken down, Godlike might just have some backlashes. Exo Sensei will be confirming that finish, but Delta PG gets a retaliation against the Sensei. He will be taken down. Jonathan gets taken down by Entity's Rage, and right now this position, this is turning as a disaster as Godlike is down to a single solo player. The main thing that comes down in this kind of position is that you have to get the position points for your team. But the main thing that has got like inside the circle, I don't think so. But Revenant player 3 is just getting multiple shots. Orange Rock will be trying to enter from this circle area. Aru gets taken down. Multiple
Man.
crossfire was set up, and Orange Rock gets eliminated. The player 3 is getting shots from a very, very distant hills. Player 3, you need to get that revival done of Top Dog as fast as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster. As Entity Gaming, they're arriving very closely.
But before that, you already have 7C lurking on the shadows. They are on the heads of this guy. I don't think the prone shot could be connected that easily. But if I talk about Team Exo, well, there we go. Fierce with the 0 first seconds is trying to lurk in the shadows. He's trying to confront the team known as Team, I guess, Cayman Esports. Let's see what they can actually do. Yes, of course, Fierce puts one down from Team Cayman Esports. Interesting enough. Let's see what more can actually be there. Snax have actually been taken down. I guess that could be the end of Team Exo really very soon. But other than that, if I talk about Team 7C, trying to outperform, well, of course, Player 3 has been taken down. It's all about Paradox at this point. He has to actually acquire some good points. Let's see what more can actually be the case for this guy. He is trying his level best to secure some good points. He might be able to, let's say, secure some good points, but let's see what more can actually be there. Yes, of course, Panko is taken down. Fierce is also about to go down in the zone, and Sensei with 43 first kids again becomes a Dr. Sensei at this point. And yes, of course, Nicholas, what about the predictions, man?
Clutch God, wait, what? It's the first time I'm seeing this guy doing a heal battle. 28
Points are
first hits
something
he's
that you have
having.
to go for.
Yes, like that's for sure, but definitely it's very rare scene to see the players of God like taking this kind of decision. But Entity Gaming, they're going on some more and more finish points. You see Delta PG, he was
Ooh.
also getting he confirms and say he wipes out Team Exo. They're still outside of the circle, but the game still goes alive. The game is still on. Entity Dark Lord will be also getting those heal battles. 41 first aids for this team. Entity Gaming, whether or not you go outside of the circle or you stay inside, the finishes, the game is still on for these guys. They are like, it's so unpredictable. 8 teams remaining at this point. The first states are way too quite quite very less if you talk about the points of number of first stage Clutch God is having at this point. They are very low as compared to the ones of Entity or maybe Kemin Sports. We have to just see it around. But 8-bit new player is also having those healings done. 7C Savitar will be getting confirmed in the meanwhile. And Celsius, they're also in the verge of entering the circle. But will it be possible? NJ gets taken down. Celsius, they're now down to 2. They're now down to 1. Wixie is the solo survivor. NTD Gaming, it can be their chicken dinner, but 7Cs, can they make it to their side? The question stays alive, the question stays intact, but which team it will be? Revenant finished off with 2 finishes, 7 teams remaining, 14 players are alive. Maximum of the teams are exactly like over 7 and 6, 5 teams are exactly doing the heal battle at this moment.
Exactly, that is going to be the case. But if I talk about Team Celsius, well, Apollo is going to go down to this. And I believe Team Celsius is completely taken down with that beautiful nade by the hands of the Spray God. 11 finishes for Team 7C, and same goes for the team known as Entity. They have also acquired 11 finishes. That's an intensified fight coming up really very soon. I guess one of these two teams is going to get that victory. Let's see which is actually going to be that team, because if I talk about the manpower, Entity is somehow actually reigning it out with the 3-man members. And if I talk about the guys known from Team 7C, well, they are also trying to pay here right now. And if we talk about this retaliation, well, there we go. Sarang has also been taken down. Now it's all about, like, I guess, the Aladdin and the other guy that's going to be Spray God trying to retaliate from the other corner. One good guy from Team 8-bit has also been taken down. Entity Race goes down, man, oh man. It's absolutely lovable. Well, of course, they have acquired 12 amazing finishes. They are not going to slow it down. Sarang is about to get that revival, but before that, they have to tackle Shadow and Troy as well from Team Entity. And if that tackling situation is not there, they might just go down to the dust, or Sarang could be eliminated really very soon. But yes, the beauty of this fight is going to be that Team Entity is holding the ridges, and eventually Team 7C is gatekeeping the whole zone, and gatekeeping is the scenario where they might easily be able to, let's say, conflict that fight. Let's see what can actually be there, because if I talk about Spray God, some random sprays are going to be there. The connections are not that legitimate, but still some more mollies, some more connections, some more retaliation could be the case where the Team 7C could be lurking with 7 amazing blows. It's interesting enough. I guess the fights are looking a bit passive. Yes, the teams are trying their level best to get some good connections, but due to some technical difficulties, I guess we are pretty much stuck in the terms of feed. I don't know what is going to happen. Which team is actually going to cherish that winner chicken dinner? I'm pretty excited to see, because if I talk about Clutch God, he's there in the back end. And yes, of course, we are back with the game. 4 teams, 8 players still surviving. The 2 teams which are in the zone are going to be Team Entity with 2-man power and Team 7C with the 3-man power. I believe Team Entity is more than capable to turn the tables, and there we go. Just like that, Troy puts one down. It's all about Sarang right now. Sarang is going to go down Spray or trying to pop some band-aids and eventually securing himself from the other corner. I guess there is another spray coming up. Yes, of course, Aliboy goes on the other corner. Entity pops him out, and just like that, Team 7 is out of equation, and it's all about Team Entity at this point. Entity is going to cherish that victory so harshly that they are going to cherish it so lovely. You can already see 14 points for them. Dark Lord on the other corner. Actually, they are holding that same strategy, man. Because the strategy which I was talking about day before yesterday, that one member of their team going out of the zone, going for the heal battle, and 2 or 3 members which are left in the lobby, they're fighting it out in the zone. And look how beautifully Team Entity did it. They actually occupied that same exact strategy, and they are actually cherishing it, because now this is the only team which is going to get that. Sure, because Clutch God is already down to the rest, and the last man which is there right now is going to be Kemin Esports Delta PG. Why he is having 22 first aid kits? Because he's the one who actually tagged out Exo Sensei, who was having 40 plus first aid kits at that time. Doing that heal battle, he comes up from the back and he sneaks onto him, and just like that, he vibes him out, and that is why he's actually occupying 22 first aid kits at this point. But from the other corner, if we talk about Team Entity, Dark Lord, don't do that heal battle at this point, because you are absolutely going to get that victory. That is going to be the case. But I guess Dark Lord decided that he's going to become the doctor, and now he's going to get that PhD, and then only he's going to go down.
Like, the PhD is very much important. You see, without PhD, you won't get those operation
Thanks.
department, and you won't be able to do the operations properly. So it's better you get the PhD degree. But with that,
Yeah.
the final scene comes down to a very end, and with that, we get to see the winner chicken in our Entity Gaming bounces back, and the hashtag one position with the chicken in it.
I mean,
Damn.
they were already, yeah. I mean, they were already reigning on top at this point, and eventually with that chicken dinner, the buffer will be massive. And somewhere around Necros, I'm expecting a 200 marker being hit. The double century could be hit at this point, because with this match, I guess 14 for the aggression and 15 for the position. 29 points are somewhere where this team is lacking. 210 points could be the case for Team Entity. Let's see what is
200
going to happen.
sorted.
Yeah, of course, 200 is pretty much sorted. They might be able to, let's say, cross 210 also. 210 is the position where I'm looking forward to see, according to my calculations. But whatever the Team Entity is going to do in the upcoming battles is going to decipher the victory of the champions at this point. because Team Entity is still maintaining that buffer from teams like Team TSM, teams like Team OI Esports, Gaming Esports, Celsius at this point. The buffer that these teams are actually maintaining is absolutely lovely. Team Entity with 210 points could be the case, but with this amazing victory, I guess 29 points is something that they are going to cherish, and it is one hell of a showdown done by Team Entity. Well, of course, I would like to say somewhere around I thought Team Entity might not would have been able to tackle Team 7C, but with that, let's say peak and fire with that good kind of ridge holding, they were able to tackle it out, and eventually they were holding the upper ridges, and that is why the heads of Team 7C, which were lurking in the shadows, were pretty much visible for them, and eventually they were able to, let's say, configure that fight. And after that, what happened? You saw Team Entity reigning in top in the zone. The only team which was there in the zone was Team Entity's two-member. I guess Shadow was there and Rage was there in the lobby in the zone pretty much. And if I talk about Dark Lord, well, he is going with the first aid kits and with the heal battle. He was actually maintaining the strategy where he was thinking that if something happens to his mates, if they might go down, heal battle is something that he is going to rely on. Still, I guess the chicken dinner is there for them, and eventually this chicken dinner was one of those beautiful chicken dinner where you are going to see a marker of 10 plus finishes being hit with, I guess, 14 points to be exact in the terms of finishes. But before that, Negros, we are going to move on to the stats, I guess.
Of course, the stat arrives and look at the players. If you talk about the top
Yeah.
four players, Shadow again with 6 finishes, Troy with 5, Rage with 3, Dark Lord 0. But it's for sure. Like the thing is, I guess the universe should accept that Rage, he is not going to get taken down at all. That player is getting 2 to 3 finishes in each and every match. He's creating the buffer in the overall top fraggle list. Entity Gaming is in the #1. Rage is in the #1. I guess India Rising series, it's going to be the game for Entity Gaming for from all the sectors if you talk about. And if that happens, I would be really, really delighted to have some conversation with Rage that आपके टूथ में इसमें नमक है या क्या है. That will be the big question at this point. Well, because that smiling face, I would love to see what is like what's the face of Rage at this point, because we are using a character, but I would really, really love to see who is Rage. What is Rage? What does he do?
India wants
What
to.
kind of drills does he do? India wants to know. Yes, India wants to know who is Rage, because this performance, that's tremendous. That's unbelievable, tremendous performance from those guys. 29 points bomber, and eventually we can call it almost a 30. One more finish point. If they could have got one more
Yeah.
in their favor, Entity Gaming, it could have been 30. But talking about the master wise standings, it's all up to you, Raider.
Well, of course, the match was sending is something which is looking a bit bright at this point, because if we talk about teams like Team Entity, well, they've got 29 points to be exact, 14 for the aggression. But now, same goes for Team God, like as a whole, 14 for the finishes for Entity, and Godlike has altogether secured 14 points. Interesting enough, that's the irony of this map where you can easily turn the tables. Well, of course, Godlike is maintaining their average point location, because in the previous one they got 20, in this one they got, let's say, 14 points. So if I'm not wrong, in the two matches they've acquired, let's say, close to 15 points per match. That is going to be the average for them. That's interesting enough. If I talk about 7C Esports, 20 points for their angle also. Gaming Esports 13 from them. 8-bit with 10, EXO with 7, Celsius Esports with 6, LZ Official with 5 of them, Scarlet's Gaming for 4, and if I'm not wrong, Scarlet's Gaming altogether acquired the points just because of the position that they had. And I guess that somewhere around #6 is going to be the position that they went down in the dust. Team Forever, 4 for the aggression, that is going to be the case for them. Team Revenant, 2 for the aggression, 1 for the position. Or Esports, 1 for the position and for the fry each. Revenge Esports, same goes for them. Global Esports, only 1 point. That's for the aggression. Enigma, same goes for the stats. Team TSM, Orangutan, and Third Esports are 3 of those teams which actually got wiped out in the initial, and just like that, these teams are out of the equation. 0 points for them. I am not looking forward to see what they are actually trying to do. OR Esports from the other corner was pretty close to crossing Team TSM, and after the elimination of Team TSM, somehow I thought that there is a chance of this team getting in the close vicinity of Team TSM, or maybe table topping that situation, but still they were unable to. But after that, if I talk about the finish and placement, the only team which is able to, let's say, maintain that balance is going to be the one known as Team Entity.
They're playing tremendously well. There is no question, no doubt about it. Seven Seas are also making some pretty comebacks at this stage. Godlike have got some pretty finish points as well. Like they have got 4 finishes and 10 placement points, and eventually this 14 points buffer will create some much more needed impact. As talk about global esports revenge, those who are sitting on the top, they might just face some difficulties. 7 points in total, but talking about the top fraggers of this match: 7 for Spray God, 6 for Shadow, 5 for Troy, 3 for Punk, and 3 for Savitar. We get to see 2 of the fraggers. The golden card holder Spray God. This lad this lad has got something as well, but I don't know what's happening, but we are seeing some new faces in each and every sectors. If you talk about Shadow and Troy, they're also coming back. Shadow was a great fragger in the semi-finals, but in grand finals, his teammate Rage is just going on some real rampage at this kind of stages, and that's really required. If you talk about, if you want to make some difference, if you want to make something big better, you have to come up with this kind of strategies at any point of the game. But the match number 17 is already over. The match number 18 will be just going live very shortly. The day number 3, the final match of the mirror, like the Erangel, is quite available. It's quite certain, but the main thing that comes down, will any of the teams from the bottom chart, if you talk about Enigma, if you talk about UD Sports, if you talk about any other teams those who are in the bottom sector, will bounce back? Will they have a chance? Because UD Sports are just coming and going. That's the policy they're facing at this point.
Indeed, and that is why these tremendous losses are something that they might not be able to compete with in the leaderboard, and that is why we can already see that they are at the bottom of the list. So yes, we want to see something amazing going on in the lobby. So let's see what more they can actually pack with it, and how many more points they can actually gain. But we can already see the calculation is pretty much right. Team Entity with 210 points is the first one to actually cross, but now Necros 40 points of buffer is there between Team Entity and Team TSM. Despite of having one good chicken dinner, Team TSM won't be able to compete with Team Entity at this point. That is going to be the immense level of pressure Team Entity is trying to provide. On the other corner, if I talk about OR Esports, 168.8 point is going to be the case for them. 7C somehow managing to close the gap between Team OR Esports and 7C to be precise. 143 points for them. Celsius Esports 129 for them. Revenant on the other corner has acquired 128. Cayman Esports 123 points. Other than that, if we talk about Team Forever, 117 points for them. Godlike Esports has acquired 113. I guess it's interesting enough. The gap is absolutely pretty much massive to be exact. Yes, the teams are trying their level best to compete and get some good close calls. I would like to see what is going to happen eventually, how much more they can actually perform with, how much more they can actually attain. That is going to be the case. But Entity, man, oh man, the buffer is absolutely lovable. 210 points with 4 winner chicken dinner. The only team to actually acquire 4 winner chicken dinner in 17 matches of the grand finale. Man, oh man, the intensity is massive from their angle. Placement point 116. Total finishes that they have acquired altogether in the whole grand finale is 94, and that is why their one main that's going to be Rage is already on the table toppers list of the top fraggers. That is going to be the case. But other than that, Godlike is not that shabby. I guess maintaining that average of 14 points in this particular match was literally very good for them. And now #9 is going to be the position where they are going to uplift their spirits. I believe teams like Team EXO, teams like Team TSM, teams like Team Scarlet's Gaming did a tremendous job in the lobby, but still they were choked out just like that. Now let's see what is going to happen. Nicholas, don't you think Entity having that 4th winner in just 17 matches in the grand finale is somehow maintaining that pressure onto the faces of every other 17 teams which are left in the lobby, that yes, we are the reigners right here, we are the champions, we have got 4 winner chicken dinners. What have you got? Teams like Celsius, 0 for them.
Till now, the contest is going on. I would say that one good day, which is turning for Entity Gaming today's day, you talk about Godlike is also playing a bit better as compared to the other days. But yes, one good day for any of the top teams. You never know. EXO, give it to EXO, give it to Godlike, give it to Global, give it to Skylights. If out of 6 they manage to get all the 6 or maybe at least 4 of a big better, and the piggies, I mean, with multiple number of finishes and decent top 3 top 5 placement points, then I believe it will be hard to maintain that kind of areas. And Entity, well, they are actually going way too far. The distance, the buffer they're creating is way too far, and there might be some chances that the teams of the bottom segments like Revenge, Tude, LZ, or maybe even TSM also can try to contest Entity Gaming and eliminate them from a very early phase of the match. That's a big I would say gamble. They have to take the gamble if they want to win it. TSM, they have got some plenty of chances. The 40-point buffer, I wouldn't say that this is way too great, but it only can be overcome when you get to see like 2 to 3 multiple chicken dinners only.
Indeed, that could be the case, but let's see what more can actually be there in the lobby, because now 18th match, last, I guess, could be the match which is going to be there anytime soon. I guess it is going to be the map of Erangel, where again, we have the birthplaces of every other competitive player, every other caster, every other audience, which you are actually going to be there. Every other joyful guy, which is guy or girl, which is actually cherishing the game of BGMI, is actually going to play the map of Miramar whenever the moment is there for their installing. So I guess that is why Erangel is one of those map whose nook and corner is something which every team knows, and they have the tips and tricks on their hand at this point. So that is why I guess Triangle is a map where the contestment is at its peak, because every other team knows that where you might hide, where you might fight back, where the drop locations are, from which locations you can easily rotate, which are easily accessible, where the vehicles are going to get spawned. So yes, these are the few things which can easily be very, very valuable for you. If we talk about the overall top fragger, we have match number 17, in which Rage is again on the top at this point. But yes, leaving behind Aditya is going to be 7C Spray God with 29 blues of his own. Delta, whether one more plus into his perspective, that's going to be 26 finishes, and that one plus was by eliminating Exo Sensei, and that was really very tormenting for me as a fan of Exo. Other than that, if we talk about team entity range, 34 amazing finishes. Finish contribution is going to be 36%. And if we talk about Spray God from 7C, 29 amazing finishes. The finish contribution is going to be 33%. And if we talk about WAR Esports, well, Aditya with 27 amazing finishes is here with the finish contribution of 32%. If we talk about Kemin Esports, it's going to be Delta with 26 amazing finishes. Finish contribution is going to be 28%. And if we talk about 7C, that's going to be Civitar, 26 amazing finishes, and the finish contribution as well is going to be 30%. Interesting enough, 7C Civitar on the back end is just trying to chill it out on that kind of location. Let's see what more can he actually pose, how much more performance can he actually gain. That is going to be the question. Yes, the teams are trying their level best to retaliate. Yes, the teams are trying to gain some core points. Still, I would like to say the difficulties are going to increase really rapidly. The teams are actually trying their level best to repeat and get some good close calls, but still they are unable to. Still, they are unable to retaliate. Still, they are unable to get the points which are required in the lobby. I would like to say Team Entity is doing a tremendous job, but teams like Team 7C, with two members standing in the overall top fragger list of match number 17, I guess these two members can easily turn the tables for us. So let's see what more they can actually gain. How many more points can they actually gain? Because if I talk about Spraker, 29 points for him. And if I talk about the guy known as Civitar, 26 points for him. If we join it all together, I guess we are going to get somewhere around 55 points in the number of finishes. So yes, somehow I would like to say teams like Team 7C are somewhere very near to touch that team with the most finishes marker. Let's see what is going to happen. Before that, if we talk about Team Entity, well, you all know 40 points of buffer is there from #1 to #2. Entity is doing a tremendous job.
Entity are playing really well, and I hope that this form continue for a certain amount of time, because we are really hoping for some great more like they're actually maintaining such a difference, I believe, Raider, that they're he like they're just giving an open challenge to the other teams. If you want to contest, you can come alive, you can come down, and you can take the contest, but we are not going to compromise this match or this position at any cost. And talking about the phantom of the match, of match number 17 of Sanok, Spray God will be the name, and well, the team name and the number of finishes is actually matching very precisely. 7C Esports and 7 finishes is secured by Spray God. That too. If you talk about 3 3, okay, so I was just thinking whether the letter was also 7 or not. Chalo, it's not like that. But right now, if you talk about match contribution of
Minus the total
58.3%
finishes,
total finish.
9 minus 2 is going to be 7 for you. That could actually put up a
Yeah,
joy on your face. Cool.
yes, a bit again. And after that, Trader says he's not good in maths. Never mind with that. But yes, MVP rank of #2 still holding a great spot inside the MVP ranking as well. But when will 7C rise to the top three? That the question comes arrive. But the performance what 7C's godlike and the other teams are providing, it's completely tremendous, and we might hope that at any moment, at any time, at any match, this teams will eventually rise up and acquire those slots.
Indeed, that could be the case. Yes, of course, these teams are trying to put their best of the best carnage that they have in the fights, and eventually we can already see Team Entity cherishing those joys, because this day particularly is going to be one of the best days that they can actually find it out in the community. Because getting these points, maintaining a buffer at #1 of 40 points from the teams like Team TSM or Esports, which are already trying to compete with them, it's absolutely amazing. And I guess now teams like Team 7C Esports came in, Celsius, Global Esports, beat Team Godlike also. They have to do a lot of efforts to actually close that marker, because if we talk about teams like Godlike Esports, Team Exo, they're close to 111, 116 points. That is going to be the case for these teams. And what happens to the team which is on the top? A 100-point marker is actually there between them. A 100-point buffer is actually there. So eliminating that buffer is going to be a bit difficult, because I don't think a Team Entity will be going down for a whole day. Team Entity will actually perform. I guess they might actually have a 1 or 2 or 3, maximum 4 bad matches in a particular day. That could be the case. After that, what happens? The last 2 matches, or let's say 1 or 2 matches which are good for them, is again going to maintain that buffer, and again they're going to maintain their position of #1 to #3. That could be the case, because Team Entity has done a great job in the lobby. Enough about Team Entity. Now, if we talk about teams like Team 7C Esports, doing a tremendous job of getting those finishes, and I guess the teams with more finishes marker could be hit easily by teams like Team 7C. We are going to touch team match number 18, if I'm not wrong, really very soon, and I'm eagerly waiting for the flight path to come in. and just trying to decipher that what can actually happen in the fights. And if the flight path is pretty much southern one, the zone could be the another one where some clashes could actually be rising. And whenever these clashes are there, I guess somehow zone is the one culprit which actually takes these zones at all, and they takes these clashes at all.
Well, the main spot that arrives, in my opinion, yes, zone. The circle is the god. The circle is the lord. You have to actually obey that particular person. You can disobey the opponents. You can say that I'm not going to take the fight with this team or that team, but you cannot say that I'm not going to enter the circle, because if you don't enter the circle in time, it's just like school or college or any other field. If you are late, you're just fired, and you're fired in such a way you won't be returning to the map. So you have to be very, very cautious. You have to be very, very punctual, most importantly, to enter. And I believe being punctual is very, very crucial in your real life as well as in the gaming life as well, because inside the game, if you're not punctual, you're going to die outside the play zone. But in, like, if you are punctual, you are getting those benefits done for yourself. Well, it all comes down to some final more seconds because before the match gets started, because it's just counting, it's counting and counting, and the time will fly eventually. And the flight path of the match number 18 will be arriving very shortly. I really want to see who is going to be the like pilot of the plane, and according to that, that person will decide that I'm going to go from this route, and if you want to jump it out, you can jump out. But this final fight path, like flight path, will actually determine in this map of an angle which team will have the advantage and which team will decipher.
I guess the teams which are at the advantage might be the teams which can actually get the drop into their perspective. Now, if we talk about teams like Team EXO, they are trying to contribute and get some good close calls as well. And if we talk about EXO, well, they are trying to rotate on the vicinities of Milta. That could be the case for these teams. And if we talk about Team God, like, well, we also have them in the backpacks right now. Yasna Polena is easily accessible, but I guess that could be the case where the team can actually turn down some favors and get some good close calls. I guess there is some technical difficulties, if I'm not wrong. That is why I guess the match could have actually been rewinded. Let's see what is actually happening. Let's get the feedback, and let's get the feedback really very soon.
I guess some of the players have failed to join or something like that, or
Oh.
maybe some glitches have happened, so they have to just we just like I guess that's very certain. Some kind of glitches happen. The specialized it's the tournament rooms, so yes, for that the room can be restarted at any moment, and within that we will eventually get into the matches, because after the players get joined up, after the players are ready, we will be all set to enter the virtual map of Erangel, virtual world of Erangel, of course. Then the contest between the teams will arrive, while we get to see that maybe some of the players like of EXO or maybe GodL have not joined, so we have to wait for them. And there might be some issues because the players are all punctual maximum of the time, so without any certain disadvantage or certain issues, they won't actually this kind of thing those like won't happen. So yes, there might be, like, I believe there's some kind of issues, like they have entered the room but their screen was glitched out, or maybe
Mhm.
sometimes happens, you see, when you play the custom rooms, your screen gets stuck in while loading the page. So that kind of issues might happen, and of course it is BGMI, so the glitches are very common. It is not like uncertain that yes, the glitches are not going to happen or this like things. So you have to just carry on your games and all with this kind of glitches. So let's just expect the match to get started in a very, very short span of time. But until that position, until that match, what can be your predictions, Raider, for TSM in this match?
I mean, this is the last match for today. TSM did a tremendous job today. Also, they were trying to outperform. They actually, if I'm not wrong, got some good victories into the perspective. Some good finishes were there. Some good squad clutches were there. And in the match number three, I guess 1v4 was there on third esports. That could be the case where Team TSM might be able to perform. But somewhere around, I am going to put up a perspective that Team TSM would be able to, let's say, perform it averagely. I don't think they are going to get this victory. That's for sure. That's my 99.9% prediction that is going to be there, but they might be able to perform averagely. Let's say getting close to 10 to 15 points is going to be the case for Team TSM. Yeah, let's see what is going to happen. But before that, yeah, performance is something Team TSM is lacking. In the initial one, we saw the initial one match which I casted, that is match number three. In that match particularly, also I saw a 1v4 coming from the hands of Team TSM's Aquanox, but after that fifth finish was there into their perspective, but after that they were unable to, let's say, get more finishes. So that is the case where Team TSM is somewhere lacking. And in the map of Sanhok also, somewhere around, I thought Team TSM might be able to conflict, but a 4v4, a straight up 4v4 battle between Team TSM and 7C was ignited. What happened? Team 7C came up stronger and they got that victory into their perspective. Once again, I would like to say, I don't think Team TSM is going to get that victory. Still, somewhere around the average might be maintained of 10 to 15 points. That is my prediction, to be exact.
Let's just see, because almost this match is going to get started very very shortly, and I'm really like, that's the main thing that we are awaiting at this point. You see that the
Yeah.
teams are playing really well, and the teams eventually might just change up some of this tactics. But yes, one thing is for sure: if they are going to change the tactics, if they are going to change up to their plans a bit, it will eventually affect. If you talk about Team God, like they were going for some passive gameplay, but eventually that is affecting their results at this point. They are trying, they will be trying, because before the next official tournament they are looking forward to get this new strategy into their favor. Because in the previous one, if you talk about from the previous stance, they were getting those finish points in the very precise way, but they were not getting the placement points, which eventually was creating so much disadvantage for them to climb up the ladder very shortly. Because in the means of finishes, godlike were very strong, but position points were not at all coming. So that is why they were not coming on the top, or maybe in the top three as well. But still, the thing we are looking forward, whether this kind of strategies of Team Godlike is working or will be working in the future or not, because they are going with some more precise decisions. They are taking the decisions of whether to take the fight or not in a very very thinkable way. Where in the previous time we got to see that they are getting one knockout and they're just rushing with everything they have got. But right now, if they are getting one knock, they are being patient, they're not overpeaking, they're waiting for the second knockout, and then only after the two knockouts are done, got like a then rushing. So there might be some difference according to that kind of scenarios. But definitely the next match, the last match of the day, I would say, match number 18 is on the verge of getting started. So we will be moving forward to the
Oh.
flight path, and we'll be seeing out which way this flight path is going and who is the captain. Well, it's going to be Exophius, but flight path, it's all up to you.
I mean, flight path is pretty much similar to the prior one, which was there, which was the glitch one. But you can already see that the flight path is starting from military base back end areas and dunking down to Lipovka again. Yes, Prismark is a bit far away, but I guess teams like Team 8-bit will be easily accessible to that location. Revenge will be going to the Query location and Very Pier after that. After that, if I talk about teams like Team Orangutan, well, they are going to cherish the drop locations of the military base area surrounding, military base bridge area surrounding, to be exact. And if I talk about Gemini Sports, I guess military base is going to be the area where they might land. Other than that, Skylights Gaming going for the farm location is going to be the case. Other than that, if we talk about teams like, let's say, 7C, they couldn't be here easily. And Exo once again will be there in the Milta. Other than that, Celsius going for the Milta power location and the backend areas. Godlike, no doubt in that they are going to go for the Yasna Polana location, because that's the favorable drop location that they actually chosen. But let's see what more can actually be done when the match actually gets started, when the fight actually gets started. Because at this point, I would like to say every other team is just in the flight path and eventually just trying to drop in their preferred locations. Yes, of course, we can already see Kemini Sports, one good guy, I guess that's Zeltra or Destro, is already there trying to just loot it up and eventually be in the vicinities. Yes, of course, they are trying to configure some good drop locations, but the zone is completely an east, a western one to be exact, and it's an a western zone which is actually going to get the compounds like Georgipol, Northwest City, Georgipol, Hospital, Ruins, Gatka, Pochinki. Other than that, we also have Query and Prismark as well. Ferry Pier along with that is going to be there. Somehow Rozok and School and Apaths are also pretty much in the zone. But I guess not for a longer period of time, because once the second zone will be there, I guess these few components might be out of zone and the zone could easily shrink down to Gatkas near and surrounding areas.
Well, the circle is way too much in the favor of the western side. Sorry, not southeast, but like west, just western side, of course. I
Yeah.
was getting confused. But Akshay gets one of the players of TSM taken down. Well, that's a bad sign for TSM. That's a bad
Will you?
start for TSM, I would say. But right now, Yasna Poliana will be there for Team Godlike, and accordingly, in those areas, you get to see some of the players of maybe Entity Gaming. Yes, they
ठीक
are
है, आप
having
गाड़ी
the
लेके
drop
मार
of
गया ना
7 area, but eventually, if you talk about Entity Gaming,
भाई
will
मेरे को
have
कैसे
their
पता था? मैं तो
place
इधर उतर आया
exactly
सीधे ये
rotating
कंपाउंड
from
से
the
गाड़ी
eastern
लेके
side.
इधर
But
आया
LZ are having with 4 man
मैंने किधर
standing, they
गाड़ी लेके
haven't
चला
got a
इधर
great
इधर इधर
finish, but like they haven't got into any engagement so far. But the Katka area will be completely looted by them. At the
क्या
same spot, if you
लौड़े
talk about the 8 bet, they are having that
वो सीधा
mosque
कंपाउंड
area
में
for
दौड़ गया था
themselves. At the same time, Orangutan will be having the ferry pair. Revenge Esports will be having the split of Query. But what about the teams? Is it the demise of TSM? Because I just got to see that one player has been eliminated, and that too was Shadow, I believe. I have to see it around, but TSM, three of the other players are still surviving in the lobby.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. Survival is something that they have to actually look after. Yes, after losing one good guy of their team, I guess somewhere this team is actually going to go down really very soon. I guess somewhere the thing we were talking about on the caster deck that Team TSM is unable to perform is going to be the case for Team TSM once again, because yes, they have lost one good guy of their team, and somewhere the whole motivation, the whole stability of that team is actually obstructed. Other than that, if we talk about LZ's Rux, why he is actually going to be here with this M16, and the other gun might be, I guess, Micro Uzi. But let's see. Once the loot is pretty much over, they might be actually tackled out. Well, the double M16 therefore can be the case, but before that, he has actually occupied UMP45, which is again going to lift the spirits because the meta of this gun is absolutely crushing the close range fights.
Well, that actually depends at the end of the day, but yes, of course, Orange Rock, they are also looking quite strong and steady. Another chicken in this day, and I believe Orange Rock might just create the difference a bit low. Like they can make the difference a bit short from their side, but for that they need to get a chicken in at least. And according to the circle, if we talk about the they have like the team those who are in advantage is definitely going to be LZ, Revenge again. Skyless Gaming will have the circle, but for how long will they have to take? Entity Gaming can have the northern side rotation in which they might just face some clashes with TSM. Global Esports are also rotating in very close areas of Orange Rock in the school, or in the areas of Rozok. But yes, EXO versus Celsius. This might happen in the areas of Meta Power.
Indeed, indeed, there could be a fight rising up really very soon. Let's see, will EXO be able to retaliate? Because I know Team EXO is not one of those teams which actually pawns some initial fights. Team Celsius is one of those teams which have actually the kind of tendency to actually go for those fights. So let's see what is going to happen. Will EXO be able to retaliate or defend themselves? On the other corner, if we talk about OR Esports, well, they are pretty close to the school areas. The parts are there into their back end. Other than that, school main buildings are there. They are just trying to load it up, and eventually two or three good squads can easily loot this whole area. But what you can already see that it's Team X or it's Team OR to be precise, which is actually looting the whole compounds. Now, if we talk about Team Revenge, well, they have acquired two amazing blows into the perspective. Interesting enough, Team TSM has lost one, Team LZ official has also lost one, and the team which is benefiting all those losing members from Team TSM and Team LZ official is going to be the one known as Team Revenge officials. Yeah, what an interesting fight coming up from their angle. Yes, of course, they've acquired two initial picks, and with this, the boost of confidence is going to be massive. Yes, they are actually pretty close to the ghatak back-end areas, is trying to loot it up and eventually trying to scatter themselves a bit far away. Well, this scattering situation has its own pros and cons, but before that, let's talk about Team Forever. Well, of course, Daljeet has been taken on. Always Bolte puts one down. I guess that's the end of half night from Team LZ official. A bad side to watch out, and eventually Team LZ official is already on the back end area trying to face some good rats. Let's see what more they can actually do. And now, final boss actually picks that 3x scope for his buddies.
Well, the scopes has been taken now by Team Forever. If you talk about the four of the players are remaining in this kind of areas, but at the same point, gaming sports have also started their rotation, and that's the safer part if you can actually wish it for, because the earlier you get the rotations, and like when you're like playing in the lobby of 17 to 18 teams, you have to go for the early rotation, and that's what TSM and Entity are doing in the 4 to 5 minutes of rotation, as we get to see from the past 2 days. But if you talk about Entity Gaming at this point, they are holding the areas of 70. They haven't started their rotation at yet because they actually reached that position very late. So there are some chances that Entity Gaming will have some. They will need some time. They will take some time to loot and get the rotation done. But in the meanwhile, if you talk about the other teams, you will also get to see that Team Forever, they're almost in the central part of the circle. While they might just face some clashes with orangutan, maybe. Yes, of course, orangutan will be also there in those areas. Drager, Ash, they're rotating from the back ends. The Team Forever also coming from the back ends. Revenge Esports will be holding that kind of area. Seven Seas are also actually you get to see them entering from the side of for farms. Scarlet's Gaming will have the area of Pochinki. But what about the players of the other teams? If you talk about like where are Team Forever, we have to see it around, and they might be on some different areas, but Exo and Celsius they are still rotating, and Revenant will also have to go up with the rotation until unless they want to face some clashes with Team Exo.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. But with the wipeout of Team X-Pac in the semi-finale, you can already see that the Water City is already occupied by Team Global Esports. And if I'm not wrong, that's Nakul and the other guy that could be Admino, which is trying to cherish his drop location. Joker on the other corner is just trying to go for the vehicles and eventually finding out some good location from which they could just rotate and eventually get some good more vehicles. If we talk about Nakul, completely trying to load it up. Yes, AKM and M416 is going to be the poison for this guy. Let's see what more he can actually do. How much more performances can be affected by these guys, that is going to be the concern, because in this day global esports in the second half of the day, to be precise, is unable to perform the way actually they want to, because yes, they are actually getting decimated with 1 or 0 or 5 or 6 points. That's all they are actually getting in a particular match. Let's see what is going to happen, because global esports, one of those teams which is more than capable to turn the tables for every other team in the lobby, is actually facing a lot of loss. On the other corner, Revenge Esports trying to configure some good location from which they could just retaliate, trying to configure that in that compound is there someone lurking in the shadows. And if we talk about final boss, he's the one who is trying to scout the locations. He's trying to flank. He's trying to actually configure that is there any fatalities coming up for his team. That is going to be the case. But yes, and if we talk about player and Sonic Fox, well, they are also on the verge of rotating. Ferry Pier and the Quarry backend areas are going to be the areas where they're just trying to rotate from. From the other corner, you can always say Team XO is facing a lot of rotations. Snax pretty far away from his teammates. Sensei pretty much far away from his teammates. Fierce pretty much far away from his teammates. I don't know what Team XO did at this point, but yes, they are a bit far away from their teammates, and that could be the case where this team might be contested by some other team, might be backstabbed by some other team. But before that, Team Revenge successfully rotating and being in the close vicinity of his teammates is going to be the case for Sonic Fox.
Well, that's a great thing. Like actually being together with your teammates is really delightful. But at the same point, if we talk about Kevin Sports are also there in the corners, so you have to be very prepared. And the same while Skylar's gaming, then not leaving this drop location or this area of coaching in a very certain area except in a certain time. But if we talk about from the back end, LZ official were already holding. They left this place, and I guess they came up to loot or maybe something like that. But in the previous time, if we talk about Skylar's gaming, are still in the areas of Pochinki. They need to enter the circle right now. Vexi, Gamla Boy, Pukhar, and Somraj. Four of the players are remaining, but the central area we also get to see many of the teams. Like we get to say Revenge Esports, Orangutan, and as well as you get to say multiple teams. They were taking the rotation. They were taking some multiple drops. Around the central part of the circle, but right now the main clashes which might just happen at this moment in this match, it's going to be the areas of Ghatka, because it's almost in the central part of the circle and many teams are actually holding the compounds.
Indeed, compounds is something which is actually going to cherish them with some good covers. But on the other corner, Ninja Jot goes down by the hands of God Clutch God. Man, oh man, quite a good decimation coming up. Ninja Jot completely been taken down by the hands of Neo. Yes, of course, the elimination is there. Team TSM is again going to lose one good guy of their team. And again, Team TSM is on the verge of getting destructed. Two more members are still left right now, but I don't know for how much longer they might be able to survive. And on the other corner, GodL is actually in a two-way battle. They wiped out one from Team TSM. Now they are trying to conflict with Team 8-bit also. Popped one from Team 8-bit. Now trying to actually pop up some more shots. Well, of course, Jonathan from the back-end corner is trying to provide a cover. If I talk about Clutch Goal, trying to rotate from the left corner, trying to flank it up and eventually be there to, let's say, retaliate. And if we talk about Team 8-bit, well, comparatively, they are a bit closer on, and they might be able to, let's say, succeed in the kind of retaliation which is required in the fights.
Well, we have to see it around, but Clutch God is getting multiple shots out. GodL have got one finish point for themselves, but they need to make a fallback. The cover fires are being provided, and that's the thing. That's the coordination we expect from these experienced team at this point. And Z-God gets taken down by 8-bit Juicy. The revivals have to be done. While if you talk about Neo is also breathing in a very low HP, so they have to get the revivals done. I don't think that Z-God might just survive, but there has to be one player who can just try and get that revival done. In the meanwhile, the vehicle has been exploded, so that's a better spot, I believe, for this kind of sprays or in this kind of fights. But Z got again getting an early elimination from this game, and now got like a down to 3. While having a good or maybe a better part of the circle is great for them, but in the meanwhile, you get to see the circle central area of the circle is getting so much full of teams. It is very difficult for anyone to survive at any cost. But if you talk about the 8-bit like Madman, he get one of the players of TSM taken down.
Indeed. TSM is facing a lot of wrath at this point, and I would like to say Team TSM is on the verge of getting destructed. Let's see what can they actually do and how much retaliation they could actually possess, how much they can actually pose a damage with. Equinox, meanwhile, has been finished off, and I believe TSM is still reigning, still actually being surviving in the fight. That is interesting enough, but Equinox, well, again, A loss of Team TSM's one good guy is actually going to be the case where this team might actually go down. It will Sonari Pops Jonathan, and I guess with this team Godlike is about to get destructed very very soon because Z-God, if I'm not wrong, has already been taken down. On the other corner, if I talk about Team Orangutan, well, we have a fight coming up. Yes, of course, one good guy has been taken down. WizGod has popped Sonic Fox, and Sonic Fox on the verge of getting destructed. It's all about final boss and player trying to retaliate. Let's see what more they can actually do. Well, because they have been considered, I guess they might be easily taken down really very soon. Some mollies are there, some more deflections are going to be there, but from the other corner, it's going to be Enigma's Avi, which is going to put one down. GodL Jonathan has already been eliminated. Revenge is trying to retaliate, but let's see, is it possible for them to take that revenge? I don't think so, because the tag is massive. Revenge is trying to retaliate, but Team Orangutan, well, they have the upper end of this fight, that's for sure, because they're trying to rotate from multiple angles. Well, you can already see the panic situation is on the point. Revenge's player was trying to retaliate, but still the need was onto his own compound, and that is why he has to fall back. If I talk about final boss, well, again, IKM shot is going to be there. It's just trying to pop some good shots. Let's see what more he can actually possess with. Some good shots, some good retentions are going to be there. A drop shot comes out. 1-1 was then. Oh, another 1v2 could easily be possible, but still from the back end area, he was tagged out, and just like that, final boss has been taken down. Well, he did a great 1v1, and it was interesting enough. But now, if I talk about the player, the last man standing from Team Revenge Esports, I don't know what he can do, but he is still trying to actually look after the fight. Some good AKM shots are there, some good AKM damages can be actually provided, but from the other corner, it's going to be Team Enigma versus Team EXO versus Team Skylet Gaming. A three-way fight is going to go on. Player actually pots one down, going for another 1v1, but with that UMP 45, I guess Team Orangutan is going to cherish those victories.
Well, we have to see, but the circle shift goes in the area of the northern side, so there might be some chances that the areas which were occupied by the players of Orange Rock, 8-bit, they might have some chances, but Exo sits in the central part again. Team Forever has already got decimated since he will be getting Somraj taken down, and the meanwhile some sprays are going on the direction, so the clashes between the two teams are engaging. Madman gets taken down by NTD Noob, and in the meanwhile, if I'm not wrong, Clutchgod was also sitting at that position. Madman will be taken down by Darklord, so multiple knockouts and finishes have been registered by them so far, but at the main moment we get to see three of the finishes Exo have taken. It's all fine, but what about the other finishes that can be taken, because they're in the center, so they can actually get like more and more finish points. But yes, of course, entity gaming are having the height advantage, and it might just happen that they can capitalize all the fights or all the players which will be in downward direction.
Indeed, that could be the case, but yes, Enigma has been wiped out from the slate, and you can already see that they have acquired only 3 finishes, which is not a great start for the Team Enigma, because in the 4th match, if I'm not wrong, they got the victory, but after that, what happens? Team Enigma is unable to conquer any kind of fight, conquer any kind of battle. But at this point, if we talk about Team Global Esports, well, they're reigning on the top of Georgia Pool Hill, still trying to figure out from which location the teams might actually land some good shots. If we talk about Team EXO, well, holding the central location is going to be the case for Team EXO. Interesting enough, if the zone actually favors Team EXO, they might be able to secure this winner when a chicken dinner, because the loss of years is actually really very detrimental for Team EXO. But on the other corner, Revenge Esports with 2 blows have also been taken down. So yes, remember, these few teams have already been taken down. Red Esports was already not there in the lobby, but the remaining teams which are still contesting it out, still trying to reign on top, are trying their level best to get some good close calls. And the teams which have qualified from the qualifier to be exact, is going to be LZ official as well as Red Esports. Well, we still have LZ official, if I'm not wrong, alive in the lobby. But yes, LZ official is alive with the 2-man standing. If we talk about Team 30 Esports, they are not there in the lobby. I don't know what is happening to these guys, but still, somewhat more damages can be increased really very soon. Global Esports holding this downward areas is going to be the case where they might actually find some good utilities from which they could just retaliate. If I talk about EXO, Immortal is the one with the 2 amazing finishes. Face is going down to the dust. Yes, of course, we don't have Punko in the fight, so let's see what more they can actually pose a damage with. And if I talk about the team known as Scarlet's Gaming, they are holding the Ghatak 6 houses exactly. And from the upper corner, you can already see that's Team OR Esports holding their northern corner compound.
Well, we never know what will happen at the end of the day, but yes, of course, the game as if it goes, as if the results are coming in front of us, will eventually determine, will eventually showcase what is going to happen. But yes, of course, we get to see that this kind of fights, this kind of areas are just turning out way too different as we expect, because Skylar's Gaming were almost inside the circle, if I'm not wrong. But now, if we talk about EXO, they are also in the centralized part of the circle in the same way. But Orange Rocks Shelly, he will be also entering, while Revenant they have to travel a distance. If I'm not wrong, they have to travel, and maybe they have to enter a long way inside the circle. And eventually, if you talk about 192 meters, that's the distance we can get to see. Orangutan will be also on that kind of areas, but Wixie gets Kamla Boy knocked out at that position. Celsius might just try to grab those spots of like Skylights Gaming if they are holding the compound. Global Esports will be also alive in that kind of areas, but yes, of course, indeed, Top Dog gets AKOP taken down. Orangutan might just face some backlashes from the behind. Backstabs are coming very precisely, and well, AKOP, I don't think he will be able to get revival at this point. He might just get completed, but Delta PG, if the smoke is not in his, like, in the direction where Team Revenant is just rushing at this point, he can get all those finish points for himself. But the random sprays is going in that particular direction. He's getting the damages, but not getting the knockouts done and dusted.
Well, the knockouts are there. Well, the carnage is already there. They're trying their level best to retaliate, but I believe the teams are trying their level best to deflect the fights which are there right now. They're not trying to aggress at this point, but if we talk about Team Entity, well, what more they have to lose at this point? They're just trying to gain more and more points, eventually trying to conflict more and more players. Yes, of course, new player has been taken down. He's down to the knees, but revival could be successful really very soon. On the other corner, it's going to be Team Revenant. From the last few matches, Team Revenant is one of those teams which is reigning on top, trying to perform, trying to get some good points. It's going to be the case for Team Revenant. Let's see what is going to happen in this particular one. Because if we talk about Team TSM, well, of course, the last one standing there is going to be Blaze OP trying to get a rotation. He has been spotted, and just like that, TSM Blaze OP goes kaboom, and there we go. The first ever finish in the hands of Team Gaming Esports is already there by the hands of Team TSM. Now you are going to see some more nades coming up. New player trying to retaliate. Some more sprays are there. Well, of course, Destro puts one down. 8 bits, one good guy has already been taken down. Look at that Destro. He's just feasting on the finishes which are there.
He's not bothered. He's not bothered.
Yeah.
He is determined. Yes, I want to get back on the top fraggers list at any cost, at anything, whatever I have to do, I will do it for that spot. But right now, if you talk about at this position, Kevin Esports comeback, will he make that comeback for Kevin Esports? Because two of the finishers only Team Kevin Esports have managed till now. MJ has been eliminated. Godlike gets eliminated with 2 finishes in their favor. At the same spot, you talk about Skylights Gaming. They're still having the hold of the circle at this kind of position. But at the same way, you also get to see that I would say that 7Cs they're still out of the circle. Maybe, yes, of course, they're out of the circle, and Sarang and the company are still trying to find out some great spots to enter and hold up, because eventually the spots will determine whether they are going to stay alive or not. But Revenant Top Dog gets spotted down. Sprays from the direction of Destro will be going, but no, he gets player 3 taken down by Comeback, gets that knockout. Eventually, Paradox is being spotted. Some tap shots will be taken up, and eventually that makes that connection, I believe. No, it's not. It makes some connection, but yes, again, another knock comes up. Snippy falls down and gets knocked out, and with that, LZ officials, I guess they have got eliminated by Team Celsius from that position, but I don't think Celsius will make it anyhow inside the circle. Comeback is also taken down. Player 3 gets taken down. Wixie gets confirmed by Savitar, and the meanwhile, Celsius will be getting eliminated. Global Esports Joker gets taken down by Skylights Gaming. Vexy Top Dog will be taken down by the Play Zone. Orange Rock player 8 will be taken down by Global Esports player, but right now 7Cs are making a big cluster, but still they're outside of the circle. Kevin Esports are exactly in front. They need some more needs just to eliminate them outside or from this game.
Eliminations and the tiring fights which are there right now is something I'm eagerly watching at this point. If I talk about Team 7C, well, 2 amazing blows from their angle is looking a bit sharp at this point. If I talk about Scarlet's Gaming, well, of course, they are trying to put down Team Global Esports, and I guess they might be easily... Yeah, they are successful in it. That's interesting enough. If we talk about Team EXO, holding that chunk is actually going to be the case. Yes, of course, they are trying to determine and trying to get some good blows. You can only see how they are just trying to decimate. Team Kevin Esports about to go down, and yes, they have been taken down by the hands of Team Team EXO as well as Team 7C. That's the case. But if we talk about now Scarlet's Gaming, Kamala Boy has been taken down. The assaulter for the team is already down to the dust. He's down to the knees. He might be able to get that revival, but now somewhat the zones are going to get crucials, because now you can see that the 5th zone is about to get shrinked. Global Esports goes down with only 1 finishes, which is not that great for them. And if we talk about the next upcoming blows, I might think that Team EXO quite could be in the zone. And yeah, there we go. EXO is in the zone right now. Of course, enough. Team EXO is going to actually cherish the zone locations. If I talk about Sensei, he's going to go a bit far away. He's going on the right corner. He might easily be taken down at this point. You can already see the damage is immense. Sensei is trying to, let's say, tag himself, patch himself, but eventually, if the vehicle goes kaboom, he might go down. That is going to be the case. He's just trying to burst it up, and now the cover is going to be there. Now this perfect cover is actually going to help him a lot. He can easily assist his teammates like Snax and the guy known as Immortal And from the back end, he can easily eliminate more and more people. And if we talk about 2R Esports, look at that. They are exactly following the same steps that snax is doing. Climbing on top of that cottage is going to be the case. And snax, meanwhile, trying to put up a smoke on the right corner so that eventually nobody will be able to spot him out. Sensei pops one out. Oh, two have been taken down. That's going to be the end of, I guess, spree of Team 7C. But Aladdin pops one out. I guess that Sensei was trying his level best to retaliate, but still, he's going to get that prize. But if we talk about Team EXO, well, of course, Aru has been taken down. Interesting enough, Team EXO's Sensei is someone which is actually lacking behind at this point. He pops two down from Team 7C. But what happens after that? Aladdin was the one with I guess with the AUG 3, if I'm not wrong, with that beautiful retaliation. Team EXO is on the verge of getting decimated.
At this point, if you talk about EXO, they are looking very strong, but position of snax is such a vital position. Like, he can get all those finish points if he wants, but that position is such vital that if snax gets taken down, that's all done. But right now, he gets Arthur Key spotted, he gets him confirmed. Snax is the key player towards which Team EXO is determined. The sprays are going, he might just get Jerry taken down. He gets that one, he is not getting that one. Entity Rage is the one who gets that finish point for himself, but snax, he is inside the circle. 7Cs are coming from behind. Entity Noob gets taken down and will be finished off. Entity, I don't think they will manage to get inside the circle. Skylights Gaming is the one who's preventing that to get initiated. Troy will be getting Gamla Boy picked off, but two of the players are still remaining. They need to enter the circle. The spots are very vital at this position. If we talk about 7C, Spray God is just holding EXO. Snax will be there, and Troy gets taken down by the play zone. This thing is just going on a next level. If you talk about Rage, he's barely surviving in a very pixel SP. With some final shots from the areas of Team EXO. Snax will be the one who's getting all those finish points. Third for him, 8 for EXO. 4 teams alive, and in which you get to say 7Cs, Revenant, Skylights, and EXO, the 4 teams remaining. EXO, they're looking quite steady. They have got the circle, they have got the great position for himself, but will they be able to cherish the chicken dinner? That the question stays alive, as 7Cs are still onto those locations. In which direction Sensei is looking forward.
Well, the tag is absolutely massive, but snax is getting backstab from the back angle right now, but snax actually wipes out, I guess, that Team Revenant's end, and snax could easily get that revival. That is going to be the case for him. But if I talk about Skylights Gaming trying to maintain their consistency, trying to be in the zone is going to be the case. Well, they have eliminated 8 members from the lobby, but if I talk about Team EXO, the intensity is already intensifying. Yes, of course, Sensei was taken down in an initial battle by the hands of 7C's Alu Boy, if I'm not wrong, but after that, what happens? Immortal was there to provide a cover, and eventually that revival made him invulnerable. And after that, you can already see the fighters on point. Team EXO is just trying to configure some good shots. EXO has acquired 9 amazing blows, and if I talk about Team 7C, a bit too exposed, but still trying to retaliate. Oh, Somraj has been taken down. That was a one brilliant shot coming from the hands of Team 7C. Interesting enough, but if I talk about Team Skylights Gaming, Somraj, he might just go down really very soon. But from the other angle, Pokar actually trades him off, and just like that, Pokar is actually maintaining a spree of the kills which is going to be there.
Well, the top 3 teams are exactly in front of us. The Team EXO, 70 Skylights. The winning percentage of Skylights is way too far because they have got the circle as well as they have got the man advantage. The smoke path is such a precious thing which is made by Sensei. I don't know how many amount of smokes this guy is having, but eventually he's spotting up. He's getting the damage done. Saran gets confirmed by Pukard, and right now Team EXO, they have to go up with some precise decisions. In the meanwhile, we talk about the one player, or like Spray God gets Pukard taken down. 70 are still surviving, and EXO Sensei Immortal might just get some shots out that position. Pokar might need that revival, but I don't think he will get that eventually. 2 finishes for Sensei, 9 for Team EXO. Top 3, 19 points have been acquired by Team EXO, and this is enough to make a great comeback in the overall points table, but which will be this thing, because if we talk about 7Cs, 2 of the players remaining, EXO with 3, Skylights with 4, but final shots, final decisions, exactly this nade arrives. Sensei, will he get taken down? Well, he's going towards the nading area, but no, he survives. The Ghillie suit is still alive in the game, but how for how long? Like, the circle is shrinking, and with that, you have to enter the circle at any cost.
Indeed, entering into the circle is going to be the case for Team EXO. Yes, of course, every other team is lurking in the brims of the whole zone coming up in the fight. They might be able to retaliate. They might be able to tackle with the fights right now. If I talk about Sensei, he's holding a very vital position with the drop. If he would have actually got one or two nades, he could easily have popped Team 7C, and Team 7C could have been facing the wrath of Team Exos Senseis. But let's see what is going to happen, because now he's just trying to configure. No, that's a bad side to watch. Eventually, Sax has been taken out by the hands of Team Scarlet's Gaming, and trying to lose his position is something Team Exo could easily go down. Sensei is trying to configure, he's trying to provide some good shots. Yes, of course, Savitar goes on with that micro Uzi trying to eliminate, but now I guess Savitar would have been spotted, and yes, Sensei pops one out. I guess that's it. Savitar is going to go down, that's for sure. He's trying to reload his UMP45, and with that, he might be able to, let's say, finish him off. And yes, the spray was there. He is going to get the 10th finish into his perspective. But let's see what more can Team Exo do, because if I'm not wrong, Immortal pops one out from Team Scarlet's Gaming. Interesting enough, Snax is about to go down, and yes, Sensei puts one out. And with this, I guess it's a 1v4 battle coming up. 1v4 battle is going to be there. Vexy might not even be able to survive, and yes, that could be the case. Vexy is going to go down to the dust right now. It's a 1v4 situation coming up. The IGL has to orchestrate some kind of strategy right now, because this is the moment of truth. This is the strategy which we have to actually acquire from. Now you can already see Gamla Boy is about to receive the wrath of Sensei. Sensei puts him down. Sensei has to go in the zone right now. Yes, of course, the damage is massive. Sensei could easily pop one first aid kit. He might be able to survive. Yes, the sprays are there from the corner. Sensei is just trying to survive. He's just sneaking onto the location, but from the other corner, one Molly is going to get this Molly could easily end the rain of Sensei. This Molly could easily get that connection, but still, Sensei is going to go out with the zone. Yes, of course, the damage was there, but I guess Sensei is going to give that kill to the zone.
Of course it is, and with that, the last match of today's day, the match number 6, goes to the Kings. Look at the faces. You can see, like Skylights Gaming, they are really, really looking forward to this one, and they eventually have managed to get the things right in the proper manner. We get to see Skylights Gaming will be cherishing this win, and with that, they will be bouncing back in the points table. Will Somraj make some great impact in the overall standing? The question stays alive. The question stays on board. But the thing that we are looking forward is that what will be the overall standings, because too many big names, Exo, Skylights, even if you talk about Seven Seas, they have performed tremendously well. But the final question, the final thing, just comes down to this moment: which team will it be to finish it off in the hashtag one question? Well, I'm sure that that's going to be Entity Gaming. But what, like, which will be the teams, those who have made a comeback in the day number 3 from the second chart to the first chart? Will Godlike retain their position? Exo have got the good boost. Skylights have got a chicken. What? How many teams can just fit in the first chart?
I mean, Exo is for sure going to come back in the first chart. I would like to say teams like Godlike or Team Celsius. No, Team Celsius won't be actually going to the second page, but yes, Godlike might be actually going to go in the second page, because I don't know when Team Godlike got eliminated, but they got eliminated quite early. Other than that, Scarlet's giving a great comeback from their angle. I guess close to 10 finishes were the case for this team, 10 or 11 finishes were the case where Team Scarlet's Gaming is going to lie around. And I guess with that, winner chicken 26-25 points is going to the case for Scarlet's Gaming, that's for sure. If we talk about Team Exo, 11 or 12 finishes was the case. On the other corner, if we talk about whole situation of Team Exo, I guess hashtag second is going to be the position that they are acquiring. And with that, 24-23 points is somewhere Team Exo might be lacking, might be lying around at this point. And with that buffer, Team Exo will be back in the first place, that's for sure. But let's see which position is going to be that. It might be hashtag 6, it might be hashtag 7, but yes, we are going to wait for the stats. And there we go, the stats are already here. If we talk about Team Skylights Gaming particularly, this is the one which got the victory with 26 amazing points. And the perspective right now is going to be the case. Position points will be 15 because of that amazing chicken dinner. And if we talk about finish point, it's going to be 11 in number. Now if we talk about Skylights Gaming, Pukar is the one with 5 amazing blows, and he's the guy, he's the man, he's the myth, he's the legend who actually got most of the finishes for his team. And the finish contribution is going to be 45.45%. If I talk about Gamla Boy, well, from his corner, 4 finishes to be precise. Finish contribution is going to be 36.36%. Somraj with 1 finishes of his own. Vexy from his of his 1 finishes of his own. Interesting enough, Team Scarlet's Gaming did a team effort, and the team effort is quite widely here. You can already see they holded the ghatak hostage from the 3rd zone to be precise. And what happened? They were able to retaliate it up till the 8th one.
Of course, they were going on a massive flow. But talking about the match wise standings, Skylights Gaming 26, EXO 24, 7 Seas 13, Revenant 13, Entity 10. They still got 10 points in this match. Orange Rock with 8, 8-bit with 5. Many more teams, many good performance, and that's what I say. The one match goes one for some teams. If you talk about even Godlike, previous match went a bit better, but this match again 2 points. They would not like they got eliminated so fast. It was something that was a bit tremendous, a backlash coming from their side. But in the same position, many of the teams like Enigma, they are still lagging behind 3, 4, 2 points they're acquiring from each and every match, which I guess it's not sufficient. But still, the hopes are high. The hopes will be high. But talking about the match wise graph, we get to see 15 and 11 the balanced way Skylar's Gaming can play it well for EXO at this point. The finishers have gone away too far with what we expected, but well,
Mm-hmm.
this is the end of day 3 which is coming towards us, and the day 4 awaits. The tomorrow is going to be a very crucial day. If you can make a comeback, tomorrow is the day, man. If you want, you have to, if you talk about global godlike teams like Kevin, Celsius, if you want to make the comeback, the tomorrow is the day. You give it your best shot, otherwise you will lag a way too behind.
I mean, we are pretty close to actually getting that half margin of the whole grand finale situation. So yes, these teams have to actually do a tremendous effort and eventually get qualified. Get let's say the whole prize pool system is actually going to be amazing, where the teams might be able to, let's say, conflict and get some good closures. So yeah, I guess the contestment is absolutely lovingly and amazing. But the only team which is actually maintaining the balance in terms of finishes and position as well is going to be Team EXO with 12 for each. If I talk about the match number 18, Wrangle Top Fragger, well, look at that. Two-member from Team Skylar's Gaming, that's Pukar and Gamla Boy, and three-member from Team EXO is going to be there, that's Sensei, Snax, and Immortal. And there might have been a situation where Fierce could have also been here, but right now Fierce was eliminated quite early, and that is why I guess we are going to see Sensei, Snax, and Immortal as well in the fights. And you can only see that they did a tremendous job in the lobby. 4-4-4, that accumulates of 12 points that Team and Sensei, Team Exot actually acquired as a whole. And if we talk about Skylar's Gaming, well, Pukar acquired 5, Gamla Boy acquired 4, 1 for Samraj, 1 for Vexi was the situation where they acquired 11 amazing blows, if I'm not wrong. So that is going to be the case. This is match number 18. This is the last one for day number 3. But with this, we are going to see some more changes in the leaderboard. Some more new faces are going to be on the leaderboard of top fraggers also, I believe. Let's see what is actually going to happen. I'm eagerly waiting for the leaderboard to also come in.
Of course, the overall standings and the overall top fraggers will be the main focus for the other teams, for the players, for the audience as well. But yes, the things are for certain. Orange Rock gets the
Yo,
hashtag 2 spot, TSM falls apart, 7 sees hashtag
EXO.
4, Revenant 5, Exo jumps to hashtag 6, Celsius jumps to hashtag 7, Skylight jumps to hashtag 8, hashtag 9 will be for Kem. And talking about the point buffer, you get to see around like 44 points buffer it is for hashtag 1 to hashtag 2 entity are making this really tough for so many more teams. TSM, if you talk about it, they are way too behind. 50-point margin, they have to cover it up. It was 20 in like it was 1 or 20 points, like 20 points buffer in today's day, but turned out to be 50. So we can actually say it out. This day was TSM, the performance of TSM in this day was not up to the mark. 7 Cs also jumped with a relevant performance, Revenant with a consistent one, Exo with some brilliant games for themselves, whatever the map it might be. Celsius also going with some I believe with some bit consistent performance. Skylight's also coming with some with big chicken dinners with multiple finishes as well. So the matches have got really far away, and in the matter of position and placement, both entity are going on the top.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. Yes, entity is cherishing the top location. But if we talk about Team GodL Esports, as previously discussed from page number 1, they are back to page number 2. At hashtag 12 is going to be the position with 115 points that they've accumulated. One chicken dinner is going to be the case for Team GodL. But after that, what happened? I don't know. The consistency is somewhere lacking behind. Teams like 30 Esports, well, they've only played 14 matches. 4 matches have been missed by these guys. So we can't say that their performance is not that good for this day, because they have not shown their faces for, let's say, match number 4, 5, 6, if I'm not wrong. But other than that, Revenge Esports 93 points, LZ Official 100, just crossing the 100-point margin is going to be the case for LZ Official. I mean, hats off to this team. Being a rising star, being an underdog team, being a rising star, they still have qualified themselves in the grand finale. Still actually got 100 points from their perspective. But I guess they are more than capable to do more of these things, because BMOC is on the way, official tournaments is all the way, Upthrust Esports is already getting ready with their next tournament, which might be there anytime soon. So yes, of course, these are the few things where Team LZ Official has to overpower and eventually get some good close calls. But the teams which are one of those experienced teams, seems like godlike Esports, I don't know what is happening to these teams. They are unable to compete. But let's keep that aside. Let's talk about the overall top fraggers list. Match number 18, that's the overall top fraggers list that you can get after match number 18. Rage. 36 amazing finishes, maintaining the buffer from 7C Spray God of 6 points. 37 finish contribution is going to be the case for this guy from Aditya, I guess, Ovar Aditya. He haven't even crossed 27 finishes for, let's say, 3 or 4 matches which was there. Same number of finishes are there pretty much for him. If we talk about Delta, 27 again for him. Semitar again goes for 27 finishes. Well, these 3 or 4 5 members are not letting any other team, any other member coming into the face of the top fraggers list.
Of course, and this thing continues, but Rage, that one man till the end of day number 3, this man is consistent to its position. The golden card stays with him, 37% of finish contribution for his side, but that will eventually mark the end of the day number 3 of the Grand Finals of India Rising Series 2022. Well, the head-to-head arrives. The #1 and #2 spot. If you talk about, there are a difference of almost 44 points between these two teams. 98 finishes for Entity, 89. Just reverse the digits, and you get to see the finishes of Orange Rock. Placement is 122 and 87. 4 chickeners for Entity, 1 for Orange Rock. 22% win percentage. I guess that's the highest for any team. 6% for Orange Rock. And eventually these things will go on and on and on and on till the very final day, which is going to be 24th of March. Who will be the champion, who will be crowned, and who will lift that trophy? That question still stays alive, and the hopes will be high for the fans of Entity Gaming, because this team is performing tremendously well.
Indeed, that is the case. But before that, let's talk about the head-to-head battle between Rage and Spray God. Well, I guess the head-to-head battle is pretty close because they both have played 18 matches. Total finishes for Rage is going to be 36 from Team Entity, and if I talk over from 7C, Spray God is determining 30 finishes. Finish contribution for the team is going to be 37% for Rage, and finish contribution for 7C Spray God for his team is going to be 33%. Finish per match is going to be 2.0 for Rage, so I guess close to 2 finishes is actually acquiring in particular matches. And if we talk about finish per match for Spray God is going to be 1.7, which is pretty good on average. MVP ranking, lacking behind with 1 position, is going to be Spray God with #2. And the, let's say, top fragger of the whole lobby is going to be Rage from Team Entity. Interesting enough, that's interesting enough. But yes, guys, with that, I guess we are going to go and, let's say, end this day. I guess we have leave Necros because the day is pretty much over. We saw many ups and downs in the lobby. Teams like Team EXO going down with 0 points. And after that, what happens? 24 points is the case in the last match. So yes, of course, every team is maintaining their balance. A balance, yes, it's like a heartbeat going up. Yes, we are going to go up. You are going to go down. That is going to be the case. Some teams are there which are maintaining their consistency, like teams like Team Entity. But I guess this day is pretty much good for Team Entity. I don't know what is going to happen in the next upcoming days. 4 more days are left. But before that, let's talk about the Wings Phantom of the match. Match number 18 particularly, this was the map of Erangel, whereas Skylar's Gaming's Pokar was the one with 87 ranking. And match finish was 5. The match contribution was 45.5%. Total finishes that is acquired altogether in the grands is going to be 25. MVP ranking somewhere in the average is going to be #7.
Of course, the phantom of the match, it's going to be the match number 18, and with that, 18 matches have already passed down in the grand finals, and we are left with more and more and more till then. And the total of 42 matches will be played, if I'm not wrong, until the end of grand finals, and with that, probably, well, it was a long day. It was a quite day that we can expect, but the day number 3 all comes to a very end. Wings Lifestyle, Upthrust Esports, India Rising Series 2022, streaming partner, local associate partner, Ticket Tape. The day number 3 of Grand Final Day is over. The day number 4 arrives in tomorrow's day at the same time and the same place and with the same set of casters you will get to see from on tomorrow. But with that, the today's day is over, and we will be closing it out. Stay home. Nah, don't stay home. Go outside, but definitely stay safe. Good night. Sweet dreams. Peace out.
This arrived finally.